Chapter 676, Human Medicine Goo. Han Li woke up in his bed. He slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Beside his bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an elderly Goo master non-stop. They were expressing their gratitude. "Dr. Mo, thank you for saving our son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives." "Father, Mother." Han Li spoke with much difficulty. He muttered softly, "My son, my precious son, you are finally awake." Han Li's mother heard his voice and jumped onto the bed, crying from joy. "Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if he was not here by chance, you would have died." Han Li's father was overjoyed. He quickly reminded him, Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my life." Han Li saw Dr. Mo and fear flashed across his eyes. "I am the Goo master that is stationed in Han village. It was natural for me to save you. You were lucky today, you met me when I was patrolling the village." Dr. Mo laughed. Next, he left quietly while Han Li's parents were thanking him with all their hearts. "Oh, this is interesting." Fang Yuan did not leave. He was lurking nearby, watching this scene. After he succeeding in connecting their luck, Han Li's luck fell drastically. It rapidly turned into a thin layer of deathly black luck. If Han Li was a Goo master with ample strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was immortal, and a weak child among mortals. He was immediately killed by the backlash of this deathly black luck, choking on his food. Fang Yuan wanted to save him immediately. He had large numbers of mortal healing Goo. A matter like choking could be easily resolved. He could be saved as long as a long time had not passed. As long as a person is not dead, their luck would not stop. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's disastrous luck would only be alleviated for the moment, but it would continue getting worse. The root of the problem would not be solved. If Han Li was alive, then by connecting his luck to Fang Yuan's all the time, Fang Yuan's horrible luck would slowly improve. But the moment he was about to make a move, a figure jumped out of a large house in the village, rushing towards Han Li's house. Seeing the movement Goo he was using, this was evidently a rank 2 Goo master. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. He silently got closer to the village, deciding to watch the event unfold. When this rank 2 Goo master arrived at Han Li's house, he straightened his clothes and pretended to be carefree. Next he accidentally discovered Han Li choking. Because of the pleas of Han Li's parents, he saved Han Li and revived him. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Goo master that is stationed in the village. But it seems that Han Li and this Dr. Mo have some secret connection. Fang Yuan thought, in order to control mortals, Goo master forces would send 1 or 2 Goo masters to look after the respective villages in turns. Like Gu Yuzhongya on King Mao Mountain, he was this kind of stationed Goo master. When Han Li and his family fell asleep, Fang Yuan sneaked into the house. He went to Han Li and used immortal Goo, causing him to fall into deeper sleep. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 huge arms. He searched all over Han Li's body and soon, he found something amiss. There were quite a few Goo worms on Han Li's body. His entire body's flesh and blood seemed to be influenced by Goo worms. These arrangements felt very familiar to Fang Yuan. A weakness of a zombie was that their cognition would slow. Fang Yuan could not find the key point and had to use the wills he stored in his mind to assist in thinking. He looked through his memories and soon found the truth. It turns out this so-called Dr. Mo is refining human medicine Goo. This human medicine Goo is a rank 3 Goo. It uses a human child as the main refinement material, taking years to slowly nurture and grow. Once the human medicine Goo was refined, it could only be used once to increase a person's lifespan, but it had huge drawbacks. That Dr. Mo is no longer young. It seems he wants to use human medicine Goo to increase his lifespan. Thus he placed his sights on Han Li. No wonder Han Li could grab the leaves of the dagger grass without any gloves. That was because his body had already been modified secretly. This is also why Dr. Mo came over quickly when Han Li choked. That was because he had placed a Goo worm in Han Li's body that could monitor him. And finally, even though Han Li choked to death, he could still be revived easily. That was because the human medicine Gu's refinement process caused his vitality to increase greatly. Fang Yuan realized at once. Even though he found out Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not do anything to stop him. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han Village would definitely be investigated. If he does not die, in order to refine human medicine Gu, he would need to take good care of Han Li. There are still 3 to 4 years until human medicine Gu finishes refining, while I just need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated luck inspection Gu again, checking Han Li's luck. Ever since the luck connection had succeeded, Han Li's luck had fallen drastically. His special luck was gone, becoming like that of a normal mortal, a thin layer of luck resembling faint smoke. Fang Yuan observed for a while, noticing that the black color in Han Li's luck had vanished, turning into a gray-white color. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He summed up his experiences this time to reach a conclusion. Black color represents death. Without the black color in his luck, Han Li was in no danger of dying for the moment. As the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Han Li's crisis just now, his luck had been improving. Thinking about it, I narrowly survived a disaster in Northern Plains by relying on my own strength and schemes. Ever since I escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, half of my black coffin luck has most likely dissipated. But even so, Han Li was nearly killed by my luck. It seems I have to find a few more targets and connect our luck together. Fang Yuan's gaze shined for a bit. In the end, he secretly placed some goo worms on Han Li's body before leaving. Using his superior methods, there was no way the rank 2 Dr. Mo could find them. One day, if Dr. Mo tries to harm Han Li, he will definitely suffer severe consequences. Lad, I gave you 3 lifelines. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Fang Yuan arrived silently, and left unnoticed, not leaving behind a single trace. He first went far away from Shajing Oasis, before activating fixed immortal travel at an empty location. At the next moment, he appeared in Central Continent. A huge heavenly river flowed down from the sky. It flowed through the entirety of Central Continent, towards the eastern side of Central Continent, into Eastern Sea. At the downstream parts of the heavenly river, because of the impact caused by the water, it formed a huge fertile plain. There were abundant resources in the plain. People and nature flourished in abundance. Countless small and middle-sized sects were established here. Among these sects, there was one small sect that was inconspicuous, but had quite the grand name. It was called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in a forest, observing them from afar. The academy was in a mountain valley. There were only a few rooms here with only one square. It seems that they were currently holding a sect competition, as there were 2 stages in this square, with hundreds of Gu masters watching below the stages. This battle between mortal Gu masters was extremely short. There was nothing too outstanding, but in the eyes of the spectators, it was extremely exciting, especially for the youngster, Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd. This competition had great meaning. I have bull strength, tiger strength, and even obtained the Gu worm rewind by chance. My battle strength is first rate among rank 2 Gu masters. During this competition, I must shock everyone with my skill and obtain the number 1 spot in the academy. This way, I can force my father to relent and place my mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, deciding in his mind. At the same time, Fang Yuan, who was far away, muttered with bright shining eyes, "Found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not worse than Han Li. He was also a rank 7 legend that appeared during the 5 regions chaotic war. He cultivated strength and soul path. He had exemplary talent and was extremely skilled in self-creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained the body of an ancient Rockman king. He deciphered an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even through a lucky coincidence managed to subdue an ancient desolate beast, Whitehorn Kylan, as his steed. Even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not strike immediately. Right now, this scene is in the middle of broad daylight. I will cause quite a commotion when I use Connect Luck. I might be discovered. This was not Han Village. In Han Village, there was only one rank 2 Gu master stationed, but here, it was an entire sect full of Gu masters. Not only this, there were 3 to 4 other small to mid-sized forces in the valley. In this entire plain at the downstream of the Heavenly River, there were countless sects. Among these mortals, there were even some lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals were all creators of the sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu here, he might be discovered by them. I can only wait until night when everyone is asleep. I will arrange many mortal Gu and try to conceal the area. It is worth a try. Fang Yuan was very experienced and cunning. He would never be lacking in patience. When it was night time, Universal Life Academy became silent. As Fang Yuan opened his eyes, very good. I have arranged over 10,000 Gu worms in the vicinity of the valley. My preparations are complete. To conceal the aura of the immortal Gu, I will need to use Connect Luck for half the night. Right at this moment, there was the sound of a spatial disturbance in his aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. There was a letter in the moving perspective cup Gu. Is Tai Bei Yunxing in trouble? Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the Gu. He soon found out that the letter did not come from Tai Bei Yunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan passed Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lu Lan a moving perspective cup Gu each, while he kept the other half of their respective moving perspective cup Gu. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown deeply. This was a letter asking for help by Fairy Li Shan on Hai Lu Lan's behalf. Hai Lu Lan was being chased down by her father. She was in great danger. How can this be? Damn it! Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Because of their oath, he had to put aside his own matters and swiftly return to Northern Plains to assist Hai Lu Lan. In any case, for the time being, Hong Yi was going to stay here. It would be easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I'll let you off for now. Fang Yuan hurriedly retrieved most of his Gu worms, avoiding leaving behind traces as much as possible, before he sneaked into a cave and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived in a secret room at the third peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing back and forth worriedly. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, she got close to him. You are finally back. I am extremely anxious. The situation is terrible. Little Lan is being pursued by that evil scoundrel. Why aren't you helping her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to act, but Little Lan urged me to continue hiding our connection. She did not want our relationship to be disclosed. You came alone? Where is Tai Bei Yunxing? He has other matters now. Fang Yuan asked again. How many Gu immortals are pursuing her? Only 2. One is Hai Cheng while the other is Zhu Songzi. I placed an investigative Gu on Hai Lu Lan. Her situation is very dangerous now. Quick, I will use my thoughts to transmit the scenery to you. Quickly go save her. Fang Yuan inspected the thoughts and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he appeared beside Hai Lu Lan. Chapter 677. First battle with Hai Cheng. Lu Lan, stop running. You are my daughter. Why would I harm you? Don't listen to other people's defamation. We as father and daughter have a huge misunderstanding. I admit, it is true that I have the yin-yang life extension method, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really passed away because of the earthly calamity. Hai Cheng floated in the air, using a tone like one who felt unjustly treated, trying to persuade Hai Lu Lan. He wore a black robe and had fair skin. His eyes were dark and his face was like jade. He had beautiful facial features and gave off a vibrant aura. He was truly a famously handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he urged Hai Lu Lan, his tone was sincere. It was overflowing with emotions, coupled with his good looks. Outsiders who did not know the details might have truly believed him. But Hai Lu Lan already had clearly seen this man's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scum, who would believe your hypocritical lies? If the yin-yang life extension method really cannot harm lives, why don't you let me see it? Hee. I believe that Zhu Songzi at your side will also be very interested. Zhu Songzi was tall and thin. He wore blue clothes and his snowy white hair extended to his feet. He stood beside Hai Cheng without saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal. He controlled the seventh peak of snowy mountain blessed land. Earlier, he had sponsored Ma tribe and Ma tribe lost in the imperial court contest, thus he was heavily suppressed by Hai tribe. Next, in order to obtain the strength path immortal Gu, Hai Lu Lan exposed the secret of Hai Cheng causing harm to Su's Yaner to him. Zhu Songzi thus had a secret weapon to restrain Hai Cheng. Hai Lu Lan had wanted to use Zhu Songzi to ruin Hai Cheng's reputation, but to think that the two of them had actually ganged up. Upon hearing this from Hai Lu Lan, Zhu Songzi's eyes moved about as he turned around towards Hai Cheng with much interest. Maybe I can help your daughter evaluate it? Hai Cheng snorted. Ignoring Zhu Songzi's words, he changed his attitude, his eyes shining with cold light as he spoke to Hai Lu Lan calmly. Daughter, you do not know what is good for you. Hai Lu Lan spat in response to his words, but what came out was blood. She was in her true form now, she was bathed in blood as her armor was broken, she was in a pathetic state. Her gaze, however, turned more ruthless as her killing intent boiled. She showed a mocking expression on her face. Father, the Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Lord Hai Cheng, actually brought along a demonic path Gu Immortal with him to coerce his daughter. If this scene was shown to the world, I wonder what would happen? Hai Cheng was indifferent towards such mocking words. He smiled lightly and showed his deep and unfathomable shrewdness. Lu Lan, you have nowhere to run. You have the great strength true martial physique. It is 10 times as hard for you to become a Gu immortal compared to normal people. Without my help, you cannot become a strength path Gu immortal. HMPH, kill me if you have the guts. Hai Lu Lan showed her fierce nature, her expression turned ruthless as her aura surged. If you force my hand, I will self-detonate. I will let all your efforts go down the drain. When your plans fail, I wonder what you can do. Hai Cheng laughed. If you die, how will you avenge your mother? You've endured this and lurked for so many years, painstakingly developing. Wasn't it all for revenge? Unfortunately, mortal and immortals are worlds apart. Even if you have one of the 10 extreme physiques and are able to bully some bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortals, for you to kill me, a rank 7 Gu immortal, HMPH, delusional. Although he said that, Hai Cheng still felt some agitation in his heart. Hai Lu Lan pointed out Hai Cheng's concerns. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu could only be used to attack. Hai Cheng did not have capturing methods. If he forced her hand, and Hai Lu Lan self-detonates, he could not stop her. Most importantly, such acts of harming his daughter could not be known to the public. He could only work in secret. Otherwise, with Hai Cheng's reputation and influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he could bring at least 5 to 6 Gu immortals with him. But now, he only brought Zhu Songzi, and Zhu Songzi was a demonic path Gu immortal of Snowy Mountain. He only would care about benefits and could not be trusted. Although he seemed to be an ally, Hai Cheng from the beginning was guarding against him. Earlier, Hai Lu Lan had exposed his secret. After Zhu Songzi obtained this weakness, he did not expose it to the public. Destroying Hai Cheng's reputation could decrease Hai tribe Gu immortals' pressure on Zhu Songzi. But if he used it to threaten Hai Cheng, he would be able to gain more benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Zhu Songzi found Hai Cheng in person and threatened him with this secret. Hai Cheng was stunned at that moment. His secret that had been hidden for so many years was known by an outsider. He almost lost his bearings. But he was an old and shrewd person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to accede to a portion of Zhu Songzi's requests. Next, Hai Cheng even urged Zhu Songzi to cooperate. As long as he assisted in the plan and it succeeded, he would gain more benefits. Zhu Songzi gave an overbearing request. He was interested in the yin-yang life extension method. Although Zhu Songzi was middle-aged and also had lifespan Gu, who among Gu immortals would not be interested in a life extension method? Hai Cheng was furious and helpless. He could only agree for now. Thus, Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi's seemingly united but internally divided alliance was formed. Just as Hai Lu Lan, Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi were at a stalemate, a bright jade green light burst out beside Hai Lu Lan. The jade light dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 6 meters tall and had 8 arms. He had a green face and red eyes. His entire body was covered in a black shiny armor which had many spikes on it. Facing strong foes, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He first used the defensive killer move, hair armor, before using fixed immortal travel to come here. Although fixed immortal travel could only transport humans, when goo masters use goo worms, they can form clothes and armor, and would not have to teleport naked every time. Back when Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Ho Immortal Blessed Land, because he was short on time and did not have the relevant goo worms, he had to teleport naked, and gave Fang Jinhuang an unforgettable experience. "You are finally here." Hai Lu Lan saw that her reinforcement had arrived. Her expression brightened. "Which goo immortal is this?" "Who are you?" Zhu Songzi quickly asked in shock. Fang Yuan rapidly looked at the two in the air. His voice was hoarse as his surging killing intent was displayed. "The person who will kill you." As he spoke nonsense with them, he transmitted to Hai Lu Lan, "Quick, we cannot stay here for long. Enter my immortal aperture and I'll bring you away." Hearing that Fang Yuan was trying to kill him, Zhu Songzi flew into a rage. Such words. Next to him, the goo immortal Hai Cheng reacted more quickly. "Attack." That immortal goo is fixed immortal travel. He only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give them any opportunities. As they spoke, Hai Lu Lan had already entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zhu Songzi's expression turned severe. He waved his sleeves and created a curved moon blade wheel that was the size of a horse carriage. The blade wheel spun in the air, slashing at Fang Yuan. Killer move. Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel made of ice was extremely sharp. It was oozing with frost energy and was extremely fast when pushed by the wind. Before the blade wheel had reached him, Fang Yuan could feel the icy winds blowing on him. This killer move is very fierce. It has the essence of both ice and wind path. Its value is at least 3 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan squinted. He logically chose to evade it. Killer move. Light illusion bat wings. 2 large phantom black bat wings appeared behind him. After the phantom wings flapped, they vanished. Fang Yuan gained a huge boost in speed. He moved like lightning and flew sideways, dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade will hit the ground, making a loud sound as it dug deep into the ground like cutting tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel carved out a huge trench, and ice that was tough as rocks formed on the sides of the trench. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, Hai Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was a very inconspicuous small black arrow. The body of the arrow was short. It was about half a person's arm length. It was black and did not give out any aura of danger. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan was on extreme alert. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. Hai Cheng was experienced in battles. He was ruthless and used his trump card from the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings, but the black arrow was like a magnet attracted to him. It changed directions agilely and was fixed on Fang Yuan. He could not shrug it off at all. Immortal Gu Dark Arrow's attack could home in on enemies and turn in different directions. Its speed was fast. Even though Fang Yuan was a flying master, he could not shake it off. As the distance between him and the dark arrow shortened, he fell under greater threat. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move, Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio, and was widely spread during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move. Dark Arrow could pierce it in one hit. Even though Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was strong, it could not resist the might of Dark Arrow, especially when this Dark Arrow ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, only aiming for his sole weakness, his brain. After becoming an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan's heart, throat, anus, and all other areas were no longer weak points in his body. Even if they were destroyed, he would still function fine and would not take too much damage. But his brain was different. If his brain was destroyed, his mind would also perish. Fang Yuan would be unable to think, unable to act, and would be at his enemy's mercy. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time, but the dark arrow chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan did not have the time for it. Fang Yuan moved around rapidly. The many mortal goo that made up his killer move, light illusion bat wings, were starting to be worn down. It is over. Hai Cheng laughed coldly, waving his sleeves and shooting out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is merely rank 6 and can only shoot out up to 3 dark arrows at the same time. No matter who you are, making me use 2 dark arrows to deal with you, it should be your honor. Hai Cheng looked at Fang Yuan struggling at the brink of death as he evaluated arrogantly. HMPH, what are you so proud of? I was just toying with you. Fang Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice and laughed suddenly. 2 dark arrows attacked him at once. He knew he could no longer avoid using green grape immortal essence, activating the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet. The waves moved quickly. Fang Yuan stepped on them as he quickly created some distance from the dark arrows. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used light illusion bat wings no less than 100 times, but he could not escape from the dark arrows. But right now, he had just used worldly wave trace once and immediately moved far away from it. Chapter 678, Number 4 in the list of mystical goo. Another immortal goo. Zhu Songzi's expression changed. His gaze was heated, looking extremely jealous and envious. To think that in order to obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, he spent so much effort in scheming, yet his plans still failed him. The immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo, which most ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had 2. Hai Cheng, Zhu Songzi, that will be all for today. Enjoy your life from now on, because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was chilling. He stepped on the flying wave. At the same time, a jade-green light flashed on his body. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him across space, leaving this battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived at his former location, only hitting the last trace of jade light remaining. Oh no, they ran away. Zhu Songzi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned Hai Cheng, aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why couldn't you stop them? Zhu Songzi, mind your tone. Hai Cheng was expressionless. He gave Zhu Songzi a cold glance. Zhu Songzi was pressured by Hai Cheng's grand aura. His expression became less overbearing. Hai Cheng spoke calmly. The other party has 2 movement immortal goo. Unless we have an immortal goo that can seal the environment, we can only watch them escape. However, the tracing method I used on Hai Lu Lan is extremely secretive. It is a killer move at the peak of the mortal level. As long as she shows up in Northern Plains again, I will detect her. Also, this was not a fruitless trip. We have already found out that Hai Lu Lan has a force backing her. Without help, there is no way she could have reached this stage. I just did not expect an immortal zombie with 2 movement immortal goo to show up. It seems the force behind Hai Lu Lan is not simple at all. The situation is getting interesting. Saying this, Hai Cheng showed a faint smile. He felt no dejection after this loss. He did not strike against Hai Lu Lan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation. On the other hand, he wanted to draw out her mysterious backer. What are you saying? Zhu Songzi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are often the result of goo immortals who are forced by circumstances when they have no way of extending their lifespan. Do you think this immortal zombie is truly the person supporting Hai Lu Lan behind the scenes? Hai Cheng asked with deep meaning. Fang Yuan did not fight against them. He only displayed his flying master attainment when he dodged the dark arrows. But this attainment was nothing special for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. At this moment, Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi did not know Fang Yuan's true battle strength, and Fang Yuan did not receive much of their attention. They thought he was a normal immortal zombie. Zhu Songzi's gaze flickered. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie is not the crucial person. His 2 movement immortal goo are most likely loaned to him by others. Hai Cheng nodded. That's right, this mysterious person is likely to be someone we know. They sent an unfamiliar immortal zombie over here to help. That means it was not convenient for them to appear. This mysterious person is leaving no clues for us. How will we investigate? Zhu Songzi felt a headache. An enemy hiding in the dark was the most troublesome kind. Not only did he feel restrained, he did not know who to trust and who to target. They have already shown a flaw. Hai Cheng laughed loudly. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace, they are both related to Central Continent. Such an obvious clue is enough for us to discover many things. As long as I can uncover the true identity of that person, I will be able to take them down all at once. Saying this, Hai Cheng showed a ruthless expression on his face. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's residence. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing that Hai Lulan was leaving Fang Yuan's immortal aperture while covered in blood, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over and checked. Little Ant, it is not a problem. That scoundrel did not attack me seriously, he was only putting on a show. Hai Lulan laughed, as if she was not the one injured. Fairy Li Shan's heart was eased, she let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that your guess is right, Little Lan. That scoundrel really planted some tracking method on your body. This method is extremely well hidden, we could not find it even after searching intensely several times. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold. He looked at Hai Lulan closely. That is to say, you were discovered by Hai Cheng on purpose? I would not say it was on purpose. Hai Lulan looked into Fang Yuan's eyes without any fear. Earlier, Little Ant found some crucial information. It was regarding the whereabouts of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was taken away by a northern plains Gu immortal, Ken Beisheng. His blessed land is situated in Crimson Reed Marsh. I went there intending to sneak into the blessed land and see if the information was true. I didn't expect that Hai Cheng was also nearby. The moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, he detected me. Fang Yuan nodded. He believed what Hai Lulan said. Of course. This was not because he trusted Hai Lulan, but because this was part of the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Allies could have personal secrets, but they could not lie. If you did not say it, then that is fine. But if you spoke, it had to be the truth, otherwise the oath would kill you. Ma Hongyun, as his name suggests, has fortune that rivals heaven. If I connect my luck to him, it would be far more effective than Hong Yi and Han Li. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information that Ma Hongyun has been captured by Ken Beisheng? Hai Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. As Fairy Li Shan said, according to our analysis, there is a 70% chance that we can believe it. During the battle inside the Wind Veil of Assimilation, dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic path were involved. I was there at the time. It was a chaotic scene. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses on who captured Ma Hongyun, and that resulted in dozens of small conflicts, but they were all proven to be wrong. This time, our information is different from the rumors. We have reason and evidence. Evidently, an insider had purposely leaked the information. Ken Beisheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal. He is a famous expert in the metal path, and also has his blessed land to defend himself. But Ma Hongyun's matter involves giant sun immortal venerables luck path true inheritance. This has too much of an attraction to northern plains Gu immortals, especially when Ken Beisheng does not have the Huangjin bloodline. Everyone is jealous of him. Fang Yuan nodded. That is to say, this is a troublesome matter. If Ma Hongyun was really captured by Ken Beisheng, then soon, a band of Gu immortals are going to attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That is exactly so. Hai Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black pupils radiating with light. The way I see it, this information should be true to a huge extent. Luckily, Little End did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals team up, they will need Little Ant's mountain pledge Gu. At that time, we will be able to find a chance and intervene in this matter. If there is a chance for us to obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will strike. If not, we will take a step back. Using the time in which that old scoundrel Hai Cheng is engaging in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to immortal. Hai Lulan was a formidable person, like Fang Yuan, She was very skilled in scheming, Fang Yuan asked coldly. Although this was the first time I met Hai Ching, I can confirm that he is no simple character. If he refuses to join this, what will you do? To Hai Cheng, although the luck path through inheritance was important, it could not compare to his lifespan. There are so many people fighting for the luck path through inheritance, it is like a battle of tigers and wolves. He might as well stay uninvolved and settle the issue of Hai Lu Lan instead. Fang Yuan's words directly addressed the problem. Hai Lu Lan's brows rose. She replied enthusiastically, I do not have much time left. It has been fortunate I have had little aunt's help these recent days. In half a month, I will have to ascend regardless of the situation. If Hai Ching comes to find trouble, then it will be a perfect time to deal with him once and for all. In her words, she had already disregarded the possibility of death. Her fearless and resolute disposition was fully displayed. That means, there is a possibility I have to fight Hai Ching. By then, we cannot escape. In order to protect you, I will to fight him head-on. Fang Yuan's gaze was uncertain. Fairy Li Shan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to the realm of immortal, there will be a huge influx of heaven and earth chi. Under that special environment, Hai Ching's battle strength would be heavily suppressed. Little Lan's ascension is extremely important. I will be there personally. Together with Tai Bei Yunsheng, we have 3 Gu immortals on our side. Hai Lu Lan replied graciously and understandingly, Fang Yuan, in order to save me this time, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times, and lost 3 green grape immortal essence speeds. You also used 1 bead to activate worldly wave trace Gu. According to our alliance, you will be compensated twice the amount, that is 8 immortal essence stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at Hai Lu Lan. It was so easy for intelligent people to communicate. Fairy Li Shan spoke suddenly, 8 immortal essence stones, I can give that to you right now. But I also have other things, Fang Yuan, perhaps you should take a look, you might be interested in them. Saying this, she took out 2 killer moves and 1 Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was very interested. Of the 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu immortal's breathing into a poisonous gas. The killer move had little strength, but its advantage was sustainability. If a long time passes, the Gu immortal's surroundings would be covered in a layer of poisonous gas. It would unceasingly poison all the surrounding people and things. But this killer move had a flaw. It was easy to hurt oneself, especially an ordinary Gu immortal's body. They needed to protect and heal their nostrils, throat, and lungs. This weakness was non-existent to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Shengtian. Kong Shengtian was the name of a person. He was the Gu immortal who created this killer move. He was quite famous within Gu master history. He controlled the number 4 Gu in the list of top 10 mystical Gu. Chi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked at 7th, while Chi Escape Gu was 4th. It was reverse refined from the legendary Reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed in a straight line, it was the number 1 Gu in the world. No Gu was its match. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Shengtian referred to Chi Escape Gu to create it. It could open the small pores on the Gu immortal's body and blow out small air currents, causing the Gu immortal to fly forward quickly. Not only was it fast, it could change directions very agilely. The killer move Kong Shengtian was very suitable to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie's body. His body's pores were tough and durable. Even if they were destroyed, his terrifying recovery speed would heal them quickly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe. It could refine the rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these 3 items had been collected by Fairy Li Shan for some time. They were specially prepared for Fang Yuan. They were allies who had made an oath under Snowy Mountain. It was a good thing for Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lu Lan for Fang Yuan to be strong. Chapter 679. Immortal Gu is hungry. Fang Yuan thought a moment and said to Fairy Li Shan, I will take this poison breath killer move and the ancient Gu recipe. How many immortal essence stones for them? Fairy Li Shan replied, Poison Breath is 2 Immortal Essence Stones and the group Strength Gu's recipe is 2 Immortal Essence Stones as well, so altogether it is 4 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing with Fairy Li Shan's quotation. Poison Breath was not an ordinary killer move and was indeed worth 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Group Strength Gu might only be a rank 5 Mortal Gu, but it was already extinct and as such its high price of 2 Immortal Essence Stones was normal. Fairy Li Shan took out 3 things, but this group Strength Gu recipe, which was the most unremarkable among them, had the greatest attraction to Fang Yuan. However, although the offer was fair, Fang Yuan was low in cash and wanted to haggle to save as many Immortal Essence Stones as possible. Thereupon, he said, "This group Strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe. The refinement materials are very ancient and are now hard to find." Fairy Li Shan smiled. "Fang Yuan, I have already considered this. I had originally planned to give this group Strength Gu to Little Lan. The reason I am selling it to you now is because the main material in refining this Gu, stone monkey fur, has recently appeared in the market." Hai Lu Lan added, "Right. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, a Gu immortal by the name of Shi Lei who calls himself Immortal Monkey King has managed to research and produce stone monkey fur in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material that had been extinct for countless years has now actually reappeared in his hands, causing quite a big commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Group Strength Gu's recipe, the rarest material is stone monkey fur, while the others might be rare, but as long as you look for them, you will be able to buy them, search for them or find substitutes using your own refinement path foundation." The implied meaning of this was that no haggling would be accepted. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey fur? This ancient material might have reappeared now, but it is entirely monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei. The price will definitely not be cheap, right? There is an old saying, good things are not cheap. Fang Yuan, I have personally witnessed your immortal killer move, Myriad Self, and I still remember its astonishing might. There is no need for us to continue probing each other. Group Strength Gu is worth much more to you than to normal Gu immortals. 2 Immortal Essence Stones is already quite cheap. Hai Lu Lan refused to yield any benefits. If the other party understands you clearly, the situation would be rather troublesome to deal with. However, Hai Lu Lan was right as well. 4 Immortal Essence Stones in total was a fair price. Fairy Li Shan did not cheat Fang Yuan of Immortal Essence Stones, but she would not incur losses as well. "Alright." Fang Yuan observed the situation and did not persist. Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were not Lang Yilan's spirit. Excessive haggling would only be insulting their intelligence. Both sides completed the transaction shortly afterwards. Fang Yuan obtained the Poison Breath killer move and the ancient group Strength Gu's recipe, as well as 4 Immortal Essence Stones. As for the movement killer move, Kong Shengtian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Kong Shengtian opened all the pores in one's body from which air would shoot out and propel the body. This killer move had extreme speed and could also give great flexibility in changing direction. However, the opening of the pores in the whole body would greatly reduce Fang Yuan's defense. Moreover, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move, Hair Armor, covered the whole body without leaving behind any gaps. If Kong Shengtian was used, he would not be able to use Hair Armor. If he used Hair Armor, Kong Shengtian could not be used. These two were not compatible. Fang Yuan thus gave up on the killer move Kong Shengtian. His quantity of Immortal Essence Stones increased to 19.5, but he had huge pressure in converting them to Green Grape Immortal Essence and feeding his Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still lacking in cash and could not casually buy the relatively useless killer move. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not extravagantly use fixed immortal travel, instead opting to use a Stargate. Before leaving, he checked Hai Lu Lan's luck. Hai Lu Lan was at rank 5 peak stage. Her luck could be perceived by the rank 5 luck inspection Gu. Hai Lu Lan's luck had already recovered from the extremely low state when she went against Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a giant pillar with the color of an azure sky, giving a feeling of being long-lasting. Hai Lu Lan's luck clearly is at the level of Han Li's and Hong Yi's. From this, It seems her Gu immortal advancement has a high probability of succeeding. But one can't just look at luck in everything, otherwise why would Hai Lu land die so suddenly in my previous life? One's luck might be good, but it depends on whether they can grasp it. Now it seems, Hai Cheng might be involved in Hai Lu Lan's unexpected death. Although Hai Lu Lan's luck was strong, it was written in detail in the Snowy Mountain Alliance that allies could not intentionally inflict harm to each other. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck, and connecting his luck with hers would mean having an intent to harm. Moreover, according to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was not too optimistic of Hai Lu Lan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck Gu, thus he could not carelessly connect luck and must choose his targets carefully. Back in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan took out 8 Immortal Essence Stones and converted them to his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times, going back and forth from Western Desert, Central Continent, Eastern Sea and Northern Plains. He also used Worldly Wave Trace Gu in the fight against Hai Cheng, using up a total of 6 Green Grape Immortal Essence. He originally had 17 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads, but only 11 remain now. In consideration of the frequent battles recently, Fang Yuan refined 8 Immortal Essence Stones and increased his Green Grape Immortal Essence to 19 beads. With this, the amount of Immortal Essence Stones on Fang Yuan was 11.5. Fang Yuan reviewed his battle with Hai Cheng and felt satisfied about it. Whether the result was victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not become angry or feel humiliated just because of failure. He would also not feel overjoyed and arrogant because of victory. What he prioritized were the gains and losses. He used up 4 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence in this battle, but was able to obtain even more trust from Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he also obtained 4 Immortal Essence Stones, the Poison Breath Killer move and Group Strength Gu's recipe. He had clearly made a good profit. But if I were to speak of a loss, it would be Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Gu's aura was no longer as stable as before and revealed a trace of weakness. The Gu worm did not have a healthy luster, instead appearing dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan was aware of why. Worldly Wave Trace Gu was not fed properly back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. When the Wind Veil of Assimilation appeared, Mo Yao's will activated Water Pavilion to battle, and after I obtained her Gu worms, I activated this Immortal Gu several times. It has already reached a certain limit and need to be fed. If it is still not fed and I activate it excessively, it might die from hunger. Worldly Wave Trace Gu was the first Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession that was crying of hunger. It could be foreseen that as time passed, many more Immortal Gu would cry out in hunger and would need to be fed. However, Worldly Wave Trace Gu's food was tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan inquired little who Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bei Yunsheng left, the Land Spirit took over Tai Bei Yunsheng's work of paying attention to movements in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, although Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to post requests for the goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were few who responded. This was not a highly commercialized society like that on Earth. The economy here was not developed and one could not buy whatever they wanted to buy. Fang Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to send a letter to Tai Bei Yunsheng. Tai Bei Yunsheng gave him a piece of good news. He had already arrived at Haishi Blessed Land and smoothly got into contact with some Gu immortals. Moreover, he also saw someone selling underworld jellyfishes in Haishi Blessed Land. Only deep-sea lightning eels were rarely seen as Gu immortals had to enter the deep sea to capture them, which was not only dangerous. The sea areas where they were abundant were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance housed the headquarters of Zombie Alliance within all 5 regions. They were very powerful, a level stronger than even the super forces of Eastern Sea. Thus, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was domineering and rampant in their actions. They blockaded several large sea regions and controlled the large numbers of resources within themselves. This maintained and fostered their strength, making them become even more domineering to others. Tai Yuansheng suggested Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and then purchase the deep-sea lightning eels internally. This was not only convenient, the price within Zombie Alliance would also be cheaper than outside. Fang Yuan was moved, but he had ascended to Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture had Northern Plains Heaven and Earth Chi. There were differences between the Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions. With just a simple test, one's origins would be clear. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance with the status of a Northern Plains Immortal Zombie status. But he had to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance for his major plan. This major plan had huge prospective yield, and Fang Yuan had been thinking of risking an act of disguise even if he was not an immortal zombie to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. However, as an immortal zombie now, it was no doubt much more convenient to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it convenient to purchase lightning eels, but if Tai Yuansheng is given some time to make connections, he would be able to purchase them. Just that the price might be a bit higher. Although I won't be able to activate Worldly Wave Traceku as much as I wish, it should hold on for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his major plan, thus he refused Tai Yuansheng's suggestion in the end. After resting and reorganizing for a while in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel to arrive at Central Continent again. Universal Life Academy was located in Mountain Valley, and under the curtain of night, lights were lit up, making it appear quiet and tranquil. Hong Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, finishing his daily routine of nourishing his aperture. He opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly, revealing a look of expectation and excitement. I have placed in the top 10 in today's competition without even having to reveal my true strength. Heaven is helping me, letting me coincidentally get a bye in the competition. People are treating me as just a lucky fellow. Tomorrow is the competition of the 10 strongest. They will underestimate me and won't expect my true strength. The day after tomorrow is the decisive battle. As long as I use this Gu to break the opponent's defense, there is no need to mention what will happen next. As he thought of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 Gu worm. Rewind. This was an extremely rare time path Gu worm which could be used to both attack and defend. Its ability was to rewind an enemy's Gu worm to its state before the activation. For instance, the enemy condensed a fireball, but under Rewind Gu's power, the Gu worm would return back to before activation and the fireball would disappear. However, Rewind Gu had extremely huge demand on primeval essence. Even Hong Yi with his A-grade aperture and over 90% primeval essence could only activate at once. Chapter 680, The Forest, Earth Horse. Hong Yi had decided long ago, he was going to use Rewind Gu to deal with his opponent's defensive Gu. As long as the other party did not use 2 defensive Gu at the same time, Hong Yi would just need to hit the opponent's body with 1 strike to heavily injure him, obtaining victory. But if the opponent had 2 defensive Gu activated at the same time, Hong Yi would not go on the offensive immediately, he would start a drawn-out battle. The enemy would definitely expend primeval essence faster than him if he uses 2 defensive Gu. One could say, with this Gu in Hong Yi's hands, he had a great advantage. He was most likely the winner of this competition. If I get first, Mother's memorial tablet would be placed in the ancestral hall. She would be given a proper status. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned. For one instant, he felt like his heart was empty, like something precious had been stolen from him. Don't tell me, because my wish is finally going to be fulfilled, I am starting to feel apprehensive. There is nothing valuable on me besides Rewind Gu. What could be worth stealing? Hong Yi shook his head. He laughed bitterly, forgetting that weird sensation he felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan breathed out deeply. Connect luck succeeded. For the luck connection this time, he purposely made the best use of his time, rushing here immediately after resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while. Thus, he did not come across any surprising disturbances. Fang Yuan used Luck Inspection Gu to check Hong Yi's luck. His luck was previously milky white color. It was very special, giving people a feeling of vigor and vitality. His luck was gathered into a lump, forming the tall image of a scholar sitting and reading. The scholar's image was rather similar to Hong Yi. He had a lively expression, but after connecting with Feng Yuan, this white scholar luck shrunk. It was not even 30% of the original. The scholar's clean and smooth robe became a tattered shirt with random patches sewed onto it everywhere to maintain it. It was like a rich young master had turned into a poor man's child, a pitiful student. His expression was not so lively anymore. His face was thinner and his expression was darker, like he had experienced a terrible encounter. It seems that connecting my luck to these targets had its use. When I connected my luck to Hong Li, I almost killed him. But this time, the connection to Hong Yi did not cause his luck to become deathly luck. It seems my own luck has improved greatly. Feng Yuan was gratified in his mind. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a tug in his heart. He found 2 hidden Gu masters lurking in this valley. In order to undergo the luck connection, Feng Yuan had set up many Gu worms near Universal Life Academy's valley. On one hand, he wanted to conceal the aura of the immortal Gu, but it was also to surveil the surroundings and provide early warnings to him. One could say that the entire valley was under Feng Yuan's supervision. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and concentrated. These 2 hidden Gu masters were not weak, they were rank 5 Gu masters. They were at the other end of the valley, secretly moving while talking softly. Sect leader Fan Yi, are you sure that there is a Zi forest and earth horses underneath the surface of this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bei, there is no mistake. I saw it personally. Don't be anxious. Follow me into the cavern. When you see it for yourself, won't you believe me? HMPH, this is the territory of Universal Life Academy. If the principal of Universal Life Academy, Hong Zhuanji, discovers us, we will be forced to bear the consequences of failure. Although Hong Zhuanji is strong, he is lacking in investigative methods, otherwise, he would have found the great resources lying here already. We are intentionally hiding ourselves while he is unaware. How can he discover us? Sigh. If we are discovered, our reputations would be ruined. The leaders of 2 sects venturing into Universal Life Academy late at night. Feng Yuan heard the entirety of their conversation. Zi forest, earth horses? He thought. Zi forests grew underground, usually for dozens of li. The Lingzi inside were as large as trees. Their meat was plump and juicy. They could be fed to Gu worms, used as Gu refinement materials or sold. Earth horses were mutated beasts native to Zi forests. There were usually 2 or 3 in a single portion of Zi forest. They lived as a family. The hoof of the earth horse was the main ingredient of the rank 5 earth escape Gu. The eyes of the earth horse could refine the X-ray vision Gu. The tail hair of the earth horse could refine the smoke dust Gu. The earth horse's body was full of treasures. It was no wonder the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, Valley Lord Yuan Bei and sect leader Fan Yi, were interested. But to Feng Yuan, the earth horses and Zi forest did not have any appeal. An earth horse was a mutated beast that could be on par with a myriad beast king, but a family of earth horses was only 2 to 3 myriad beast kings. There were many people selling Zi forests in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was a common good and did not even require immortal essence stones to purchase. But for Universal Life Academy, the underground Zi forest is a huge benefit and an important stockpile of resources. Unfortunately, they are still kept in the dark now. Feng Yuan thought about it. He followed behind the 2 rank 5 Gu masters from afar, successfully entering the underground Zi forest. As he estimated, this was an ordinary Zi forest. It was about 10 li in size, and there were 3 earth horses. They were a family living in the Zi forest. What a huge Zi forest! Sect leader Fan Yi exclaimed as he walked in the forest. This is a land of treasures. Why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Yuan Bei touched the branches of the Lingzi, saying in jealousy. Feng Yuan took a detour around them and got to the center of the Zi forest. There was the largest Lingzi here. It was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the Lingzi was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. This was the Lingzi king. Feng Yuan lowered his head and came to the Lingzi king. Next to the Lingzi king, There were 3 earth horses guarding it, along with some metal-consuming ant groups. Among the ant groups, there were some wild metal pathgu, and the Lingzi king also had some wild wood pathgu worms. But these were all mortal. Feng Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura. He came here without any obstruction. Feng Yuan stretched out one monstrous claw, grabbing the stalk of the Lingzi king. The Lingzi king trembled intensely, causing the ceiling of the cave to shake and debris to fall. The earth horses were suppressed by Feng Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, and only made cries from afar. After Feng Yuan searched for a while, he pulled back his zombie claw. In his monstrous claw, there was a heart. This was the Lingzi king's heart. It was soft and hot. The surface was milky white. This was completely made of Lingzi flesh and gave off a meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingzi king's heart, soon, a new forest will form. Feng Yuan took the treasure from right under their noses. The soil of Hu immortal blessed land was not suited to plant large areas of forests, but to sustain a small area of it, there were no issues. Of course, there were also not much benefits in doing so. Feng Yuan was doing this purely for fun. As for this huge forest and the earth horses, Feng Yuan had no need for them. It was troublesome and time-consuming to move them into Hu immortal blessed land. He would rather purchase them directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven if needed. It was more convenient. After losing the heart, the Lingzi king would not die, but the forest would stop growing. It would have to recuperate for over a decade. What sound is that? Far away, Yuan Bei and Fan Yi glanced at each other. Feng Yuan taking away the Lingzi king's heart caused quite a commotion, along with the wailing horses. But when Yuan Bei and Fan Yi got to the Lingzi king, Feng Yuan had vanished without a trace. He had left. The remaining Earth Horse family exerted their anger and furious emotions on the 2 of them instead. The intense battle quickly attracted the attention of Universal Life Academy. Hong Zhuanji led a band of Gu masters and rushed here, in shock and joy. Yuan Bei and Fan Yi sighed in their hearts, feeling extremely unlucky. After an intense battle, Hong Zhuanji chased away Yuan Bei and Fan Yi. He gave orders to the elders of the academy who were in ecstasy. The matter of the forest is extremely important. From today onwards, we will halt the sect competition, and call back the disciples and elders who are out on missions. From now on, there will certainly be difficulties. Yuan Bei and Fan Yi are sure to gather other sects to exert pressure on us. We have to defend this forest. It is our foundation to rise up. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other hand, Hong Yi, who was sound asleep, had no idea that the sect competition that he was looking forward to had been cancelled. His desire to give his mother a proper status, that dream was going to have to be delayed for a long time. Swish swish swish. Waves were crashing on Feng Yuan's face, but such mild force could not make him feel anything. This place was not in central continent. It was in southern border. The river before him was the number 2 river of southern border, Jade Dragon River. Southern border had 3 great rivers. The first was Red Dragon River, the second was Jade Dragon River, and the third was Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River had water red as blood. Jade Dragon River had green waves in it, while Yellow Dragon River was something Feng Yuan had traveled on in this life. It was yellow in color and had the most sediments. Feng Yuan toyed with the Lingzi king's heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not leave immediately using fixed immortal travel. He went to a corner of the valley and left behind many goo worms before activating fixed immortal travel. These goo worms all self-detonated as he was leaving, eliminating the aura of fixed immortal travel. By doing this he could avoid anyone tracing him. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was another one of his targets. He had amazing luck and many fortuitous encounters, rising to a legend from a nobody. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous person on the same level as Hong Yi and Han Li, but different from Han Li who joined the clan later, and Hong Yi who was a member of a sect. This person was a lone cultivator from start to finish. He had several good friends and family, but he did not join a particular force. When Fang Yuan was about to self-detonate in his previous life, there were rumors that Central Continent's Heavenly Court was about to recruit him. As for whether this information was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But now that Fang Yuan had been reborn, that was not important. In my memories, this person had been ostracized his entire life after his clan banished him. By this riverside, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was just enough for him to use. Using this inheritance, he earned a living while repelling the dangers of the wild. He grew stronger step by step, grabbing onto a huge opportunity and obtaining the black-yellow Mother Chi Gu, the inheritance of a Taoist master. He won 9 out of 10 times when rock gambling, and dominated all of the southern border gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. He knew this place due to the biography of Yi Fan. Every important person's history was usually recorded down in words and pictures. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time, and here was the start of Yi Fan's rise. Tonight, he would have his first fortuitous encounter. Chapter 681, 9 Dragons Coffin Protection Luck. The stars were like diamonds brightening the night sky. River winds blew softly. The howling of beasts and cries of birds could be heard, contrasting with the otherwise quiet environment. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but he did not see Yi Fan's arrival over the entire night. As time passed, after the second and third day, Yi Fan did not appear at any point. Don't tell me, biography of Yi Fan was wrong? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but he quickly rejected this thought. No. The Gu Master inheritance near the riverside is still around. Yi Fan has not taken it. I'll wait. What Fang Yuan did not know was that, 1,000 li away, Yi Fan had met with trouble. Huff huff huff. Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge shadow of a sprawling beast near the cave entrance with much fear. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just banished from the clan. I hid in a cave to stay for the night. But I woke up to find out that the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. He was nervous but helpless. This cave only had one entrance, but this fierce beast was blocking it. Yi Fan did not have any method to dig holes. His strength was very low, but this beast's body was huge. It was a beast emperor. Why did this beast emperor come here alone without a single beast as its guard? Don't tell me it is an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him, analyzing nervously in his heart. As he continued observing, he quickly found out that this beast emperor was a paper tiger. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in wounds. Its body was not too big, but it was sprawled on the ground. Its eyelids were drooping weakly. On its snow-white fur, there was multicolored markings resembling flower petals on a snowy field. Hat, hat, hat. Yi Fan listened closely, hearing the dog emperor's extremely weak, whimpering cries. Watching its dry belly that was so thin its bones could be seen, Yi Fan finally understood. Although this is a beast emperor, it is extremely hungry. It has little to no battle strength. Reaching this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of turbid air. At the same time, he felt a bit of pity in his heart. They were in similar situations. This beast emperor's fate was very much like his own. Yi Fan slowly got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor had no reaction. It allowed him to get closer. Yi Fan did not dare to breathe loudly. He squatted by the beast emperor's side and stretched out his arm, placing it on its forehead. The soft fur was extremely comfortable to Yi Fan. It was a little warm and wet. This beast emperor had a fever. It was covered in sweat that made its fur wet. Its bodily functions were barely functional. Beast Emperor, oh Beast Emperor, you are about to die. Maybe one day, I will be just like you. But meeting me is your good luck. After all, I was the village's most famous beast doctor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt great pity for this beast emperor and started to heal it. He activated his Gu, healing the beast emperor's injuries, and also alleviating its illness. Next, he took out some precious food and water, feeding them to the beast emperor slowly, letting it recover its strength. Yi Fan was in no hurry. He stayed in this cave for 7 days. As this dog-shaped beast emperor finally recovered, although it was still weak and did not have a single wild Gu, not even capable of defeating 1,000 Beast King. But it was out of danger now, its fever subsided and it could run freely. It was running around Yi Fan excitedly. Yi Fan saved it. It treated him as its closest person. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave bringing food and water, it would run over and wag its tail happy around him. Later, when it recovered some battle strength, it went out to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him to find food. The human and dog quickly established a deep relationship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and venture far away, the dog-shaped beast emperor followed suit. This is the 8th day. Why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? At Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan was anxious. In about 5 to 6 days, Hai Lu Lan would be undergoing tribulation. By then, Fang Yuan needed to defend her, not only to help her survive the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but also to deal with the combined attacks of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Hai Cheng, and the rank 6 Gu Immortal Zhu Songzi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many elements to consider, but the most crucial four were: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's personal attainment in fighting. During his Northern Plains trip, Taibei Yunsheng, who had newly advanced to a Gu Immortal, was at the bottom of all rank 6 Gu Immortals in terms of battle strength. Taibei Yunsheng had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. Most importantly, his personal attainment in fighting was terrible. Thus, he was heavily suppressed by Hai Lu Lan, who had the great strength through martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Although he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed and it would be difficult for them to bear immediate use. Even though he had the killer moves Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor, during his normal form, his battle strength was only at the upper tier of rank 6. But if he used the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, his battle strength would reach the peak of rank 6. Fang Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady. Her battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. She had 3 powerful mortal killer moves, especially in the end when she used the movement killer move to escape. Fang Yuan could not even catch up to her. But Fang Yuan had the immortal zombie body, together with light illusion bat wings and hair armor cooperating together. The most important part was his ruthless and rich battle talent, that resulted in Plump Lady's battle intent dissipating, and she could only run. Zhu Songzi's battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. He was a rich person among Gu Immortals. Even though he lost a huge sum in funding Ma tribe, he still had thick foundations. He did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had collected a lot of killer moves long ago. As someone from the demonic path, he had always focused on battle strength. His attainment in fighting was also not ordinary. Zhu Songzi, all in all, was an experienced Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan did not use Myriad Self and Immortal Gu to fight with him, the result would be unclear. Meanwhile, Hai Cheng's battle strength was at the middle tier of rank 7. Compared to Zhu Songzi and Hai Bei, Hai Cheng's rank 7 Blessed Land had greater qualifications. It produced Red Date Immortal Essence that was 1 rank higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu Immortal of a Huangjin tribe. He did not lack killer moves. He had the Immortal Gu Dark Arrow since a long time ago. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, Hai Cheng had fought and obtained an Immortal Gu in Northern Plains several months ago. As to what Gu it was, Hai Cheng did not expose it. Speaking of Hai Cheng's battle records, they was not ordinary. He had fought against several Righteous Path Gu Immortals, and even fought to the death with Demonic Path Gu Immortals. He had killed several Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Hai Cheng did not lack Immortal Essence and killer moves. He had uncommon fighting attainment, and only lacked Immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 more Immortal Gu to use in battle, his battle strength would rise to the upper tier of rank 7. Although Fang Yuan had fought with Hai Cheng once before, it was for an extremely short time and Fang Yuan did not fight him directly. His goal was to retreat with Hai Lu Lan. Honestly speaking, although Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu, there was not a single one that was used for attack or defense. When the dark arrows were shot out, Fang Yuan could only dodge and not take them directly. Thankfully, with Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the core goo of the killer move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan had his own immortal killer move. Precisely because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the qualifications to fight one-on-one with Hai Qing. Fang Yuan compared the battle strength of both sides. He was clear in his heart. Hai Lu Lan's impending tribulation would bring great pressure to Fang Yuan. Yi Fan has not arrived here yet. I have less time to prepare for when Hai Lu Lan undergoes tribulation now. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations, and try to raise my battle strength to the limit. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart was wavering, especially when he recalled that the last 2 times he attempted a luck connection, accidents occurred, causing them to fail. During Han Li's attempt, Plump Lady appeared and fought with Fang Yuan. Only after he showed off his ruthlessness did she run away. When he did it with Hong Yi, Hai Lu Lan was being assaulted and Fang Yuan had no choice but to save her instead. Don't tell me that this time, when I attempted to connect my luck to Yi Fan, an accident occurred again. But this time, it did not happen to me but Yi Fan instead. Fang Yuan's guess hit the nail on the head. Luck was ever changing. It was like tides, rising and falling at times. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Fang Yuan escaped with his life from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had dissipated by half. And after that, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all chosen due to their strong luck, only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus improved drastically. This time, when he tried to connect to Yi Fan's luck, the contest of luck between the two no longer resulted in Fang Yuan encountering trouble, but instead, Yi Fan's luck was induced to avoid him, and give Yi Fan an opportunity to dodge this crisis. Yi Fan made good use of this opportunity, dragging on time for 7 days and 7 nights, and subduing a beast emperor. But it was a pity, when he got close to Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart had only wavered. He had not left. Oh, this dog emperor beside Yi Fan, isn't it that Ying Ming inside Three Kings Blessed Land? It actually survived, and is following Yi Fan now. Fang Yuan recognized the dog emperor. He felt a little surprised. This was something not recorded in biography of Yi Fan. The luck connection to Yi Fan was very successful. There were no accidents, or rather, Yi Fan's lateness was already the accident. Yi Fan was much weaker in strength. From start to finish he did not discover Fang Yuan or his scheme against him. This proved once again, good and bad luck are not decisive elements. As long as one's strength was sufficient, they could resist bad luck and grab onto opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was rather special as well. His luck had a coffin, but this coffin was not like Fang Yuan's black coffin. It was bronze and ancient, mysterious with 9 dragons of luck guarding the surroundings of the coffin. After connecting to Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin was half as big as before. Fang Yuan was satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk in half, but a large portion still remained. Hong Yi, Han Li, and Yi Fan's luck have been connected to mine. The 4 portions of luck are equally distributed. Yi Fan's current luck is at the same intensity as mine, Han Li and Hong Yi. After going through so much, Fang Yuan had finally settled the second weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only was his absolutely terrible luck gone, it was even better than ordinary people. He could be said to be a person with strong luck. It is a pity that such candidates are hard to find. Although there are still a few in my memories, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan sighed out in pity. Targets with thick and sustainable luck were very rare. At this point in time, Fang Yuan could find only these 3. At this moment, the matter regarding luck connection had came to an end. Fang Yuan looked at Yi Fan getting close to the river inheritance as he smiled lightly. With a flash of jade light, he vanished. Chapter 682, Refining Group Strength Gu. Fang Yuan could faintly sense Hai Lu Lan's tribulation would result in a huge battle. Hai Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal, his battle strength surpassing Fang Yuan's. Zhu Songzi was the owner of the seventh peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and was also not an easy opponent. Even if Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi did not create trouble, a tribulation of the great strength true martial physique would far surpass the severity of those of normal people. Fang Yuan immediately started making preparations after he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He needed to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. Battle strength usually depended on four aspects: immortal essence, killer moves, immortal gu and battle attainments. Fang Yuan was already very strong in his individual fighting attainment and it would be difficult to raise in a short period of time. He could only concentrate on the other three aspects to raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan first looked at his funds. To connect luck with Yi Fan, Fang Yuan made a trip to southern border and returned, costing him 2 beads of green grape immortal essence, which meant he had 17 remaining. It was clear this amount was far from enough in a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to spend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, and sometimes it could even surpass 100. Fang Yuan also possessed a lot of immortal gu, thus he urgently needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. And to replenish his green grape immortal essence, Fang Yuan only had one way, and that was to refine immortal essence stones. However, Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal essence stones on him. Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and appeared before Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you some rather interesting stuff," he greeted. In the legends of Renzi, Wisdom Gu communicated with Renzi frequently, but legends were not exempt from exaggeration. Fang Yuan was also probing in regards to this. No matter what he said, Wisdom Gu would remain silent. Instead, the wisdom light halo flickered a few times. Fang Yuan laughed. According to his previous experiences with Wisdom Gu, the flickering of the light of wisdom represented Wisdom Gu's agreement. Upon this, he smoothly took out the Lingzi King's heart and planted it on the spot. Within a few breaths of time, the soil ruptured and stems of small Lingzi mushrooms sprang out, which then rapidly grew and hardened, reaching the heights of tables and chairs. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil quality was different from the soil quality in Universal Life Academy's land, and was not suitable for the growth of mushrooms. This was the limit that the mushrooms could grow here. Fang Yuan did not feel any regrets as it was just a passing thought from him. He then casually sat down on a Lingzi mushroom. The Lingzi trembled violently, but unexpectedly was able to bear the heavy weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave had been empty before, but now it was no longer dull. Wisdom Gu was like a curious baby, flying and fluttering around the shorter mushrooms. At first, its speed was slow and careful, but soon its flying tracks revealed its cheerful state, like a baby finding an interesting toy. "Wisdom Gu, let's get back to the main matter." Fang Yuan looked on for a while before speaking. Wisdom Gu stopped on top of a Lingzi and emitted the light of wisdom again, which shrouded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu and began to deduce an immortal Gu remnant recipe. 7 days later, he had succeeded in perfecting 3 immortal Gu remnant recipes. Using a Stargate, he completed the transaction with Lang Yilan Spirit, gaining 40 immortal essence stones. According to the price agreed upon beforehand, perfecting an over 90% complete immortal Gu remnant recipe would pay off 10 immortal essence stones, while perfecting an 80% or more completed immortal Gu remnant recipe would pay off 20 immortal essence stones. Among the immortal Gu remnant recipes Fang Yuan perfected this time, 2 were 90% completed remnant recipes while 1 was an 89% completed remnant recipe. Not all immortal Gu remnant recipes with Lang Yilan Spirit were 90% or over completed remnant recipes, there were many with lower completion rates. Fang Yuan obtained many immortal essence stones in every transaction, but he also had to spend a lot of immortal essence stones to completely deduce the immortal Gu remnant recipes. Normally, his net profits were around 26 immortal essence stones in every transaction with Lang Yilan Spirit. He got a piece of good news from Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit when he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A Gu immortal seemed to have found the dead body of a six-headed snake, and its parts and organs were being separately sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan immediately activated Divine Sense Gu and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven using his 8-arm immortal identity to contact the seller. His calamity beckoning Gu fed on the black blood of the desolate beast six-headed snake. However, when Fang Yuan saw the store, there was skin, flesh, bones, eyes and snake tendons, but there was no blood for sale. When I found this desolate beast carcass by accident, the six-headed snake had already been dead for close to 100 years. Thus, the black blood had completely seeped out. I am truly sorry. The seller replied. Fang Yuan discerned the corpse of the six-headed snake and saw that the Gu immortal was indeed telling the truth. Fang Yuan was not discouraged, however, and still decided to buy the bones of this six-headed snake. The six-headed snake was a desolate beast with strength comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. Its whole body was a treasure and every part could be used in the process of Gu refinement. Fang Yuan had a lot of money on hand, directly buying off the whole skeleton, spending 3 immortal essence stones. The bone marrow in the bones could produce blood. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path expert and excelled in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity Beckoning Gu's food was taken care of. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan then went to the store of Immortal Monkey King Shilei. As expected, divine senses were moving around frequently here and the business was thriving, all because of the Gu refinement material, stone monkey fur. Shilei did not personally stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven, instead leaving behind a proud will to look over the store. Wisdom Path inheritances were rare, but Wisdom Path Gu were not rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Almost all Gu immortals had some for the convenience in trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not, Fang Yuan would not have bought so many Wisdom Path Gu back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey fur for? Fang Yuan inquired Shilei's will. Shilei's will stiffly said, 1 immortal essence stone for 100 pieces of fur. Even Fang Yuan, who was very experienced, was shocked by this price. How is it so expensive? Shilei's proud will raised his head. Expensive? You can go buy in other places then. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey fur was researched by Shilei. How could other places sell it? This was the benefit of monopolizing the market. The price could be casually set. On the contrary, even though the price was so high, many Gu immortals were buying it. Which Gu immortal did not have Gu recipes and immortal Gu remnant recipes? Maybe 1 or 2 them might happen to require this stone monkey fur as a refinement material. There were also a portion of Gu immortals who had other intentions. They bought stone monkey fur to attempt to research the secret of its production. If their blessed lands could also produce it, they could get a share of these exorbitant profits. Don't say I didn't tell you later. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey fur, you need at least 1,000 strands of fur. If it is any less, you won't be able to research anything. Shilei's proud will also knew of the Gu immortal's intention and instead used this to peddle the goods, not in the least worried of the secret of stone monkey fur's production being researched by others. Fang Yuan attempted to haggle, but Shilei's proud will did not yield, impatiently saying, go away, don't make a disturbance if you are not buying. There are plenty of other buyers. A poor wretch, and still wishing to buy ancient Gu refinement material. Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal Monkey King Shilei was a rank 7 Gu immortal with a fiery and arrogant temper. Not only was he good at managing his blessed land, he also had outstanding battle strength. He was conceited, but it was true he had the capital to be conceited. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he had dominated a territory. Later, when Feng Jiayuj perished while invading Langya blessed land, there was no one that could suppress Shilei, and his battle strength grew to the extent that even Central Continent's 10 great sects could not restrain him. He was unruly and untamed, not willing to be under anyone, creating chaos in Central Continent and even publicly announcing he would attack leading immortals. A great battle was imminent, and Fang Yuan urgently required stone monkey fur to refine group strength Gu. Thus, regardless of how haughty Shilei's proud will was, he could only suffer this grievance silently and buy stone monkey fur. He used 5 immortal essence stones to buy 500 stone monkey fur. With stone monkey fur on hand, Fang Yuan started refining group strength goo. Group strength goo was an extinct goo classified under strength path. Its ability was to converge the strength of a group into one. If it was matched with the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine just one rank 5 group strength goo. The more he had the better. At this moment, the old hairy men he had purchased before could finally display their worth. These old hairy men did not have long to live, but each of them was a refinement path expert. Fang Yuan divided the group strength goo recipe into different parts, leaving the unimportant, high success rate and repetitive procedures for the hairy men to work on. And he, as a refinement path master, concentrated on the crucial procedures. They worked for 3 days and 3 nights without any rest, refining a total of 45 rank 5 group strength goo. Goo refinement had its own difficulty. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If every goo refinement had succeeded, the 500 stone monkey fur would have turned into 500 group strength goo. However, after spending large numbers of refinement materials and all the stone monkey fur, Fang Yuan only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was the result of the group strength goo recipe already being easy to refine and having a high success rate. Fang Yuan could also naturally use the light of wisdom to improve group strength goo's recipe or find substitute materials for stone monkey fur. However, Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce these. Even if he had time, he might not have the necessary refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient goo recipe and was vastly different to the current systems of refinement path. Even if had the foundation and time, he had to calculate his expenses and benefits. The deduction process would cost him green grape immortal essence, and he was unable to estimate this amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength goo, Fang Yuan did not rest. Instead, he used a light of wisdom to ponder upon his killer move, Myriad Self. He spent a day of time before he was finally able to perfectly merge the 45 group strength goo with Myriad Self. While Fang Yuan was refining, Little Hu Immortal finally completed her assignment, finishing the construction of the blood pool in the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was extremely large, like a lake. In the center of the pool, the 6-headed snake's skeleton was bobbing up and down. The intense odor of blood pervaded over a huge surrounding area. There were large numbers of goo worms in the pool, creating a formation which continually consumed the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel which Fang Yuan had obtained from Northern Plains, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times faster than the outside world of Central Continent. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to make as much preparation as he could when there were only 5 to 6 days remaining till the appointed time in Northern Plains. Time passed and the day of Hai Lu Land's tribulation approached closer and closer. Tai Yuansheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. He brought a pleasant surprise with him. Chapter 683, Hai Lu Land's Immortal Ascension, 1/3. Underworld Jellyfish, Deep Sea Lightning Eels. You actually managed to gather these ingredients. Fang Yuan inspected the goods as he looked at Tai Yuansheng in surprise. Tai Yuansheng had single-handedly obtained the food to feed worldly wave trace goo without any issue. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. When I displayed landscape as before Immortal Goo, I was greatly welcomed by many goo immortals. They took the initiative to interact with me. At the moment, there are already goo immortals who have invited me to join Haishi Blessed Land. However, this matter can only be approved after half of the elders in Haishi Blessed Land agree. Tai Yuansheng said. Fang Yuan nodded. Haishi Blessed Land was the biggest lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. Goo cultivators that joined Haishi Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but this was different from Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the base camp of demonic path cultivators. They were at odds with the righteous path forces. But Haishi Blessed Land mixed both demonic and righteous path members. There were even more goo immortals here than in Snowy Mountain. and there were many different factions which together controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishi Blessed Land became the most popular spot for Gu immortals to sell their loot. Tai Bei Yunsheng was a lone cultivator. His landscape as before immortal Gu was much needed by many Gu immortals, but Gu worms were hard to snatch. One thought from Tai Bei Yunsheng would destroy landscape as before. It was completely understandable that the Gu immortals wanted to make Tai Bei Yunsheng one of their own. Tai Bei Yunsheng continued, I bought sufficient underworld jellyfish in Haishi Blessed Land. After getting your letter, I left Haishi Blessed Land, searching for a secluded island to use Stargate Gu. But by coincidence, I met an immortal zombie who called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance, and was bringing large amounts of goods to Haishi Blessed Land to sell. He had many deep-sea lightning eels with him. If these eels were sold in Haishi Blessed Land, there would certainly be many buyers. I approached him and asked if I could purchase them. Shark Demon was unwilling at first and had a terrible attitude, but after knowing I was Tai Bei Yunsheng, he changed his mind. He was willing to sell the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but I had to help him repair a secret blessed land. I agreed to his request, and obtained the deep-sea lightning eels without spending any immortal essence stones. This Shark Demon actually trusted you this much? Fang Yuan heard this and frowned deeply. Tai Bei Yunsheng laughed, replying nonchalantly, oh, he had a rule path immortal Gu called Death Sentence Awaits. I cooperated with him and accepted the use of Death Sentence Awaits, obtaining his trust. Death Sentence Awaits is a rank 7 immortal Gu that belongs to the rule path. It can set a person's time of death. Once the time was up, even a Gu immortal would die. Fang Yuan's frown intensified. That is right, this Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai Bei Yunsheng chuckled. Old Bei, you are handing him your weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal Gu, it would have been fine for the moment. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng, sighing. Tai Bei Yunsheng laughed, patting Fang Yuan's leg. His height was obviously not enough to reach Fang Yuan's shoulders. He purposely explained, do you think I did it for you? Number. That secret blessed land is not owned by Shark Demon. It is Yulu Blessed Land. Fairy Yulu was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Yulu Blessed Land's entrance had already been destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before to restore the entrance. I used this opportunity to gain his trust and also a chance to explore Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng deeply in the eye, not continuing this conversation. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake's large skeleton had completed melted in the blood pool. Fang Yuan obtained a great amount of black blood. He fed Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu this black blood, before using Tai Bei Yunsheng's jellyfish and eels to feed Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu would definitely be needed. After feeding this Gu, Fang Yuan could use it without worries. Checking his assets, Fang Yuan still had 29.5 Immortal Essence Stones, as well as 17 Green Grape Immortal Essence Speeds. Without hesitation, he used almost all his Immortal Essence Stones and converted them into his Green Grape Immortal Essence. He now had 46 Green Grape Immortal Essence Speeds and half an Immortal Essence Stone. 46 speeds. It's not enough. Fang Yuan went to borrow from Fairy Li Shan and Langyalan Spirit. Fairy Li Shan lent him 30 Immortal Essence Stones straight away without saying anything. As for Langyalan Spirit, after urging him for so long, he only lent 15. These 3 deals with Langyalan Spirit did not establish too deep of the relationship. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow Immortal Gu from him, but seeing this, he did not engage in fantasy. He converted the 45 Immortal Essence Stones into Green Grape Immortal Essence. At this point, he had an unprecedented amount of Green Grape Immortal Essence, 91 beads. The grand powers of the River of Time was unstoppable by men. As time continued to pass, the day when Hai Lu Lan went through the Immortal Ascension tribulation had finally arrived. Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng used a Stargate to reach Northern Plains as per the agreement. Looking left and right, It was a field of snow with absolute silence. In the snowy field, Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had long since arrived. This place is. Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bei Yunsheng answered, this is the absolute ice battlefield at the northmost part of northern plains. Legend says that reckless savage demon Venerable had once fought strong enemies in here and destroyed the place, creating an area of void. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix, breathing out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded, because this place has little vitality. The heaven and earth chi here are not very thick. Fang Yuan looked at Hai Lu Lan, smiling. You purposely chose this place to undergo the tribulation. Are you afraid that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? But without sufficient heaven and earth chi, the foundation of your immortal aperture would be affected, as well as your future potential as a Gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, as a Gu worm appeared. If heaven and earth chi are insufficient, we will use these Gu. Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. Oh, the ancient Chi Path rank 5 Gu worm, small family Chi Gu? This is the first time I've seen it. Rumors say that this Gu can absorb all sorts of Chi from heaven and earth, storing them. It can advance to become the immortal Gu big family Chi. Chi Path appeared before Strength Path, but it also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was prepared to explain, but seeing that Fang Yuan recognized it, she praised, Fang Yuan, you are truly knowledgeable. Not bad at all. Tai Bei Yunsheng heard this and his eyes shone. This Gu worm is great. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities form when heaven and earth chi are too thick and accumulate. With this Gu worm, can we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, to reduce the force of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? The immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques has a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Oh, if I did not obtain this small family Chi Gu, I would have no confidence towards little Lan ascending to Gu immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, staring at Hai Lu Lan with much concern and worry. Next, her gaze flickered and she turned to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if Hai Lu Lan's ascension succeeds, you will only need to return me half the immortal essence stones you borrowed. At the same time, I will give you the recipe of small family Chi Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng's gaze shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded emotionlessly. Other than the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, what I am worried about now is that old scoundrel Hai Ching. When I entered Northern Plains last time, he discovered me immediately. Evidently, he has placed a tracking method on me, but I could not find it at all. After pausing for a while, Hai Lu Lan continued, we have to make plans for the worst possible outcome. Hai Ching's tracking method is definitely not simple. If he comes and attacks at the crucial moment, there is little possibility of me dealing with him. But if I can endure past the taking in of Qi, my body would be washed by the 3 Qi, it would be reinforced by the Tao marks and cleansed completely, achieving a qualitative transformation. Even if Hai Ching used an immortal Gu tracking method, it would be wiped clean. As long as we make it to the second step, we can leave. I understand, you can start. Fang Yuan said. Hai Lu Lan nodded, closing her eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. Apertures of the 10 extremes were different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu Master to charge at the aperture walls to break them, but the former's aperture walls had long been overburdened. The moment Hai Lu Lan released the seal formed by Gu worms on her aperture, the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally intact body immediately had a hole, as a huge attraction force towards the heaven and earth chi burst out. The deep blue sky started to form clouds. As the icy fields shook slightly, cracks appeared on the thick surface of the ice. Hai Lu Lan relaxed her body. She allowed the formless force created in heaven and earth to lift her body into the air. Her skin was white and pale like snow, her black hair was let down as she wore tight-fitting black clothing, showing off the curves of her body. The wind started blowing. In a dozen breaths of time, the winds were blowing wildly as the small wind became an intense storm. Clouds merged and covered the sky, looming above Hai Lulan. From the shattered surface of the ice, traces of smoke started rising up. This was the sign that Earth Chi had been drawn up above the ice ground. Soon, it started snowing in the sky. The clouds became thicker, and the color turned from gray-white to deep black. Within the entirety of the surroundings, it was completely dark. The winds blew and icy cold frost that could chill bones filled the entire area. At the same time, Earth Chi burst out, cracking noises erupted. Earth Chi gushed out into the world like a fountain. Taibei Yunsheng and Fairy Li Shan retreated, hiding their figures. Only Feng Yuan remained, looking at the sky. His tall body was like an immovable rock statue. The intense winds and snow could not move him at all. These were all mortal-level winds and snow. No matter how big they could not threaten this immortal zombie. As snow covered the lands, and intense winds blew, they became louder and louder, like the cries of demons and ghosts. As expected of a tribulation of the 10 extreme physique, the heaven and earth chi here are so thin, yet so much was still drawn. If this was any other region in northern plains, it would simply be unthinkable. Taibei Yunsheng hid far away, not showing his figure. Looking at this scene, his heart was shocked. From the winds and snow, heaven and earth chi slowly became thicker. Hai Lulan started to sprinkle the small family chi gu. These rank 5 gu flew into the sky or landed on the ground. They started to absorb heaven and earth chi and store them. They greatly reduced the speed of the accumulation of heaven and earth chi. Chapter 684, Hai Lulan's Immortal Ascension, 2/3. With small family chi gu, there would be a way to influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Feng Yuan watched silently by the side. The intense winds were howling, snow was descending along with sharp icicles, crashing on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan did not move at all. The immortal zombie body was unharmed. Bam bam bam. Hai Lulan continued to sprinkle the small family chi gu. When these ancient chi path gu worms had reached the limit of their capacity, she retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi gu had self-detonated and the absorbed heaven and earth chi were returned to the world. When a gu immortal ascends, because of the turbulence of heaven and earth chi, both mortal gu and immortal gu would receive backlash. Even though Hai Lulan prepared the small family chi gu, she could only influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly. She could not control it. As time continued to pass, unavoidably, the heaven and earth chi became thicker, and were at the point of creating the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As the howling of the winds continued, Hai Lulan's black hair danced in the air, the snow and ice hitting her face. Clothes made using gu worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes, thus, her clothes were fluttering in the air, not tearing even under the pull of the intense winds. Feng Yuan found it slightly weird. It has already been so long. Where's the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? His eyes shone with radiance. By activating gu worms to investigate carefully, the wind and snow could not block his vision. Feng Yuan went into high alert. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had many variations. Some were powerful and had strong auras, some were mysterious and scary. He could not predict it. Gu masters could only test their luck and be as prepared as they could to deal with it. Howl, howl, howl. The sound of the wind was becoming sharper. It hurt the eardrums as Feng Yuan felt some frustration in his heart. Suddenly, he jolted to awareness. He activated his investigative gu forcefully and looked into the clouds. He immediately saw that a purple chime had formed. It was moving slowly and emitting a sound. It turns out the heavenly tribulation had formed already. As the noise became louder and sharper, it fused with the wind, spreading over 100 li. Even if Feng Yuan covered his ears, he could not block this noise. Although he had prepared some sound path mortal gu, his sound path attainment was too low. He could not defend against it. He felt more and more frustrated. His heart was beating faster, following the sound of the chime, and his blood was starting to flow backwards. Hai Lulan was groaning. Blood was oozing from her mouth and nose. Her state was worse than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. This is the heart-shocking noise tribulation. When gu masters hear it, their blood would flow backwards, and their hearts would beat faster. If a long time passes, their blood will flow towards the 7 orifices, and their heart would explode. I have the body of an immortal zombie. My zombie blood is ice cold, it is almost stagnant, thus I am affected the least. But Hai Lu Lan is the great strength true martial physique, her blood is the most active among us, she is countered by the heart-shocking noise calamity. We must destroy the source of it, the purple chime. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan stopped hesitating. He activated light illusion bat wings and flew into the sky. He flew rapidly, but the closer he got to the purple chime, the more his heart was shocked. When he was 300 steps away from it, his heart was beating so quickly even his muscles and tendons were vibrating. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's body froze. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of green zombie blood. A moment ago, his heart was unable to take the pressure and burst. But Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. His heart was not a weak point. Such an injury awakened his fierce nature. He laughed freakishly, spreading all 8 arms and using his killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps formed and crashed towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud, slamming into the purple chime. The chime was not strong. It broke immediately. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Feng Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled. As heaven chi gathered, a new purple chime was about to be formed. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. How could the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be defeated so easily in one strike? This was not unexpected. Icy drill stardust. His 8 arms gathered, using the killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the dark blue starlight lump, stardust fragments were shining brightly, colliding into each other at a chaotic pace. Feng Yuan shouted lightly, his 8 arms pushed forward, sending the starlight lump towards the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lump, the slower its speed. But after colliding into the purple chime again, a large amount of starlight specks remained. They were emitting a crackling sound as they self-detonated. Heaven chi gathered, forming more purple chimes, but were instantly destroyed by the starlight lump. The starlight lump could be seen shrinking with the naked eye, but the enchanting heart-shocking noise did not enter Feng Yuan's ears again. Feng Yuan succeeded in suppressing the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let down his guard. The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. How could it be so simple? He continued to unleash icy drill stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had amazing power. After fusing Minutes June's inheritance into it, this killer move was worth 4 immortal essence stones. Icy drill stardust continued to be replenished. As the purple chime continued to form and break down, Feng Yuan looked down at Hai Lu Lan below him. The latter's breathing had soothed. Her eyes were shut tight. Her expression was determined. She sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her beautiful pale face, there were dried blood traces. But the recovery of the great strength true martial physique was the best of the 10 extreme physiques. Hai Lu Lan's injuries had already recovered. Her hands did not stop moving. She scattered small family chi gu while retrieving the ones that were full. She had changed her battle strategy. She scattered the small family chi gu on the ground and rarely in the sky. One could deduce from this that she did not have many small family chi gu. After all, this was an ancient chi path gu worm. Even if they had the gu recipe, it was very difficult to find refinement materials. Even if Hai Lu Lan had ample time to prepare, she did not have many of this gu with her. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze. At this time, he could hear some weeping noises. The voice was desolate and pitiful. It sounded like the crying of a begrudged wife, or the sleepy talk of a young maiden in love. It was a whisper that was very affectionate and caring, but at times it also had the tone of hatred and grudge. Feng Yuan heard this and even his immortal zombie body felt a sense of weakness. His entire body could not exert strength. He was like a hero out of breath, together with an endless longing for his homeland. His bravery fell short and his ambitions could not be fulfilled. His firm fists and legs felt like they were hitting on cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a terrible illness. He had no strength in him. Feng Yuan shouted out in dismay, Using his investigative gu and looking up, he saw that near the purple chime, a pink chime had appeared. The chime continued to vibrate, creating a weeping noise. This was the decadent noise tribulation. Before Feng Yuan used his killer move to shatter the pink chime, enchanting noise assaulted him again. Bang! 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 The sound was like thunder. It was like the pounding of a giant. Every sound was hitting on the deepest parts of Feng Yuan's mind. In his mind, his thoughts could not move. They were all shattered by this thunderous noise. Tremor thought noise tribulation. Immortal zombies have slow cognition. This heavenly tribulation directly countered Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He could not think and his body was wavering. He almost fell from this high altitude. At the moment of crisis, he used his remaining bit of clarity to activate Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. 3 green grape immortal essence speeds entered Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, as joyful will burst out and spread in Feng Yuan's entire mind. Feng Yuan had just stabilized his body when, swoosh! Suddenly, there was a sharp noise near his ears, approaching rapidly. Feng Yuan subconsciously tried to block it, but at the next moment, his 5 fingers were all sliced off. The 5 fingers were covered by the wind and snow, vanishing without a trace. Swish swish swish. The sharp noise continued to emit, getting closer to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods consecutively. He could faintly see that there were very thin invisible lines in the wind and snow. It was sharp and formed a huge web, moving towards Feng Yuan without giving him any place to dodge. These invisible lines were not of material nature, they were all formed using sounds. Feng Yuan watched with his hair on end. This is the flying blade noise tribulation. Hair armor, light illusion bat wings. He activated his defensive killer move and his movement killer move. Feng Yuan moved continually, his black armor broke apart and after leaving his body, the fragments turned into black zombie hair. Feng Yuan twisted left and right. He finally found a rather loose gap and broke through the sound web. But the invisible sound lines still came for him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths before reaching its limit and breaking. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He used his defensive killer move again, forming a new layer of hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body moving like a phantom. As lumps of icy drill stardust were shot up, the stardust touched the sound web and were blocked, cut into pieces of fragments. At the same time, Feng Yuan's fingers grew rapidly, his shattered heart formed once again. Howl howl howl. Without the starlight lump's restraint, the first purple chime formed again, the ghostly cries resounded again, Feng Yuan's blood flowed in reverse again. His newly formed heart started beating rapidly as it went on the path of self-detonation. Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, be it the icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they had been used to their limits, yet the dangerous situation could not be alleviated. This was only Hai Lu Lan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not formed yet due to the small family Qi Gu's suppression. In Feng Yuan's mind, huge amounts of joyful will were expended. In a short period, 10% were used up. My current battle strength is upper tier of rank 6, but I cannot do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The ascension of the 10 extreme physiques, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is truly terrifying. This is several times the power compared to an ordinary Gu immortal. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's expression changed. His heart sank. He found out that in this tribulation cloud, another 4 chimes of varying colors were forming. Earlier, with just 4 chimes, Feng Yuan was already near his limits. Now that 4 new ones appeared, Feng Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Taibei Yunxing watched at a hidden location with much fear. It seems the immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physique is not just several times as dangerous as an ordinary Gu master, it is at least a dozen times as terrifying. He had thought that his own tribulation was tough, but to think that Hai Lu Lan's tribulation was far more dangerous than his. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 catastrophes, 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. When all 8 noises are omitted, it would have a range of 880 li. heaven and earth would shake and immortals would be exterminated. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, recognized the 8 chimes and almost wanted to help out. 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. If all 8 noises are emitted at once, the strength would be unstoppable. This tribulation would end in failure without a trace of hope of success. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The tougher the situation, the stronger his battle intent. Crack crack crack. During the process, all the mortal goo he used were getting destroyed continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth was causing him to lose a large number of mortal goo. But Fang Yuan made ample preparations. He had prepared a large number of goo worms and his killer moves had never stopped activating. Just as he was about to use Myriad Self, Hai Lu Lan, who was below him, opened her eyes. Chapter 685, Hai Lu Lan's Immortal Ascension. 3/3. From Hai Lu Lan's eyes, a dazzling light was bursting out. The light gathered and took form, like that of a real pillar. It pierced through the tribulation cloud and shot the 2 chimes. With a loud bang, the chimes broke, completely eliminated, and was unable to regenerate. The light pillar only lasted for a moment before Hai Lu Lan shut her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, only lasting a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. Hai Lu Lan used the Immortal Goo Divert Disaster. The power of an Immortal Goo was extraordinary. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's mortal killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Hai Lu Lan controlled her breathing before opening her eyes again. 2 pillars of Divert Disaster light shot out, destroying 2 chimes again. Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. Such power. This was not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, it was used together with Mortal Goo. Using her sight to unleash the attack, it is much more concentrated and precise. In other words, Hai Lu Lan had already developed an immortal killer move using the Immortal Goo Divert Disaster as the core. Hai Lu Lan had outstanding talent. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Goo, she developed an immortal killer move. This was very strange and unthinkable to Fang Yuan, but the truth was right before him. It was indisputable. At this time, Hai Lu Lan opened her eyes again, eliminating 2 chimes again. But at this time, she shut her eyes. 2 lines of fresh blood flowed down the corner of her eyes. Her eyelashes were trembling and her body was shaking. On her palm, she held Divert Disaster Goo tightly. Cracks were appearing on it and it was wailing out softly. This frantically created immortal killer move was not complete. It had very potent weaknesses. 2 chimes left. Hai Lu Lan did not care about it. She gritted her teeth and opened her eyes forcefully, destroying the heavenly tribulation's last 2 chimes in one shot. Her beautiful eyes had shattered at this moment, as 2 streams of blood poured out of her empty eye sockets. With a bang, the Divert Disaster Immortal Goo burst in her hands, breaking into light particles, slipping from the cracks of her fingers and vanishing. Hai Lu Lan had gone blind. Although she had the great strength, true martial physique, and had terrifying recovery speed, the injury in her eyes was due to the forceful activation of the Immortal Goo Divert Disaster. Down marks of luck path were in her eye sockets, she could not heal them. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was also destroyed in this process, becoming history. Hai Lu Lan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of a formidable character. After paying a terrible price, she destroyed the heavenly tribulation for good. Now only the earthly calamity was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan praised her in his heart. Resolute. The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques gave birth to a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What's worse was that they still had a strong foe waiting to interfere. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Hai Lu Lan had no choice but to sacrifice Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, as well as a pair of her eyes. This was a decision common people would find hard to make. Such sacrifice, it showed Hai Lu Lan's ambitious and ruthless disposition. She had an unrivaled spirit. As heaven chi poured down like a stream of a waterfall, earth chi gushed up like a golden fountain. Hai Lu Lan's foundation and deep accumulation turned into a large amount of human chi as it burst out from within her. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Tai Baiyunxing watched with a dumbfounded expression. Hailu Lan's human qi was many times more than Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing combined. The human qi of the 10 extreme physiques was usually overwhelmingly thick. This was mostly due to the 10 extreme apertures. Even with enough mental preparation, spectators were still shocked. As the 3 qi converged, it formed a huge cocoon that covered up Hailu Lan. At this point, she had reached the second step. Taking in the qi, Hailu Lan was focused on balancing the 3 qi. She took back all her small family qi gu and would not be able to face her enemies for the time being. Crack! Frozen rivers shattered, heaven and earth shook. At this moment, a thunderous sound could be heard, as a huge frenzied ape jumped out from deep within a frozen river. With a loud thud, the frenzied ape landed on the ground. It created 2 huge holes where it stood. The ice fragments were scattered around the huge holes. The frenzied ape beat its chest, shouting out loudly. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation cloud froze for a second. Its body was like snow, its eyes were red like blood, its monkey fur spiked out like icicles, piercing towards heaven. It was hundreds of meters tall, large like a hill. It has an incredible aura and was extremely fierce. Compared to it, Feng Yuan was like a bug in front of a cat. The earthly calamity formed. It is an ancient desolate beast calamity. This is an earthly calamity that only rank 7 Gu immortals encounter. Tai Baiyunxing's heart snack. One name was echoing in Fairy Li Shan's heart. Icefall Divine Ape. Feng Yuan's expression was still as water. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was casted down. It had rank 7 battle strength. If it had immortal gu in it, then it would be even harder to deal with. The battle situation would become much harder. Hailu Lan focused on balancing the 3 qi. Hai Cheng did not appear, while Fairy Li Shan and Tai Baiyunxing were hiding elsewhere. With this extremely dangerous situation, a ruthless light flashed across Feng Yuan's eyes. He clapped his palms before him, using his killer move earlier than planned. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fist Qi burst out, grand and overwhelming, like an overflowing river. It was like a raging sea. In just a few breaths of time, over 10,000 of Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding his main body. They were in all directions around him, in the sky and on the ground, in the formation of a sphere. To prevent the likelihood of him having not enough time because of a fierce battle, Feng Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self several times before going to Northern Plains. The Strength Path Phantom Army was stored in his own immortal aperture. The Strength Path Phantoms could exist for a period of time, and because they were not living beings, they were not affected by the death energy in his immortal aperture. When Feng Yuan released a portion of them, his aura finally matched the ape's. The Icefall Divine Ape was ready to attack. It wanted to charge over, but seeing the Grand Strength Path Phantom Army, it opened its mouth, showing its sharp fangs as its muscles contracted. It chose to wait and see. The snow and wind blew. Feng Yuan was expressionless. His body was still like a rock as he pointed a finger at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the army moved and war cries filled the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms moved like a tide. They whipped up a storm as they charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape. Such might! Tai Baiyunxing watched with his heart pounding. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self. Back in Lengya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan had used it once to beat up the desolate beast swamp crab. But at that time, Feng Yuan only used one bead of green grape immortal essence to summon 10,000 phantoms. Right now, an army several times that size was attacking. As the army's momentum rose, they had an imposing aura that could shake the world. The army pushed forward, towards the Icefall Divine Ape, and then splitting into 4 along the way. One went left, one went right, one went up, and the last one charged ahead. The Icefall Divine Ape's wild nature was awakened. It charged ahead instead of retreating. Feng Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army moved according to his will fluidly. With his command, they spread out, like a huge web, encircling the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill, kill, kill. Strength Path Phantoms roared. They were like ants attacking the Icefall Divine Ape collectively. The Icefall Divine Ape attacked left and right. It destroyed countless phantoms but could not break through Feng Yuan's encirclement. It really is such a formidable killer move in this world. Together with his master-level attainment in enslavement path, no wonder little Lan placed so much importance on him. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. One after another, strength path phantoms flew out of the aperture. Feng Yuan had more than 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture. He only summoned 80,000 now. Among these strength path phantoms, the most ordinary ones had 2 arms, some had 4 arms, or even 6 arms. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily. It battled fiercely, its huge body and monstrous strength, along with the icicles pointing outwards on its body, caused the strength path phantoms to suffer heavy injuries before dying. But only a portion of the scattered fist chi was expended, the rest would gather and form into strength path phantoms once again. Because of this, the reduction of the number of phantoms of Feng Yuan's army was greatly slowed. During the process, the joyful will in Feng Yuan's mind was used up intensely. Manipulating tens of thousands of troops, the expenditure of his joyful will was immense. In just a few dozen breaths, Feng Yuan had activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo nearly 10 times. Strange, this Icefall Divine Ape has no immortal goo despite being an ancient desolate beast. In fact, it does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did the earthly calamity find this oddity? Feng Yuan could see the truth behind the Icefall Divine Ape. It had no immortal goo, or even any mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly lowered. In that case, it is time to finish you off. Feng Yuan's lips curled up, the ruthless light in his eyes burst out as he entered the field directly, charging ahead. The light illusion bat wings on his back flickered several times, as Feng Yuan's speed increased like he was a shooting star. It was quite a sight, with the explosive sounds along the way. He traveled a huge distance in a few breaths of time, descending like a demon god, right above the Icefall Divine Ape. Come, group strength, support me. Feng Yuan shouted excitedly in his heart. At once, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture were activated at once. Group strength goo had completely been incorporated into Myriad Self by Feng Yuan. Once activated, it caused a new transformation in Myriad Self. Hundreds of strength path phantoms dispersed. Their strength had collectively gathered in Feng Yuan under the might of group strength goo. Feng Yuan raised one right arm, slamming down on Icefall Divine Ape's skull. With a loud bang, his entire forearm slammed on the Divine Ape's skull mercilessly. The intense recoil caused Feng Yuan's forearm to burst open, as his bones were shattered and his flesh and blood were reduced to dust. As for Icefall Divine Ape's skull, there was a huge hole in it. The crack in the hole spread at lightning speed, affecting the entire ape's head. At the next moment, the Icefall Divine Ape's skull exploded. Seeing this, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bei Yunsheng, they were so shocked their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Feng Yuan was shocked. What is going on? The entire ape head was destroyed? That shouldn't be. This is an ancient desolate beast. Killer move Myriad Self was completed by him alone. Group strength goo was added in by him as well. He was very clear of his own strength after group strength goo was added. The most he could do was to cause the Icefall Divine Ape's skull to crack and bleed, but the entire head would not explode. Be careful. At this moment, Tai Bei Yunsheng could not help but show himself, shouting a warning. Feng Yuan turned around and looked, his pupil shrinking rapidly. Icefall Divine Ape's huge fist had gotten close to Feng Yuan without him noticing anything. It slammed down at lightning speed, like a poisonous snake's assault. Feng Yuan could not dodge it in time. He was hit directly by the huge fist. Chapter 686, Feng Yuan learns from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Boom! Feng Yuan was sent flying like an insect, making a huge arc in the air before ruthlessly falling down on the hard ice surface. Rumble! Ice chunks scattered crazily. The force sent Feng Yuan flying like an artillery shell. He pierced through the ice layer and traveled for an enormous distance before finally stopping. Fang Yuan lay amidst the broken ice, seriously injured. Even with an immortal zombie body, he could not budge a bit. His whole body was like a torn sack, the dark green zombie blood flowing out from the innumerable wounds. Bones were fractured with some piercing into skin and flesh while some jutted out of the body. Only 3 of the 8 arms were remaining. One torn-off arm was lying not far away from Fang Yuan. A long ice channel was created just now, cut open by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed for a while and stared with an incredulous gaze at the Icefall Divine Ape. It was still standing upright despite losing its head. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even an ancient desolate beast would die if their head was smashed apart. But this Icefall Divine Ape which had lost its head not only did not fall down, instead it struck Fang Yuan with a very heavy counterattack. Fang Yuan recalled that enormous punch. Common sense would have stated that such an enormous force would have already produced a sonic boom, but it was unexpectedly noiseless during the whole process. This absolutely was not something the Icefall Divine Ape should have been capable of accomplishing, because it did not have any goo worms on it. Fang Yuan tried to move his body. The immortal zombie body shuddered but still lay down on the ice, its strength failing. However, Fang Yuan could sense his body was rapidly recovering. Zombies use death energy as life force. As long as they were not destroyed in an instant, the abundant death energy would provide them with astonishing recovery speed. Fang Yuan. Taibei Yunsheng quickly flew over and at the same time, pitch-black rays of light shone out from his hand and fell on Fang Yuan's body. These pitch-black rays of light were carefully prepared for Fang Yuan by Taibei Yunsheng, and were not some ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms would bring vitality and stimulate life force, but this was of no use to Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan needed to increase his death energy. The stronger the death energy, the faster his recovery speed would be. Thus, zombies were also known as living dead. With Taibei Yunsheng's help, Fang Yuan's recovery speed surged violently. Great! Fang Yuan gave a horrifying smile. He soon recovered his movement ability and stood up from the ice surface. Boom! An astonishing change happened to the Icefall Divine Ape. It unexpectedly self-detonated. After the detonation, a large group of Pegasi were left in the Icefall Divine Ape's place. These Pegasi were anything but ordinary. Different from the 2-winged Pegasi of the current era. They were larger than 2-winged Pegasus by 2 to 3 times. On their backs were at least 2 pairs of wings, while some even had 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasus. The more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4-winged Pegasi were at the level of beast emperors while 6-winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, the ancient Pegasi were already extinct. Most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi while there were a few with 6 wings. The Pegasus group neighed before colliding with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. It was a massacre. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was steadily losing ground, suffering heavy losses. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Taibei Yunsheng quickly flew to Fang Yuan's side and looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. The ancient Pegasi and Strength Path Phantom Army started slaughtering each other, creating a chaotic battle situation. Fang Yuan suffered great losses. It was because the Strength Path Phantom had been in a loose formation to deal with the giant Icefall Divine Ape. Now that the giant beast was changed to a united group of Pegasi, the loose Phantom Army formation instead allowed the Pegasus group to rampage unhindered. Despite the Strength Path Phantom's coordination being exquisite, forming into many small battle groups, they still had more defeats than wins and suffered huge damage. However, there were no corpses in this slaughter. There was no need to speak of Strength Path Phantoms which were condensed from fist chi. The crucial point was that the Pegasus group had intangible bodies that turned into nothingness after they were killed. Could it be? Fang Yuan's red eyes suddenly shone. He racked his brains, searching for the answer in his memories, before a thought hit him as he considered an elusive possibility. This possibility made him look towards Hailulan. However, Hai Lu Lan was covered in the enormous cocoon of 3 qi, which was so thick that he could not even see her shadow. As long as she was able to consume this 3 qi cocoon, her potential after becoming a Gu immortal would be extremely deep and her future prospects would be filled with bright radiance. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the Pegasus group. His eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand towards the back, transmitting his voice to Tai Bei Yunsheng, who was rushing over. "Old Bei, step back and watch me." He then showed his sharp teeth and charged forward. He pierced into the chaotic battle of the Pegasus group and Strength Path Phantom Army. In an instant, it was like Fang Yuan had poked a hornet's nest as countless ancient Pegasi charged towards him. He activated hair armor and raised his arms, protecting his head. After he locked in on a target, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted and pounced towards an injured four-winged Pegasus, forcibly smashing it down from the sky to the ground. Bang! Man and horse crashed heavily into the ground. The ice surface cracked, forming a deep pit. Fang Yuan's whole body was filled with injuries, bones fractured in many places, skin was opened and flesh split. The recovered body was once again crushed into a miserable state. Who knew how many Pegasi attacked him when he charged into the chaotic battle and smashed into the four-winged Pegasus? These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. Large numbers of Pegasi gathered into a white flood that fell down from the sky towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the intensely struggling four-winged Pegasus under him, while the wills in his mind surged like boiling water, dissipating intensely. 2 Strength Path Phantom groups in the sky coordinated, and intercepted the diving Pegasus group like a giant scissor. At the same time, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms surged out from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and formed a hemispherical formation above Fang Yuan, resisting the fierce offensive of the Pegasus group without any regard for the losses. The four-winged Pegasus under Fang Yuan was anything but cute as it neighed and struggled with all its power. It had such high strength that even Fang Yuan, a Strength Path Gu immortal with an immortal zombie body, was almost unable to contain it. Time was pressing. The opportunity could not be lost. Fang Yuan raised his fists high and smashed down ruthlessly, immediately bursting the Pegasus's head. However, the headless Pegasus was still struggling as if the loss of its head had no effect. Fang Yuan then punched down with all his 8 arms, bombarding the Pegasus with heavy punches. The thick ice surface below them could not endure this punishment and started cracking. A normal four-winged Pegasus was equal to a beast emperor with rank 5 battle strength. Even if they had strong wild goo worms, they would have turned into meat paste under Fang Yuan's offensive. This strange four-winged Pegasus did not have any goo worms on it, and when Fang Yuan crushed it, it dissipated into thin air without leaving any hair, bone or even blood. The next moment, however, Fang Yuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. Following the complete destruction of the four-winged Pegasus, a formless will rushed into his mind. His eyes revealed enormous shock and joy. He kneeled on the broken ice surface and ceased all movement, resembling a statue. Despite the fierce slaughter going on above him, he did not seem to notice anything, as if he was in a dream. Fang Yuan. Tai Bei Yunsheng was extremely worried when he saw this, flying towards Fang Yuan. "Come back, don't disturb him. This is a golden opportunity for him." Fairy Li Shan, however, suddenly transmitted her voice. Tai Bei Yunsheng narrowed his eyes, immediately asking in anger, "It seems you know what this calamity is?" "Fairy Li Shan, we are allies. We came specially to protect Hai Lu Lan in crossing the tribulation." "You actually were deceiving us. What are you up to?" "This is not deceit. Don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have already died according to the oath." "This was only speculation which I am now sure of." Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only hidden this crucial piece of information without mentioning it. It did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allied, they could not just share all their secrets. Fang Yuan also would not do that. Tai Bei Yunsheng's breathing sped up as he flew rapidly while irritatedly asking at the same time, "Then are you still not going to tell me now? What the hell is this speculation?" Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air and spoke quickly. "Tai Bei Yunsheng, You also know the origins of this icy plane. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable fought a huge battle, destroying a part of northern plains, turning that area into void. To repair the void, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, and breathed out extremely cold profound ice which froze this place, turning it into a large icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Bei Yunsheng shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bei Yunsheng's feelings and did not blame him, continuing with her explanation. Everyone knows reckless savage demon Venerable was a strength path immortal Venerable, founder of the strength path and also of transformation path. Without exception, every rank 9 Venerable is a child of the great Tao, the closest to the true essence of heaven and earth. Not only did laws follow their words, every action of theirs carried true meaning, and even the movement of their gazes conveyed the profundities of nature. Even if they perish, their main killer move would be imprinted in heaven and earth, forming a kind of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bei Yunsheng involuntarily recalled the formless hands. Yes, I know about this. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix and breathed profound ice to condense into the icy plane we are on now. Don't forget, the ice phoenix transformation is a transformation path killer move. As the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon Venerable imprinted the true meaning of strength path and transformation path in the midst of this piece of heaven and earth. A piece of speculation was circulated among a few Gu immortals, or more precisely a rumor. As long as a strength path or a transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in this icy plane, it will cause a resonance of Tao fragments, evoking the true meaning of reckless savage demon Venerable's strength path and transformation path. Tai Bei Yunsheng shook. Then this means, isn't this right? The Icefall Divine Ape was only a false appearance, and the ancient Pegasi were also the same. They were true meanings of strength path and transformation path, taking on the form of an earthly calamity. When someone completely shatters these external forms, the small true meaning contained within would break out and enter the body of their own accord. What is true meaning? It is the comprehension towards heaven and earth, great Tao and law fragments. Fang Yuan destroyed a Pegasus and obtained the true meaning within it. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving teachings from reckless savage demon Venerable. Fairy Li Shan spoke shocking words and also revealed heavy envy. How huge was an opportunity to receive the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable. If one said the three chi converged to let the Gu master comprehend heaven and earth and gain natural inspiration, then passing tribulation in this place and obtaining true meaning was to study under reckless savage demon Venerable. Chapter 687, True Meaning Infusion. Fairy Li Shan continued with a deeply moved tone. Reportedly, the rumor of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning came from the currently rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du of Northern Plains. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, it was at this icy plane that he passed his tribulation. It is just that there have been limited numbers of Gu immortals advancing over these recent years, and among these newly advanced Gu immortals, there are few that are of transformation path and even fewer of strength path. Thus, this piece of speculation was very hard to prove. Tai Bei Yunsheng snorted but no longer hurried towards Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lu Lan deceived him and Fang Yuan, this was after all such an enormous benefit. Thus Tai Bei Yunsheng's anger dissipated for the most part. He turned around and looked deeply at Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan was covered in the 3 chi cocoon and she was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoon's volume was slowly shrinking methodically. This woman has truly great ambitions. She is not satisfied with being a 10 extreme physique immortal. She also wants to learn from reckless savage demon Venerable. She is not afraid that her strength is lacking and she would die because of her greed. Speaking of which, this style of taking risks is actually similar to Fang Yuan's. They are both lunatics. Tai Bei Yunsheng heaved a sigh inwardly. So it was indeed like this. They are the external forms of true meaning. Aha! Fang Yuan laughed loudly and slowly stood up from his kneeling position with his expression revealing his high spirits. He then gazed at the ancient Pegasus group again, but the way he looked at them was different this time. His gaze was extremely heated, like a pervert that had his lust held back for several thousands of years, who then saw an absolutely beautiful woman, or like a bandit whose greed would never be satisfied, seeing the world's greatest treasury. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation was shallow and I could only reach quasi-grandmaster realm in strength path. It is extremely difficult to make one's realm progress even a little, and needs a sufficient quantity of regular accumulation in order to initiate a qualitative transformation. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning external forms, I can rapidly raise my strength path realm, elevating it to genuine Grandmaster realm. Memories and experiences of 500 years of bitter struggles made Feng Yuan extremely aware of the difficulty in progressing one's realm. Realm represented the understanding of Great Tao. One's strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of the Tao of strength. Realm was generally divided into ordinary, quasi-master, master, quasi-grandmaster, grandmaster, quasi-great grandmaster, great grandmaster, quasi-supreme grandmaster and supreme grandmaster. Most Gu masters would only have ordinary realm in their whole lives. Quasi-masters were geniuses or old, experienced Gu masters. Masters were extremely rare. For instance, in the Imperial Court contest, which was an assembly of heroes of the large northern plains, only Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng had master-level attainment in flying among those who reached Imperial Court blessed land. While in enslavement path, there were only Zhang Baoya, Yang Po Ying, Ma Zun, Chang Shanyin, Feng Yuan, and Nu Tu, 5 masters over the entire contest. And speaking of refinement path supreme grandmasters, even throughout human history, there had only been 3, long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kongju. Every advancement of a realm meant an astonishing upgrade in one's battle strength. It was because higher realm meant deeper understanding of the law fragments in heaven and earth. It allowed Gu masters to refine new, better Gu worms, create more killer moves and display greater dominance of their paths. Feng Yuan had the most understanding of blood path among all the major paths. In his previous life, he was an awe-inspiring blood path grandmaster. His battle strength was outstanding and he had created many new Gu worms of blood path, and these new Gu had even surpassed blood sea ancestors in some aspects. He had also researched many blood path killer moves, and despite them being mortal killer moves, they had extraordinary power. Feng Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the representation of the convergence of enslavement and strength path. A unique killer move created from squeezing out all his potential, and with the help of natural inspiration and wisdom Gu. But even with such a killer move, when his battle strength was considered, it was not a match with his peak blood path attainment in his previous life. Feng Yuan could suppress his immortal killer move Myriad Self by just using his previous life's blood path killer moves. He had even created, from initially nothing, some remnant recipes of completely new immortal Gu with his Grandmaster realm. Of course, the completion rates of these remnant recipes were rather low. This was the world of Gu, and more than that, it was the world of Gu masters. Gu worms involved nurturing, use and refinement, and the bulk of these fundamentals relied upon Gu masters. Generation after generation of Gu masters brought forth new developments, constantly using their plentiful creative prowess to research new Gu worms and open new paths, which then created the extremely wondrous way of Gu which covered all aspects. Thus, heroes were able to emerge like stars in the sky over the boundless history of humans. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living things. The famed people of the past had accomplishments as high as the mountains that the later generations would find hard to surpass. However, on the whole, the strength of the 5 regions was growing steadily and becoming much more profound, surpassing the eras of immemorial, olden antiquity and so on. Gu masters nurture, use and refine Gu, getting down to the basics. It is a process of humans probing and studying nature, the world, and the great Tao, be it a Xianxia world, a magic-based world, or a scientific world. They are all the same. They are all the exploration and study of nature and the world itself. It is only that the difference in the world's laws make the exploration methods different. Ones can only learn if they explore continuously. Only by learning could they have accumulation, and only with accumulation could they transcend the world. And in this world, the measurement of the stage-wise accomplishments of study of heaven and earth, and the Great Tao is the realm of every paths. Great Tao is a closed book. And for a Gu master to study and explore heaven and earth, they have to use Gu worms to approach the Great Tao with different methods. They need to constantly summarize their comprehensions, need insights and require sufficient experience. However, right now I am obtaining true meaning infusion, which is as if I am observing the world while standing on the shoulder of a giant. It is making reckless savage demon venerable open the pages of the closed book to the parts which I can understand and let me read it directly. This is a shortcut, an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. This will save me a great deal of time and immense effort. Fang Yuan was more excited the more he thought of it. Hai Lulan, you are a lunatic. You actually wanted to learn from reckless savage demon venerable while gaining natural inspiration, and obtaining the infusion of true meaning. HMPH, are you not afraid you can't manage to comprehend them all and be thrown into confusion, even failing your immortal ascension? However, your greed, I like it a lot. This gift from you, I shall accept it all. Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. With such heavy profits ahead of him, he decided to not leave behind even a little. Myriad self, myriad self, myriad self. He activated his immortal killer move non-stop. For the first time, he disregarded the costs as he activated it frantically. Countless strength path phantoms emerged, forming a huge army inside the immortal aperture, their scale several times larger than before. At the same time, large numbers of mortal Gu forming the immortal killer move perished. This was the backlash from heaven and earth, and also the consequences of Fang Yuan's extreme rate of activation. However, Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache. Everything was okay as long as the core, cleansed soul immortal Gu did not have any problems. He had made ample preparations for this trip and had brought large numbers of mortal Gu for replenishment and substitution. Come. Fang Yuan lifted his chest as countless strength path phantoms surged out from his immortal aperture. The strength path phantom army flooded the world, as if it could engulf mountains and rivers. The sparse battle strength just before was immediately replenished and soon surpassed the previous limit, reaching a new height. Large numbers, no, a sea of strength path phantoms filled the whole battlefield. There are at least 300,000. Tai Baiyunsheng and even Fairy Li Shan was stupefied at this sight. The ancient Pegasus group was firmly surrounded in the air by the strength path phantom army. The slaughter between the two sides had reached the climax. Fang Yuan walked leisurely on the ice surface below the ongoing aerial battle. Joyful will were created and rapidly expended in his mind. Under his command, the army coordinated to form different groups, and like giant hands, they pounced upon four-winged Pegasi without caring for losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together to forcefully push the four-winged Pegasi down to the ice surface. Then, Fang Yuan would slowly walk over, raise his 8 thick giant arms and shower down punches for the kill. Miserable neighing sounds filled the area as Pegasi were shattered apart. True meaning rushed into Fang Yuan's mind and the profundities of the Great Tao were rapidly absorbed. His movement stiffened for several breaths of time before recovering once again. Fang Yuan thus engaged in crazy slaughter of ancient Pegasi. Refreshing. After another true meaning infusion, he excitedly roared. His gaze was so blood-red that it was difficult to stare at it directly. The strength path realm, which would have taken years and even dozens of years to raise, was rapidly advancing following the true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Baiyunsheng was watching with a dumbstruck expression. Fang Yuan's madness made him feel a chill from the depths of his heart. Even Fairy Li Shan could not help but be silent. After less than half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, The earthly calamity transformed again. The Pegasus group merged together to form 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were as large as a house and had extremely powerful defense, covered with black armor and shields. When they fell on the ground, they immediately occupied terrain advantage. Another transformation, and this time to shield snake? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently. He did not move. The strength path phantom army in the air had already shrouded over the snakes like dark clouds. By occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend the attacks from above, unlike if they were flying in the air where they could be attacked from all directions. Fang Yuan's slaughter immediately slowed down. It took a good while for the huge army to handle one shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally as he pounced down upon it. The shield snake was filled with injuries, and before it could raise its head, it was bombarded by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength from the overlaying of 45 group strength Gu directly destroyed the shield snake. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous ones charged into Fang Yuan's mind. The snake corpse that had lost its head suddenly dissipated, transforming into small snakes. In few moments, the place was filled with a sea of ferocious and slippery snakes. Fang Yuan was in the process of comprehending essence of Great Tao and could not budge, thus he fell in the sea of snakes. The snake sea attacked madly, quickly covering his enormous body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. In the previous true meaning infusion, Fang Yuan felt like he had turned into a Pegasus, living its life from birth to death, from young to old, running on the firm ground and soaring on the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of Pegasus, the use of various strengths and the ingenuity of using power. And now, he turned into a snake, from breaking out of the egg to devouring all kinds of prey. He personally experienced the twisting snake body, the strength of its constriction, the muscle rhythm when it swallowed its food, the force application when its head moved like lightning to capture prey. Not only was it raising the strength path realm, but transformation path and even flying master attainment were advancing. These experiences extended and stepped on the maxim of strength path. These maxims covered extremely large information and were hard to describe using words, because the wonders of Great Tao could not be put to words. Words would be too simple, too dull, too shallow, and simply not be able to portray its mysteries and wonders. Chapter 688, Second Battle with Hai Qing. 1/2. Fang Yuan. Taibei Yunsheng's shout could be heard loudly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and woke up from within the sea of snakes. All around him, from head to toe, there were snakes. Countless snakes were coiling around him, trying to kill and devour him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor protecting him, these small snakes might have drilled into his stomach already. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was joyful instead of shocked. He stretched out 8 huge arms, grabbing with his hands as he destroyed dozens of small snakes. Tens of gushed into his mind. His consciousness was blurred for a moment, but recovered immediately. As he slowly adapted to it, and as his attainment level increased, the speed of him absorbing the became faster and faster. Addicted to killing, he withdrew the hair armor and opened his mouth, sucking. Immediately, countless small snakes crawled into his mouth. He opened his mouth to chew, his sharp fangs tearing the snake body into shreds. Next he swallowed and the snake corpse vanished down his throat, disappearing from this world. Waves of filled his heart and mind unceasingly. Strength path, transformation path, all these turned into traces and were absorbed by him. At the same time, with trial and error, he became familiar with the new knowledge. It gave Fang Yuan a much deeper understanding in other territories. For example, his flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the third huge shield snake, his strength path attainment level went from quasi-grandmaster to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That is to say, if given a bit more time, Fang Yuan would reach the level of blood path in his previous life, because his blood path attainment level was also grandmaster realm. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and countless inspiration. His understanding of strength path had reached a whole new level. He could create many strength path goo worms and many mortal killer moves that were related to strength path now. But Feng Yuan was not satisfied. He continued slaughtering. The earthly calamity failed after transforming into the Icefall Divine Ape, the Ancient Pegasus, and the Shield Snake group. Now, there was a new transformation. It turned onto a group of rockmen. Feng Yuan manipulated the army, killing the rockmen. He trampled on their heads and swallowed their bodies, understanding the power of thickness. The earthly calamity turned into a B group next, as Feng Yuan self-detonated his strength path phantoms continuously, learning the power of piercing. The earthly calamity transformed into the rhinoceros. As Feng Yuan killed them, he learned about the power of charging. As his strength path attainment continued to rise, after he stabilized his Grandmaster realm, he started charging towards quasi-great Grandmaster realm. Right at this moment, two bright rainbows, one black and one white, pierced the air and descended. "We finally found you. You were in the icy plains indeed." As the rainbow faded, two people, Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi, appeared. The strong enemies had appeared. So many strength path phantoms, what is going on? Zhu Songzi's pupils shrunk, before they shone in a bright heated light. Oh, this is... It seems the rumors were true. Undergoing tribulation in the icy plains will possibly attract reckless savage demon venerables. True meaning. Hai Cheng's eyes were eerily looking at the battlefield. Next his gaze focused on the three-colored chi cocoon. After such a long time, Hai Lulan had not finished absorbing the three chi yet. Her human chi was simply too huge in quantity. He. Hai Lulan, you guys have nowhere to run, why don't you surrender? Hai Cheng laughed heartily. He opened his right palm and revealed an immortal goo. This immortal goo gave off an eerie blue light. It was a time path rank 6 immortal goo. The aura of the immortal goo was surging. It resonated with the two-time path immortal goo in Tai Bei Yun Sheng's aperture, causing them to vibrate. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She showed herself and stood in front of Hai Lulan. She spoke coldly. Instant pause. This was the rank 6 time path immortal goo. Instant pause. It could freeze the time of the target for 6 moments. With this goo around, Hai Cheng did not have to worry about Feng Yuan running away using fixed immortal travel. Hai Cheng saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze concentrated. He spoke with deep intent. To think that the mastermind behind all this was Fairy Li Shan. Why are you sowing discord between us, father and daughter? Oh, I see. As expected, which goo immortal would not be interested in the yin-yang life extension method in my possession? Saying so, Hai Cheng laughed sarcastically. He showed a mocking expression to Fairy Li Shan as he oozed with confidence. Fairy Li Shan's expression was solemn. Her voice became louder as it filled the skies. Hai Cheng, you are destined to fail today. Don't think of causing any harm to little Lan, because the person stopping you will be me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan stopped hiding it. She revealed the grand aura of a rank 7 goo immortal. At the same time, the surface of the ice broke. Countless tree roots grew rapidly. They coiled around and moved like huge pythons. The trees grew quickly. It soon became a forested area. After a few breaths, bare blossoms grew. The smell of the flowers was fragrant and spread for several li. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her body was shielded by the leaves and branches, vanishing. Meanwhile, Hai Lulan was still balancing the three chi. She was on top of the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had reached rank 7 secretly. Be careful, Hai Cheng. Third leader cultivates earth and wolf path. She had set up this battlefield earlier. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I cannot battle Fairy Li Shan due to the alliance rules. Zhu Songzi reminded. Usually when Fairy Li Shan showed up in northern plains, she always revealed rank 6 cultivation. Few knew about her true cultivation level. Hai Cheng's expression was calm. His gaze shifted to Feng Yuan, Tai Bei Yun Sheng and Fairy Li Shan for a moment, before turning back to Hai Lulan. One immortal zombie, one rank 6 goo immortal, one rank 7 goo immortal. Hai Cheng muttered. He snorted coldly, saying to Zhu Songzi, go deal with that immortal zombie and the rank 6 goo immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, we will take down Hai Lulan. His tone was filled with decisiveness and confidence. Although Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength should be at the lower tier of rank 7, it was quite far from Hai Cheng. Okay. Seeing that the toughest foe was going to be dealt with by Hai Cheng, Zhu Songzi agreed. He flew down, straight towards the earthly calamity. He was someone who had knowledge. He knew that the earthly calamity contained a demon venerable, true meaning, even if he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu Immortal, he wanted a share of it. Gu Immortals usually ventured into many paths so that they could assist their main path, who would be unhappy with a higher attainment. You're courting death. Fang Yuan saw Zhu Songzi rushing here and shouted angrily, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. Merely a rank 6 immortal zombie, you dare to speak such words? Zhu Songzi snorted in disdain. He rapidly got closer. In his first battle with Hai Cheng, Fang Yuan focused on retreating, to escape from the place. Thus, he did not reveal his true battle strength. Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi analyzed the situation, and assumed that Fang Yuan's two-movement immortal Gu were lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting against the earthly calamity intensely. First, the earthly calamity was already half destroyed. Second, wide-range killer move were very common. Third, most immortal zombies' battle strength was lower than ordinary Gu immortals. And finally, there was a rank 6 Gu immortal and a rank 7 Gu immortal on Fang Yuan's side. Zhu Songzi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Zhu Songzi's speed was very fast. He was right above Fang Yuan in a moment's time. I'll let you taste my power. He growled. He pushed with his hands and used his killer moves. Drifting Snow, Ice Mountain All, Snow Sparrow Crisis. He used 3 killer moves at once. This showed Zhu Songzi extraordinary control over manipulating Gu worms. These 3 killer moves were all attack-type killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew as snow blew in the air. Countless snowflakes gathered into birds. They moved fluidly in the intense wind and snow, with much spiritualism. There were thousands of them. 20 to 30 icicles that were the size of mountains were covered in sharp spikes as they flew towards Fang Yuan, trying to pierce through his body. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He waved his hand and the myriad army moved. Myriad self moved with courage. Their shouts overwhelmed the heavens. Everywhere the army went, ice mountains collapsed, snow sparrows cried, and the snow stopped. Zhu Songzi's expression changed. Only after fighting did he realize the truly fearsome might of Myriad Self. Seeing that the Myriad Self army was coming for him, Zhu Songzi growled angrily as his hair stood up. Traces and traces of frost energy shot out from them. In an instant, the frost energy spread quickly and formed an ice crystal domain in the air. Battlefield killer move, snow domain, towering pine tree, icy hair dragon stream. Zhu Songzi growled, using 2 defensive killer moves at once. Immediately, pine trees grew in the snow domain. From nothingness, they grew, becoming large trees with high density. The branches tied the trees together, forming many thick walls of defense. As for his long snow-white hair, they extended and gave off a dragon's cry in the air. The long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice, coiling around his body and forming a castle-like defense, with Zhu Songzi protected tightly in the most center. However, when Myriad Self-Army charged over, pine trees collapsed, and ice dragons shattered. The snow domain lasted for a moment before breaking apart. An immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Zhu Songzi's expression was pale, his eyes showed panic as he retreated quickly, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, Hai Cheng and Fairy Li Shan had engaged in intense battle. The battle of the two had reached the climax right from the start. Hai Cheng used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to its limits, shooting 3 dark arrows into the pear orchard, flying around and trying to locate Fairy Li Shan's true hiding place. In the pear orchard, it was dense with vegetation, and pear blossoms fell from the trees. The roots were tangled together and growing, as hundreds of Sunflower King lotus appeared. As the lotus opened, beams of burning light shot towards Hai Cheng. Hai Cheng's body shuddered. Dark liquid oozed out of his black robe, dyeing the area around him black. This was also a battlefield killer move, called Dark Veil. In the Dark Veil, black balls were shot out, pouring down like rain. The black balls slammed into the pear orchard, forming huge pitch-black spirals. This was the killer move that Hai Lulan used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex expanded, corroding the trees and flowers, causing huge holes to form in the pear orchard. Meanwhile, the heated beams of sunlight also tore open some areas of the Dark Veil. As the two continued to attack, the light beams fell in quantity while the number of dark vortexes increased. Hai Cheng quickly gained the upper hand. As expected of a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert in Northern Plains, Chapter 689, Second Battle with Hai Cheng, Two Halves. Found it. Hai Cheng's eyes shone brightly. He laughed sinisterly as he used his investigative killer move, finding out Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to its limit, as 3 dark arrows shot out into the air, towards its target. The pear orchard went into action. Countless tree roots stretched out, moved and coiled around like dragons. They desperately blocked these 3 arrows. At the crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan was gritted her teeth, her eyes bright as a lamp. She shouted in her heart, "Earth flower lotus burial." The ground exploded loudly, as a huge man-eating flower appeared at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth, swallowing a dark arrow. Next, the entire man-eating flower's size shrunk. It was less than half of its original mass, but it could trap the dark arrow temporarily. Hai Cheng snorted. His gaze was shining as the swallowed dark arrow was trying to escape, forming a sharp pointed bulge in the man-eating flower's surface. But next, more man-eating flowers appeared from the ground. The second man-eating flower ate the first man-eating flower, shrinking after that. The third man-eating flower ate the second man-eating flower, repeating the process. After 17 to 18 man-eating flowers were summoned, Hai Cheng's connection to this dark arrow fell by at least 30%. Hai Cheng knew that this dark arrow could not escape in the short run. His attention was on his 2 remaining arrows. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted lowly, "Fading heavenly flower." A large number of pear blossoms flew. They were pure as white snow, they floating in the air and turned into light specks. The dark arrow's speed was fast, but the great number of light specks were all over the sky. During the process of the arrow's flight, it was stained. Hot sparks developed on the dark arrow which was covered in light specks. White spots appeared on the dark arrow, causing its speed and power to fall. Hai Cheng snorted. He knew the other party was well prepared. He was openly being targeted by his enemies in the dark. Everyone knew about this immortal Gu dark arrow, thus his attack was countered. But he was not to be trifled with. Even though he did not develop an immortal killer move using Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core Gu, he had been trying and had obtained several mortal killer moves that could cause changes to the dark arrows. Hai Cheng stared with his eyes, using a set of mortal Gu in his immortal aperture. The 2 dark arrows changed directions, meeting in the air and fusing, becoming one again. After fusing, the dark arrow was darker without a single light speck. It regained its former speed and power. The dark arrow shot like lightning, stabbing into a huge trunk in pear orchard. In Hai Cheng's field of vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the other side. "You fell for it, Hai Cheng." Tree flower sheds tears. A bright flower bloomed in the tree trunk, as thick nectar oozed out from the center of the flower. It was extremely fragrant. Dark arrow hit an wooden puppet that resembled Fairy Li Shan. The nectar spread and covered this dark arrow completely. Thereafter, the nectar solidified, becoming like amber as it sealed the dark arrow inside. "Hai Cheng, today, you will definitely fail." Fairy Li Shan's body was on top of a tree crown. Although she was pale and perspiring profusely, her eyes were bright and her aura was strong. Hai Cheng's great strength was highly attributed to the Dark Arrow Immortal Gu. This was an attack-type Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan only had a Mountain Pledge Gu. She could not face it head-on. She could only exert her methods and use 3 mortal killer moves to seal the dark arrows. After the dark arrows were sealed, Hai Cheng lost his strongest means of attacking. "Really? You think that's all I have?" Hai Cheng stood in the dark veil, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile towards Fairy Li Shan. Under Fairy Li Shan's supervision, he stretched out his arm, opening his palm and revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was about the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny, like a black crystal. On the surface of this translucent pearl, one could see a boar-shaped animal sleeping inside. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes immediately enlarged. She showed a shocked and scared expression. "This is Dark Prison?" Hai Cheng nodded slightly. "That's right. This is my Hai Tribe's Rank 6 Immortal Gu House, Dark Prison." His voice was monotone, but it contained a feeling of pride. Hai Cheng was not Hai Tribe's Supreme First Elder, but to ensure that this trip had no accidents, he paid a huge price and borrowed this item from Hai Tribe's Supreme First Elder. "This is bad." Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast stable. Trapped inside was the ancient desolate beast Sharp Tusk Boar. If it was summoned, Fairy Li Shan would be in deep trouble. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Lotus Burial, Fading Heavenly Flower, or Tree Flower Sheds Tears, these were all mortal killer move. In order to deal with Hai Cheng's Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, Fairy Li Shan had thought through it carefully and devised 3 killer moves that could temporarily seal the dark arrows. But because of this, her mind was worn out and her head was hurting. Although she had the Pear Orchard battlefield, she had fallen into a disadvantage against Hai Cheng's Dark Veil. She could only hang on and pray that Hai Lulan's tribulation would finish soon, to come over and assist her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying the Pear Orchard was as easy as stomping on a garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 flower moves that relied on Pear Orchard would weaken greatly. The dark arrows would escape. If that happens, all the effort I put in earlier would go to waste. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, but right at this moment, she heard a warning from Taipei Yunsheng, "Be careful." "Of what?" Fairy Li Shan looked back, seeing that a dark arrow had secretly flew over. It was 30 centimeters away from her. "What?" "But I made arrangements around here." Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow flew over, piercing into her forehead, through her skull, and coming out of the back of her head. "Little ant!" Hai Lulan screamed. She had finally digested all 3 chi and had recovered her mobility. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the relative that had always taken good care of her was killed by a dark arrow piercing her skull, dying a terrible death. "It's over." Hai Cheng kept the ball-shaped dark prison. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows combined earlier, Hai Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using the dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly utilized several mortal killer moves. Together with Dark Arrow, he took down all of the defenses around Fairy Li Shan. However, at the next moment, a flash of light shot over. As Fairy Li Shan returned to the state a moment ago, her injuries were gone and her skull was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before, far away. Taipei Yunsheng breathed roughly as he said, "So close, I almost failed to make it." Hai Cheng's pupils shrunk. His anger was rising. He was not furious that Taipei Yunsheng had ruined his battle result, but he was angry at Zhu Songzi for not doing his best. They had agreed that he would kill Fairy Li Shan while Zhu Songzi would kill Taipei Yunsheng and the immortal zombie who was Feng Yuan. But the result was, Taipei Yunsheng could interfere in his battle. Zhu Songzi. Hai Cheng gritted his teeth. He looked at the battlefield far away. But what Hai Cheng saw was, Zhu Songzi's robe was tattered. He was escaping with an expression of fear. His long hair had become much shorter, he was almost bald. His face was bruised, a part of it was swollen and his body was covered in blood. One of his arm was hanging on his body, the bone had fractured. Hai Cheng's pupils could not help but contract. Zhu Songzi had healing Gu in his possession. For Gu immortals, a fracture was not a heavy injury. But the point was, The opponent gave Zhu Songzi absolutely no time to heal his fracture. This. Exactly how strong was the enemy? As if answering his question, the Strength Path Phantom army numbering over 200,000 shouted and caused a tremor in heaven and earth. They were a huge mob, even thicker than the tribulation cloud in the sky, chasing after Zhu Songzi alone. This was simply bullying. Even this rank 7 Gu immortal Hai Cheng frowned deeply. What is going on? Why have these Strength Path Phantoms not been destroyed yet? In fact, even more are appearing. After that, he saw that half the Phantom army was charging towards him. Hai Cheng snorted coldly. He willed and several mortal killer moves were activated together. Thousand Demon Rampage, Dark Fire, Black Wind Break, Kill. The myriad self-army charged. In several breaths of time, the demons were crying, the dark fire dimmed, and the black winds dissipated. Hai Cheng, who had always been confident and relaxed, finally changed his expression. This power. This is an immortal killer move. This immortal zombie that looks inconspicuous has the highest battle strength. The myriad self-army pressed forth, charging into Hai Cheng's Dark Vale battlefield fearlessly. The pitch-black battlefield that occupied half the sky was quickly smashed and taken down. It resembled the clothing of a beggar, extremely tattered. Hai Cheng's eyes twitched. He had to retreat. He was handsome and elegant. Even when he retreated, he still kept his cool. His arms were like butterflies fluttering in the sky, activating mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the advancement of the myriad self-army. Just like a humongous tide, no matter how powerful his mortal killer moves were, they were like rocks in front of a tsunami, or weak little fish. They were all swept away and devoured mercilessly. Hai Cheng squinted his eyes. His expression turned grim. He finally understood how Zhu Songzi felt, facing the myriad self-army. He was a great rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous expert in northern plains, but now he felt a sense of helplessness and weakness. The army had formed into an overwhelming size. It was unstoppable. This immortal killer move. Even if I use Dark Prison and release the sharp tusk boar, I will not be its match. Hai Cheng retreated under the pressure of the army. Under this situation, if Hai Cheng wanted to turn the situation around, he would need to kill Fang Yuan's main body using dark arrows. But 2 dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could do nothing to Fang Yuan, who had immortal Gu worldly wave trace. This lunatic, how many beads of immortal essence did he use? Hai Cheng cursed in his heart. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, who was on the ground. Fang Yuan absorbed another trace of the demon venerable intent. Sensing Hai Cheng's dangerous gaze, he looked back and gave Hai Cheng a smile of disdain. At the same time, a large portion of the army charged towards Hai Cheng. This fellow. Hai Cheng finally showed a trace of nervousness. Being pincer attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge in the sky. Even after he used countless mortal killer moves, he could only halt the army's advancement slightly. At this moment, the situation had become, 2 Gu immortals were being chased down by Fang Yuan alone. Good job, junior brother. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown. Seeing this, her expression froze slightly. She did not expect the situation to become like this. Over at Fang Yuan's side, he had finally destroyed the earthly calamity and obtained all of the true meaning infusion. His strength path attainment was still Grandmaster realm. It did not break through again, but his transformation path attainment rose to become a transformation master. As for his flying attainment, it also grew significantly. He broke through master level and reached quasi-grandmaster realm. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He said to Hai Lulan, quickly, "Don't you have small family Qi Gu? Release all of the collected earth Qi, we might attract more earthly calamity." Everyone heard this and were speechless. Hai Lulan rolled her eyes. After the infusion of the 3 Qi, the essence of her life had been elevated. She had transcended mortals and became a Gu immortal. Her body was purified in all aspects. Even the heavy injury in her eye sockets had healed completely. I have to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat. Hai Lulan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion and shouted. Fang Yuan licked his lips. unsatisfied. But since she did not agree, there was nothing he could do. Everyone gathered and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield longingly, using fixed immortal travel at long last. 3 breaths later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain blessed land. We're letting him leave? Zhu Songzi and Hai Cheng gathered. Hai Cheng's brows rose. He said coldly, even if I have instant pause, can you break through the defense of these strength path phantoms? Zhu Songzi looked at the remaining myriad self-army in the battlefield and was unable to say a word. Chapter 690, A Commotion in Northern Plains, a Wisdom Path Inheritance. In the quiet room at the third branch peak of Snowy Mountain, it was fine weather outside. Clear blue sky, refreshing air and tall white snowy mountains combined to form a tranquil and boundless view. The fragrance of tea filled the quiet room. Fang Yuan was gasping as he lay down with his body full of injuries. Thin streams of zombie blood flowed out from the wounds and accumulated on the ground. However, he did not care and also did not feel any pain. 7 minutes had gone by already since he had closed his eyes to rest. Besides him, there were 3 others in the quiet room. Taibei Yunsheng was standing next to Fang Yuan, quickly moving his hands, emitting rays of black light that were healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan was sitting at her old spot beside the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, while most of her attention was focused on Hai Lu Lan who was beside her. Hai Lu Lan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her face looked solemn and respectful like a jade statue. There were 3 steps in immortal ascension, shattering the aperture, receiving qi and releasing gu. She had completed the first 2 steps when undergoing tribulation in the icy plane, and after returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she had started the 3rd step. With her foundation, the creation of her immortal aperture was a settled matter. Right now, she was probably refining immortal gu in her immortal aperture and resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity formed in there. By the looks of it, she was going to complete this step alone and did not want an outsider's help. However, if there was any problem, Hai Lu Lan would immediately ask for help. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and Taibei Yunsheng would have to quickly enter Hai Lu Lan's immortal aperture and resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. By the time the tea was boiling and gurgling, Hai Lu Lan let out a breath of turbid air and slowly opened her eyes. This movement immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan stopped brewing and placed the teapot down in a hurry, asking in concern, "Success?" Hai Lu Lan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath. Her eyes reddened as she spoke in a choked voice filled with excitement and relief. "Little Lan, you have the great strength, true martial physique and now have succeeded in becoming an immortal. You possess a super-grade blessed land and have extraordinary potential. Truly, after a dark cloud comes a clear sky. If sister knew of this in the afterlife, she would certainly be happy." When an ordinary Gu Master advanced to Gu Immortal, their blessed land could be classified into one of 3 grades, high, middle or low. When one of the 10 extreme physiques advanced to Gu Immortal, they would be taking an enormous risk and naturally would have bigger gains. If their immortal ascension succeeded, their blessed land would be a super-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, drew in a large tributary of the River of Time and created over 30 beads of immortal essence. There would be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which could mutually interact and refine the vital gu and core gu into immortal gu. Super-grade blessed lands were even larger with a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers. The tributary of the River of Time it drew in would be gigantic and the amount of green grape immortal essence created would surpass 50 beads. If there was nothing unexpected, it could create at least 2 immortal gu. Hai Lu Lan appeared tranquil. "I have succeeded in advancing to gu immortal but have yet to kill that old scumbag." Her indifferent tone contained a deep and piercing hatred. "Hai Lu Lan, I hate to be blunt but the chances of killing Hai Cheng with only the 4 of us, even if he is alone, are rather low." Taibei Yunsheng coughed, and said, "Right, defeating a gu immortal is easy but killing is another thing altogether." Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh as he stood up. The injuries on his body had essentially healed. Previously, in his battle with Gu Immortal Plump Lady in Western Desert, he had obtained superiority, but Plump Lady had still escaped. This time, he battled Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi. His phantom army had taken the lead and were able to wreak havoc, but they couldn't trap the two Gu Immortals and could only let them retreat safely. Myriad Self was strong, but there was nothing to be done about it if the enemy did not engage you head-on. Gu Immortals were smart and knew to avoid the enemy's strong points. In truth, Fang Yuan's second battle with Hai Cheng could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but it was hard to maintain this dominance for long. If the time was stretched on, the strength path phantoms would dissipate and it would then be Hai Cheng's turn to counterattack. This immortal killer move indeed could build up to a big advantage, but not to the extent of being at complete dominance against Hai Cheng. Thus, when Hai Lulan said to retreat, Fang Yuan did not oppose. He stopped at the right time and activated fixed immortal travel, bringing them back here. Hai Lulan looked at Fang Yuan and gave a slight smile. To be able to succeed this time in resisting the enemy and allowing me to pass the tribulation is thanks to your strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other out. A sharp light flashed through Fang Yuan's eyes. He helped Hai Lulan this time, and when Immortal Crane Sect attacks Hu Immortal Blessed Land later, they would also have to help Fang Yuan according to the alliance agreement. It involved reciprocity and mutual benefits for both sides. According to the previous agreement, here is small family Qi Gu's recipe. Also, of the 30 Immortal Essence Stones I lent, you only need to return half. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She by now had a hint of Fang Yuan's nature, only tangible benefits matched his tastes. Fang Yuan accepted the recipe for small family Qi Gu, then sighed, "In this battle, I won and also lost, consuming over 60 green grape immortal essence. The 15 immortal essence stones I owe you. I am afraid it might take some time for me to return them." Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of Hai Lulan's success in advancing. She immediately stated, "No need to hurry. Whenever your circumstances are better, you can return them to me and I also won't collect any interest on them. Also, didn't you ask us about wisdom path inheritances? Could it be that you have some clues?" Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, "There is a clue. You are also aware of Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Changfan's death some months ago. He left behind an intact Wisdom Path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Yuliang is only immortal and it will be hard for him to preserve a Gu Immortal inheritance, especially when this inheritance is a Wisdom Path inheritance. According to the tip-off, Dongfang Changfan has placed this Wisdom Path inheritance in a hidden place and even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals don't know about its exact position. Only Dongfang Yuliang holds the key clue. Even though just before his death, Dongfang Changfan had formed a non-aggression pact with Huangjin tribes and other super forces. However, he had not formed an agreement with demonic path Gu Immortals. His capability had not reached the point where it could sweep through both righteous and demonic. Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous gazes of many demonic path Gu Immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals had some thoughts on it. Thus, Dongfang Changfan made these arrangements, completely hiding his wisdom path inheritance and leaving it to only his approved successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Fang Yuan was forced to think, I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, but my use of it is crude at best and I am unable to display the essence of wisdom path. Treasure Yellow Heaven has wisdom path Gu worms on sale, but a complete wisdom path inheritance would never be on sale. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain while wisdom path inheritances are rather hard to get. If I can obtain this complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I will be able to use fewer wills and thoughts to deduce more items. Dongfang Changfan was the #1 Gu Immortal of Wisdom Path in Northern Plains while he was alive. His inheritance would naturally arouse Fang Yuan's interest. But lying in front of Fang Yuan was a super force, the Colossus Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Changfan, but it still had several Gu immortals to maintain the situation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had just been in an intense battle with Hai Cheng and spent most of his green grape immortal essence. It was not possible for him to display the same mighty presence of the myriad self-army in a short while. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already allied in secret to conspire for Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. Back when Dongfang Changfan was alive, both the righteous and demonic path of Northern Plains suffered losses from him. Many were schemed against and suffered setbacks under his hands. Reportedly, his successor Dongfang Yuliang has talents and aptitude as strong as Dongfang Changfan's. Most of Northern Plains Gu immortals are not willing to see a second Dongfang Changfan. Fairy Li Shan continued. Several months ago, some demonic path Gu immortals already sought me out to use my mountain pledge Gu to reach a temporary alliance in their scheme for the wisdom path inheritance. But I had already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Changfan by then and could not make any moves against Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you want, I can act as go-between and let you join this alliance. They would have a lot more detailed information and will be of great help to you when you contend for the inheritance. Fang Yuan did not refuse but also did not immediately agree. I need some time to consider. There is no hurry. Hai Lu Lan said, right now, the biggest news in Northern Plains is the matter of Ken Beisheng capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan, holding the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already caused a commotion among most of the Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Even those rank 8 old monsters are said to have come out of their seclusions. Hai Lu Lan revealed a ridiculing expression. He, Ken Beisheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators, having overpowering metal path battle strength and even being somewhat stronger than that old scoundrel Hai Cheng. But this luck path true inheritance is a thorny matter. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals are looking to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals from all around are rushing over, while Ken Beisheng is a lone force, and even though he occupies a blessed land, there will be countless difficulties for him in resisting these assaults. His life will certainly be quite hard. A cold light vaguely flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes before he muttered, we are the survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan were also involved in the event. Although they escaped early, they know about us and are barriers for us to move freely in Northern Plains. Since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, formless hands had carried many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains, causing chaos, commotion and frequent battles in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Afterwards, when most of the escaped wild immortal Gu had been captured, the situation had calmed somewhat. Now, however, the news of Ken Beisheng capturing Ma and Zhao caused undercurrents revolving around Ken Beisheng to surge in Northern Plains, and the luck path true inheritance slowly formed tiny waves. As time passed, these tiny waves would definitely evolve into a huge storm that would engulf the whole of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan, compared to other Gu immortals, had much more reason to be involved in this. However, his current strength appeared rather weak in front of such an enormous storm. Without speaking any further, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Tai Beiyun Sheng remained here to heal Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan had passed the tribulation of her immortal Gu. Her immortal aperture was in ruins and required Tai Beiyun Sheng's landscape as before. Chapter 691, Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. Hai Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was Hai Tribe's base camp. The Blessed Land was huge and extensive. It was small at the bottom and large at the top. Because of Hai Tribe's first-generation ancestors' unique specialties, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had little land, but the higher up in the air one went, the larger the space. A sky that greatly exceeded that of ordinary blessed lands had countless circular wooden eagle nests floating in it. These eagle nests were like small hills. Innumerable iron eagles rested in them. The cries of eagles resounded endlessly. When a group of eagles flew, vast numbers of them traveled in formation. It was a spectacular view. At the highest part of this blessed land, there was a garden. The garden's artificial mountain had a pavilion on it. In the pavilion, 4 supreme elders of High Tribe were sitting around a square stone table. They had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression, Second Supreme Elder was shutting his eyes and resting, Third Supreme Elder was thinking with a troubled expression, Fourth Supreme Elder's face was full of sweat. The atmosphere was heavy, it was like the calm before the storm. "My dear Lord Third Elder, how long are you going to continue thinking?" Fourth Supreme Elder urged with an impatient tone. "Rush, rush, rush. You only know how to rush me. Don't you know this is a crucial moment? At this point, if I make the wrong move, my dozens of years of hard work would go down the drain." Third Supreme Elder yapped away, his emotions becoming even more agitated. He looked at First Supreme Elder in front of him, before looking at Second Supreme Elder to the left. Both of them had unchanging expressions. Third Supreme Elder could not discern anything from their faces and the pressure in his heart intensified. Right at this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly approaching this pavilion. High Tribe's Second Supreme Elder opened a slit in each of his eyes, saying slowly, "Oh, Hai Cheng is back." Hai Cheng entered the pavilion and paid respects to the 4 Supreme Elders. These 4 Supreme Elders had deeper foundations than him in both status and cultivation, but with regards to battle strength, it was unknown until they fought seriously. But within the tribe, Gu Immortal would spar at most. How could they fight seriously? Furthermore, in Righteous Path forces, other than Central Continent's sect system, the other 4 regions looked at bloodline and seniority within their clans and tribes. Even if Hai Cheng had higher battle strength, he would still need to respect them as a junior when he sees these 4 Supreme Elders. "First Elder, this is Dark Prison, I am returning it now." Hai Cheng took out the rank 6 Immortal Gu House and returned it to First Supreme Elder after paying respects to them. First Supreme Elder took the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, exclaiming, "You did not use Dark Prison, it seems your operation was very successful?" Saying this, First Supreme Elder's gaze was still fixed on the stone table. He was only asking Hai Cheng casually. Hai Cheng laughed, "It was very fortunate. This time the trip was smooth sailing. We have successfully suppressed Kiao Tribe." Kiao Tribe was a large-sized tribe, because all of High Tribe's members inside Imperial Court Blessed Land had perished. Kiao Tribe which was under them had become tempted to try and leave their control. HMPH, Kiao Tribe's Gu Immortal, Kiao Dong, became an immortal due to my guidance back then. It has only been a few decades. His loyalty has wavered? Second Supreme Elder said plainly. Therefore, this time, I struck and taught that Kiao Dong a lesson. Within 5 years, there should be no issues. Hai Cheng laughed calmly. The suppression of Kiao Tribe was an excuse Hai Cheng had prepared long ago. Hai Cheng wanted to deal with his own daughter, Hai Lu Lan. This was not a righteous thing to do, he could only do it secretly. He had planned to use Dark Prison to suppress Hai Lu Lan, preventing her from self-detonating. But he could not directly say this to the First Supreme Elder. Thus, he used Kiao Tribe as an excuse, saying, in order to prevent any accidents when suppressing Kiao Tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years? Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Northern Plains is in a complete mess now. True Yang building collapsed. The culprit has not been found. Wild Immortal Gu have been appearing constantly. All the different forces are fighting intensely. Especially now, Ken Beisheng's incident is becoming more heated. This involves Giant Sun's inheritance. Even those rank 8 old fossils are getting ready to strike. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. True Yang building collapsed. Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed as well. The Imperial Court contest has lost its meaning. What do we do from now on? All of the Huangjin tribes, what procedures will they follow? We have no idea. Hai Cheng understood their intentions after hearing this. He lowered his head. Junior understands. I will be more strict in handling the tribes, especially Kiao Tribe, Huo Tribe, and Zhao Tribe, these 3 vassals. That's right, this time, The entirety of Hai tribe died inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. There cannot be no display of Hai tribe in northern plains. Hai Ching, go out into the Blessed Land and pick carefully. Bring a portion of the tribesmen out and rebuild Hai tribe in northern plains. Third Supreme Elder thought about his tough problem as he gave his view on this matter. Yes, don't worry Third Elder, I have already started preparing. In half a month, Northern Plains Hai tribe will be rebuilt. Hai Ching answered. Alright, let Hai Ching handle the matters of the mortal tribe affairs, we have no worries. Third Supreme Elder, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you decide on the problem ahead? What tile are you playing? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered, he was very hesitant, but he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Playing a tile. At the same time, he called out, 3 Tiao. Immediately, all the other elders had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder could not stay serious anymore, he laughed loudly, flipping over his tiles. Ha ha, I won. Arg. Third Supreme Elder patted his leg with much force, he grabbed his snow-white beard as he sighed, if I knew, I would not have played 3 Tiao, but 6 Swan instead. After hearing this, Second Supreme Elder stared with his eyes wide open, he turned over his own tiles, saying to Supreme Third Elder, then play 6 Swan, my set could have won with either 4 Wan or 6 Swan. Alright, enough, stop arguing. Quickly make the deal, I'm waiting to recoup my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently, here, this is the goo recipe that I researched after spending 30 years. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed one east window goo on the table in front of First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder took the east window goo. Alright, let's go to the next round. Same rules, we are not to use any goo worms to cheat. We will state the wager first. I have 2 immortal essence stones. Ancient goo recipe of crescent moon goo. 20 pieces of grey heart rock. A group of dragon eye fish. There is a fish emperor included. Swish swish swish. 8 arms swept around the stone table, shuffling the tiles. Hai Ching was silently standing at the side, he was very used to these 4 Hai tribe Supreme Elders' gambling habits. The game they were playing was called Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. It was invented by a mortal genius back in earlier years of Hai tribe, mainly to bootlick the first Supreme Elder. After First Supreme Elder obtained it, he had been playing it daily with the other 3 Supreme Elders, competing and engaging in battle. Hai tribe's external affairs were almost all handled by Hai Ching. Then, Elders, Junior will take his leave. Hai Ching said, go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands. They had started assembling their hand tiles as they replied to him half-heartedly. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion. They were screeching as suddenly, the eagle group spread and 3 desolate eagles appeared, with battle strength equivalent to rank 6. One was a dragon eagle with a powerful aura, while the other 2 were iron crown eagles, having great spirit. Shoo. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves unhappily, so noisy. He. First Supreme Elder had a kind and merciful smile. He waved his sleeves and a lot of food was sprinkled in the air. The eagle group made happy cries, fighting for the food in the air. Hai Cheng left Iron Eagle Blessed Land, flying towards the southwest direction. After flying for several minutes, he met Zhu Songzi. Zhu Songzi had rested sufficiently, he no longer looked as pathetic as before, but he sighed when he saw Hai Cheng. The situation has become troublesome. I just obtained some information. Do you know which force has control of fixed immortal travel? Immortal Gu? Hai Cheng replied, you want to say, Immortal Crane sect of Central Continent's 10 ancient sects? You already knew? When? Zhu Songzi was slightly unhappy. Hai Lulan snorted coldly. Not too long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Changfan deduced that 88 True Yang Building's matter was related to Central Continent. Now, Hai Lulan has a mysterious immortal zombie around her that controls fixed immortal travel. They are likely the same batch of people. Zhu Songzi's eyes narrowed. He fell into silence. Honestly speaking, this information caught him off guard. He originally thought that they were dealing with a small mortal woman, To think that such a huge force like Immortal Crane sect was involved now. Although he had joined Snowy Mountain, this was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish and only cared about self-interest. They were not as united as the Righteous Path. Hai Cheng's predicament was very awkward as well. Although he was a high tribe Gu immortal, something as shameless as targeting his own daughter could not be known to everyone. Even though many Righteous Path Gu immortals were two-faced and usually acted differently in public, they at least appeared righteous to the world. Hai Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even Dark Prison had to be borrowed using an excuse. HMPH, I wanted to kill a cat, but to think I messed with a tiger. Hai Cheng, I don't care. Since your secret is in my hands, I want 500 Immortal Essence Stones. Give me a copy of the Yin Yang Life Extension method as well. Zhu Songzi broke the silence. His expression was ruthless. He was not sincerely working with Hai Cheng in the first place. After realizing that Fang Yuan and others had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat now. A cold light flashed in Hai Cheng's eyes. He stared at Zhu Songzi as he said slowly, "You know my situation. If you force me, at most, both of us will go down. You will get nothing." Aren't you afraid? HMPH, if I cannot catch Hai Lulan, I cannot gain lifespan. I am about to die. Why would I care about reputation? Zhu Songzi was shivering in fury after hearing Hai Cheng's unscrupulous words. His eyes were bloodshot. Who could have thought that the Grand Lord Hai Cheng is actually like this? Hai Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. Think what you want. Zhu Songzi, you were too naive. At this point, do you think you can keep out of this matter? Hai Lulan takes revenge very seriously. She has Fairy Li Shan backing her. Do you think Snowy Mountain would care about you, the 7th Peaks branch head, as opposed to the 3rd leader? There is something else I want to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are ready to strike. The 10 great ancient sects have created an allied force to charge into Northern Plains. Right now, the entirety of Northern Plains is in chaos. I'm sure that with Fairy Li Shan's skills, it would not be hard for her to use the Central Continent Gu immortals as an excuse to indirectly kill you. That does not violate the Snowy Mountain Union Pact, right? Zhu Songzi's expression paled. Chapter 692, The Hard-to-Deal-with High Tribe Father and Daughter. Hai Cheng, you are actually threatening me. Rub me the wrong way and I will make sure all your dirty deeds are known by the whole world. Zhu Songzi was furious. Hai Cheng sneered. Go ahead, do it quickly. Truthfully speaking, Su Xianer was your Snowy Mountains pawn, intentionally arranged to get close to me and infiltrate High Tribe's higher level. The so-called Su Xian's night elopement is no more than a conspiracy. Not long later, Su Tribe was annihilated. Did you think it was my High Tribe that had a hand in it? HMPH, you guys from Snowy Mountain did it to conclude matters for Su Xianer, clearing away all the traces. What? This? Why haven't I heard of it? Zhu Songzi showed an incredulous look upon hearing this astonishing piece of news. What would you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. The higher levels of Snowy Mountain always has only had 3 decision makers. I know you don't believe me, but I have conclusive proof. Hai Cheng took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Zhu Songzi. Zhu Songzi took the East Window Gu and cast his consciousness into it. A while later, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. Hai Cheng gazed at the sky and heaved a long sigh, revealing a bleak look. Back then, I was publicly recognized as a Gu immortal seed, but it was because I was ignorant at my young age that I fell into the conspiracy. Su Xian's night elopement. Su Xian's night elopement is nothing more than a meticulously planned conspiracy for the demonic and righteous paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xianer. We had Lulan. I truly thought the days would keep on passing by blissfully. However, one day, a Gu immortal suddenly appeared before me and threw the conclusive evidence to me. And what you are looking at is only a portion of this evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Zhu Songzi mumbled. This evidence turned everything upside down. Even if Hai Cheng used the Yin Yang life extension method to scheme against his own wife, This was actually a matter of enmity between righteous and demonic. Hai Cheng's action of taking down his family when justice demanded it would not create reproach but instead be praised and admired. "You set me up, you set me up." Zhu Songzi pointed at Hai Cheng in extreme fury. He had thought he was the one holding the initiative by having a handle on Hai Cheng, but he had never expected to be instead entrapped by Hai Cheng. Zhu Songzi naively followed Hai Cheng to hunt Hai Lulan and battle Fairy Li Shan, causing his current worrying plight. Hai Lulan, Fairy Li Shan as well as Central Continent's ancient sect force became a shadow that refused to leave Zhu Songzi's mind. Hai Cheng restrained his feelings and looked at Zhu Songzi. "And now, I have a new piece of evidence. Do you remember when Hai Lulan was transcending the tribulation? How did she address Fairy Li Shan?" "Fairy Li Shan and Suzyaner are likely to have a blood relation. I have Suzyaner's blood with me and also Hai Lulan's blood. I will have additional conclusive proof when we confront Snowy Mountain in the future." Zhu Songzi breathed roughly before he was able to forcibly calm down. "Good, Hai Cheng. You are truly outstanding. I had not even extorted you of a few dozens of immortal essence stones but was pulled into this messy business by you, being plunged into your trap." "Right. I must acknowledge that even if you take actions against Hai Lulan, making every attempt to capture her, it could just be brushed off as a father educating his daughter who hopes she would be aware of her mistakes. As long as you don't use the yin-yang life extension method on Hai Lulan, I won't have any real handle on you." "But, your scheme can only stop here. You are a lone force while the other has joined hands with a Central Continent influence." He. Hai Lulan has already become a strength path extreme physique immortal. It is now even more difficult for you to capture her. Hai Cheng sank into silence. Zhu Songzi continued explaining, his thoughts becoming keener. "My situation is worrisome but your days also won't pass by well. You harmed Suzyaner. Hai Lulan's hatred runs extremely deeply, and who is to say Central Continent's force also won't look to trouble you. Thus, you two are tied together, and you only have a hope of victory if you cooperate with my side." A female voice suddenly interrupted Zhu Songzi and Hai Cheng's conversation. "Who is this?" Zhu Songzi was truly startled. A graceful figure slowly appeared. This was a female Gu immortal who was wearing purple garments. She was charming and lovely, and her beautiful face showed a light smile. Zhu Songzi was not someone with poor knowledge and after being dazed for a moment, he reacted. "So it is Fairy Zhongyu." He then looked towards Hai Cheng. All of Northern Plains Gu immortals knew that Fairy Zhongyu was Hai Cheng's 27th concubine who was similarly a Dark Path Gu immortal, and possessed Dark Limit immortal Gu, which could conceal inspirations and make it difficult for others to make deductions. The reason why Hai Lulan was able to hold on for so long, and not explode because of the great strength true martial physique, was because Fairy Zhongyu had used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to seal the aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques on Hai Lulan, preventing its induction within heaven and earth. However, who would have thought that upon seeing Fairy Zhongyu, Hai Cheng's attitude would turn extremely cold? He snorted, as expected. "You came. Many years ago, when I first brought evidence regarding Suzyan's night elopement to you, I had said, I will appear when you need me." Fairy Zhongyu revealed a mysterious smile. "So what do you think? Like I said before, you won't be able to capture Hai Lulan by just yourself. You will instead only create a bigger commotion. You can only cooperate with my side to have hope." Zhu Songzi looked at Hai Cheng then at Zhongyu, his gaze traveling back and forth between them. He was shocked at how Hai Cheng and Zhongyu were conversing. Fairy Zhongyu's identity was not ordinary, and seemed to be a representative of a mysterious force. The reason Hai Cheng could know of the deceit that was Suzyan's night elopement was because of Fairy Zhongyu's notice. Hai Cheng lowered his eyes. Fairy Zhongyu was able to appear so close to him without being discovered. This caused Hai Cheng's apprehension of Zhongyu to deepen by a layer. Fairy Zhongyu was on the surface a lone cultivator of northern plains, and Hai Cheng's beloved concubine, but in truth was shrouded in a fog of mystery. Hai Cheng fell into deep thought. He was not at all afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army and actually had some disdain towards it inwardly. Despite not having methods to confront it head-on, Gu Immortal Combat paid attention to contests in every aspect. Just based on how the myriad self-army was not able to chase down Hai Cheng, its threat had heavily decreased to him. In the previous battle, if not for Hai Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, Hai Cheng would have no doubt occupied the upper hand when the strength path phantoms dissipated and could even turn around the situation to a victorious one. Even Zhu Songzi, who had been fleeing in disarray from the myriad self, was not worried about fighting Fang Yuan again. The reason was that myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's immortal essence expenditure was too high, and in spite of this it did not have true killing power. Zhu Songzi could just activate mortal killer moves to resist it. After this was repeated a few times, how much more immortal essence could Fang Yuan, as an immortal zombie, still have? Once his immortal essence was expended, Zhu Songzi could display his might and settle affairs with Fang Yuan. Hai Cheng's apprehension was towards Fang Yuan's background, to Immortal Crane Sect, and Central Continent Sku Immortals. He also had not expected that his investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a colossus. Dongfang Changfan had already deduced that the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was due to the workings of Central Continent Sku Immortals. Central Continent Sku Immortals could destroy even giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangements, let alone with the insignificant Hai Cheng. Like Hai Cheng, Zhu Songzi also had similar worries. They were both scared by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew Immortal Crane Sect was thinking of every possible means to deal with Fang Yuan, they absolutely would not be this nervous. Looking at the present situation, it seems we can only have the chance of success by collaborating with your side. But before cooperating, as a fundamental part of good faith, shouldn't you tell me which force you are representing? Hai Cheng asked Fairy Zhongyu after pondering for a while. Fairy Zhongyu thought for a moment. She knew Hai Cheng was an uncompromising person. If she lied or refused, he would probably just turn around and abruptly leave. She decided to tell the truth. Well, there is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread throughout the 5 regions and its name is Shadow Sect. Hai Cheng and Zhu Songzi glanced at each other. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 28 Green Grape Immortal Essence and half an Immortal Essence Stone. Fang Yuan calculated the wealth he had remaining. After going through the battle during Hai Lulan's tribulation, Fang Yuan's hard-earned and accumulated funds immediately returned to their original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence, but he had activated the killer move Myriad Self close to 50 times, to form an army of nearly 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the battle, Fang Yuan repeatedly used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, Worldly Wave Trace and other Immortal Goo, consuming over a dozen beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Thus, the remaining Green Grape Immortal Essence did not even total 30 beads. I still owe Fairy Li Shan 15 Immortal Essence Stones and 15 Immortal Essence Stones to Lang Yilan Spirit as well. I can delay the payment to Fairy Li Shan as long as necessary, but I need to return the Immortal Essence Stones I owe to Lang Yilan Spirit as soon as possible. If it is delayed, the interest will only get higher. Fang Yuan's relationship with Lang Yilan Spirit was still only ordinary. When Lang Yilan Spirit lent Immortal Essence Stones to Fang Yuan, although he did not demand an exorbitant price, but he still, as per convention, took a 10% interest. That is to say, Fang Yuan would have to return at least 16.5 Immortal Essence Stones to Lang Yilan Spirit. If a month passed, another 1.5 Immortal Essence Stone would have to be added. 2 months was 3 Immortal Essence Stones and so on. Even if a month did not pass, he would still have to pay 1.5 Immortal Essence Stones. This was the minimum interest. How could outsiders lend money for no reason and without any benefits? The alliance between Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and the others had an agreement. When one side helps other, the price they paid would be doubly compensated. This agreement had been implemented in Fang Yuan's first battle with Hai Cheng. However, this time, Feng Yuan did not just pay a price, he also obtained enormous benefits. His strength path realm advanced to Grandmaster level, he raised transformation path from practically nothing to master level, while his flying attainment advanced to quasi-Grandmaster level. Adding in small family Qi Gu and the 15 immortal essence stones exempted from the debt, these benefits had far surpassed the price Feng Yuan had paid, thus Fairy Li Shan did not compensate. Thinking back now, Hai Lu Lan might have intentionally set this situation up, attempting to use the Demon Venerable's realm's true meaning to make me work myself to the bone. Now that Feng Yuan recalled the situation, he felt he had fallen in Hai Lu Lan's scheme. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Feng Yuan absolutely would not have spent so much green grape immortal essence and formed such a large strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Feng Yuan could have even retreated. After all, the alliance agreement had no clause that said one had to fight till death. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was quite lenient. Feng Yuan had vaguely felt this during the battle, but this was an upright plot. Even if Feng Yuan discovered Hai Lu Lan's attempt, he would have still dived right in, because the benefits were just that great. Chapter 693, Fighting is just a part of cultivating. In the underground cave, the air was filled with the rainbow-colored light of wisdom. A small mushroom forest was growing here. Wisdom Gua sprawled atop the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Feng Yuan sat close by, using the light of wisdom to make his deductions. Afterwards, he let out a breath of foggy air. The second immortal goo recipe has been completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much originally, only 20 or so of them. After deducing two 80% remnant recipes, he had 11 left. The third immortal goo remnant recipe is 86% complete. 11 green grape immortal essence speeds should be enough. Feng Yuan looked at the delight in water and mountain immortal goo. It was glistening brightly and had no issues. Many days had passed since Hai Lu Lan's tribulation. Because it was used intensely in battle, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was hungry already, while Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo had been activated many times, but its condition was still good. It was not hungry. Feng Yuan felt baffled at first, but after he asked Mo Yao's will, who was in his immortal aperture, he understood why. It turned out Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished constantly. Mo Yao did not have a goo to produce fake will. She used many goo worms to convert the joyful will into fake will. Thus, when she fed goo worms, the one she paid most attention to was the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo was fed till it was completely full by Mo Yao's will. She did not feed it only when it was hungry. Thus, even though Feng Yuan was using it extensively, there was still some time until he needed to feed the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. This was evidently a good thing. After all, activating a hungry immortal goo forcefully could cause it to die. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was already hungry, thus, it was much more risky for Feng Yuan to use the killer move Myriad Self. Perhaps the next time he used this immortal killer move, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo would be destroyed in the process. Deducing immortal goo recipes was Feng Yuan's most important source of income now. If Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo could not be used, Feng Yuan would fall into a difficult situation again. Feng Yuan activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo again. He started deducing the third immortal goo remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the Demon Venerable True Meaning infusion. It was quite a bit of help to deducing immortal goo remnant recipes. That was because the True Meaning infusion was the same as taking in Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's understanding towards cultivation. It directly increased Feng Yuan's foundation. It could raise his realm of cultivation. As for the deduction of goo recipes, it one's own foundation as the basis. The stronger their foundations, the higher the efficiency of the deduction. Even though refinement path attainment level was the most important, because there were many elements to consider, strength path and transformation path would be involved as well in these thought processes. 2 days later, Feng Yuan completed his deduction. He obtained 3 complete immortal goo recipes. He brought these immortal goo recipes over to Langya Blessed Land and completed the transaction with Langya Land Spirit. Not only did he clear his debt and account for the expenditure of his green grape immortal essence, he still earned 11 immortal essence stones as profit. Everything was back on track now. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed another 3 completed immortal goo recipes to Langya Land Spirit and completed the 5th deal. At this point, he had 36 immortal essence stones and 27 green grape immortal essence seeds. Fang Yuan slightly relaxed after that. Because of the battle with Hai Qing, he almost went into the red and his finances threatened to collapse. According to the economic term on Earth, he had almost caused the situation of a cash flow shortfall. Although the immortal killer move, Myriad Self, has great strength, I need to consume a bead of green grape immortal essence every time I use it. If I use it many times, the expenditure would be huge. I need to be careful when I use it in the future, otherwise, it will just drain my finances and cause me to lose out, even if I win the fight. Fang Yuan inwardly alerted himself in his mind. When Goo Immortals cultivate, they had to consider many aspects, not just victory in battle. Like the example of Liu Beng and Xiang Yu on Earth. Liu Beng could not defeat Xiang Yu, he lost in battles while Xiang Yu won in battles. But Liu Beng was adept in managing the economy and had strong backing. Even though he lost each fight, he had the capital to rise up once again. Thus he was able to fight even after losing. Xiang Yu, however, although he won his fights, he had no businesses. As time passed, and they fought even more, the difference between Liu Beng and him became smaller. Eventually, Liu Beng won one battle and that turned into complete victory. As for the cultivation of Goo Immortals, it was the same logic. Battles were just a part of cultivation. The victory and loss of battles was not too important. The important thing was the benefits behind them. One had to look forward for everything. They could not be short-sighted. Even though Fang Yuan could cause Hai Qing and Zhu Songzi to suffer greatly, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, Hai Qing and Zhu Songzi spent much less immortal essence compared to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also went bankrupt after this fight, but Hai Qing and Zhu Songzi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan had to fight them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely be lower compared to them. If they fought for several more times, the winner would be obvious. Hai Qing had the rank 6 immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Could he not go all out with it? Of course he could, but the situation did not call for it. Those who could become Goo Immortals were not rash boors that were hot-blooded. They would calculate their gains and losses after every battle. Of course, if not for the demon venerable true meaning infusion, Fang Yuan would not have expended this much green grape immortal essence. If I use up my green grape immortal essence, I can still replace it with immortal essence stones. But the demon venerable true meaning is an extremely rare opportunity. If I cultivate slow and steadily, I would need at least decades to reach this stage. Fang Yuan was very aware in his heart. After Fang Yuan completed another 2 immortal Goo remnant recipes, Taipei Yunsheng finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the environment of the super-grade blessed land, Sai. I saw it with my own eyes. Having over 6,700 square kilometers of land, the blessed land's time flow is 38 times that of the outside world. There is much vitality and great potential in it. I could not help but feel jealous towards it. In my opinion, the biggest winner after the battle of this tribulation is Hailu Lan. Taipei Yunsheng returned and started talking incessantly, while sighing endlessly. After Hailu Lan's tribulation, she asked for Taipei Yunsheng to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Taipei Yunsheng was lucky enough to enter Lulan blessed land. It could be said to be a truly eye-opening experience. A super-grade blessed land is precisely like that. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques becoming an immortal is like skating on thin ice. It is a fight for survival in a deadly situation. Compared to this, I am more worried about how many immortal Gu Hailulan managed to refine during the 3rd step of this immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. Her immortal aperture was created using the Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path Immortal Goo was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Goo is now her vital goo, but she also elevated her original core goo, Self-Strength Goo, to rank 6. Other than these two, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Chi Goo. Tai Bei Yunsheng replied, when Tai Bei Yunsheng ascended to an immortal, the remaining heaven and earth Chi created his 2 immortal goo, man as before and landscape as before. Whether Hai Lu Lan's remaining heaven and earth Chi had been more than Tai Bei Yunsheng's, nobody knew. But what Feng Yuan did know was that she had quite a number of small family Chi Goo. These Goo had stored up some amount of heaven and earth Chi. Feng Yuan analyzed what Hai Lu Lan had. In this case, Hai Lu Lan is confirmed to have 4 immortal goo. They are Flying Bear Strength Goo, Self-Strength Goo, Strength Chi Goo, and Slavery Immortal Goo. Divert Disaster Goo had been destroyed during the tribulation, but don't forget, she had once destroyed the Flying Bear Phantom and obtained Flying Bear Phantom Goo after suppressing it. After that, I lost my connection with the Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Goo. I am not sure if this goo was taken away by the formless hands or if it is still with her now. Hai Lu Lan's strength grew extremely quickly. She had at least 4 immortal goo and was a goo immortal herself now. Her future was immensely bright. Furthermore, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. After getting her help, she skipped the initial stage of being a newly advanced goo immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal essence stones. With a huge amount of investment, Lu Lan Blessed Land would develop quickly. Hai Lu Lan, who has a super-grade Blessed Land, will undoubtedly greatly exceed me in cultivation speed. I have a high-grade Blessed Land. Compared to other goo immortals, it is also a great advantage. But Hai Lu Lan is like someone who has grown wings and is soaring. Even though we formed an alliance with her, the alliance will eventually end. After the time limit, we will need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a huge network while Hai Lu Lan is a formidable person. Tai Bei Yunsheng's tone was worried. The rapid growth of the genius, Hai Lu Lan, had brought great mental pressure to an elderly man like Tai Bei Yunsheng. But it was worse for Feng Yuan. His cultivation was stagnant. As long as he was still an immortal zombie, his cultivation level would not progress. As long as Hai Cheng is not dead, and Ma Hongyun's matter isn't resolved, we will have the basis to cooperate with Hai Lu Lan. You have to be very careful when you go to Eastern Sea this time. Shark Daemon is not easy to deal with. If you need reinforcements, use the moving perspective cup goo to contact me. Feng Yuan reminded Tai Bei Yunsheng to be cautious. Tai Bei Yunsheng rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before setting off to Eastern Sea. He was afflicted by the death sentence awaits Immortal Goo, and had promised an immortal zombie of Eastern Sea, Shark Demon, to explore Yulu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to set off. Feng Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He deduced goo recipes to earn immortal essence stones, while also placing priority on settling the important matter of feeding immortal goo. After he completed the 6th deal, he had more than 60 immortal essence stones. His woman's heart and connect luck were showing signs of weakness. They were evidently famished. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, he had a total of 3 immortal goo to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo as food. Connect Luck Immortal Goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the ancient desolate beast, worldly sand gulls, resting area. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart needed the hearts of women as food. He had no idea how to get the first 2. Feng Yuan decided to settle the easiest one first. Western Desert. Sand dunes were continually connected together, forming a huge and wide area of land. The sun was high in the sky, the air was dry and hot. It felt like a person could be cooked in this weather. A large-sized caravan was moving forward. The camel bells ringed, and the sounds of the vehicles could be heard constantly. The accompanying goo masters used all types of goo worms, some to reduce the temperature, some to summon winds, some to create fresh water, and some to navigate. "Who is this?" the caravan leader shouted. There was a gruesome monster in front of the caravan. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a large body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs, with eyes red as blood. With one look, people felt their hearts tighten as they felt a formless pressure. The caravan went into a commotion. 2 rank 5, 17 rank 4, 40 over rank 3. This is quite a number. A hoarse voice could be heard from the monster's mouth. Sir, who might you be? I am Mo Clan's caravan leader, Mo Yan. One of the rank 5 Gu masters in the caravan cupped his fists and asked nervously. Fang Yuan laughed truthlessly. His 8 monstrous claws opened instantly. The name of the super influence, Mo Clan, could not deter him. He was like the incarnation of a demonic god. He rushed into the caravan and whipped up a storm of blood and flesh. Howling, screaming, crying, begging, all these noises tangled together. After a while, they went silent. Chapter 694, A Gentle Gaze. After around 10 minutes, the slaughter finally ended. One's nose would be assailed by the thick smell of blood. The yellow sand was filled with corpses. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the corpses. He summoned woman's heart Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu slowly rose up, floating into the air and emitting a reddish-purple light. The light filled the entire battlefield. In a few breaths of time, all the female corpses in the entire battlefield started to tremble. The vibrations of the corpses became more intense, as finally, with a loud pop, hearts burst out of the bodies and rose up slightly, flying towards woman's heart which was in the air. Before they even got close, these bloody hearts were swallowed by the reddish-purple light in the air, turning into inky purple light lumps. The light lumps were like young swallows returning to their nest. They entered woman's heart. Poison path Immortal Gu. Woman's heart slightly trembled. It let out a sharp screech, as if it sounded overjoyed from being fed. A moment later, all of the women's hearts in the battlefield had been fed to woman's heart as food. Fang Yuan called back woman's heart. This Immortal Gu's hunger had been alleviated by quite a bit, but it was not full yet. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. At this rate, to feed the woman's heart Immortal Gu until it is full, I will need 4,000 more women's hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered already had significant strength. Such a large-sized caravan is uncommon in Western Desert. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm, pushing it towards the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared, slamming into the battlefield. Explosions occurred as rocks and sand were sent flying. Corpses were burnt as the place turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was simply the power of quantity. He had used numerous similar fire path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan threw several black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire, raising its intensity and raising the battlefield to the ground. All the traces left behind were gone. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings and flew away at a rapid speed. He traveled northeast, past several large-sized oases, before finding his target, a small-sized oasis. Looking down from a high altitude, the oasis was like a jewel, encased in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis. Its water was clear and blue, with trees growing around it. There were many people living in this place. The marketplace were lively and it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. He appeared above the cloudless sky. It was very eye-catching. A group of Gu masters riding sand gulls flew up from the oasis. What monster is this? It seems like a zombie. These Gu masters were mostly young people. They looked at Fang Yuan's monstrous appearance and couldn't help but mutter apprehensively. They were almost all rank 2. Only the leader was a rank 3 Gu master. This group of people flew towards Fang Yuan. They stopped about 300 steps away from him. The leader was very vigilant. He cupped his fists. This is Zhuzai Oasis, controlled by us, Lan Clan. The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope Sir can land on the ground. If you wish to enter the oasis, we have Gu masters in charge of attending to visiting Gu masters from outside. Sir just needs to follow the procedures. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be allowed to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan continued to stare at the oasis, using his investigative Gu to check the area. He was trying to find out if there were any Gu immortals hiding in this oasis, because only Gu immortals could pose a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, such a small oasis would not be a strong force. There should not be Gu immortals here. If there were, they would have expanded or modified this oasis already. After the leader said that, he saw that Feng Yuan was unmoved. He frowned as he said coldly, "Did Sir hear me? The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. This is general knowledge in Western Desert. Sir flying above Lan Clan can be regarded as a provocation. I hope Sir lands now, otherwise, don't blame us for." Bam! Before the leader finished his words, Feng Yuan flicked a finger and sent a rank 5 level attack at him. The rank 3 leader could not react. He was blown to bits. His corpse scattered everywhere. "Huh? Lord Elder!" The other rank 2 Gu masters screamed shrilly after a moment of shock. At this moment, unparalleled fear filled their hearts. The high and mighty Lord Elder did not even have a chance to react before he was killed in one hit. This attack was too sudden. The rank 2 Gu masters could not even clearly see what actually killed their leader. Lord Elder is dead. He was killed in an instant. Quickly retreat. This person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The rank 2 Gu masters screamed. They scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He waved his hands. Bam bam bam! With consecutive explosions, these rank 2 Gu masters were turned into pieces of flesh without exception. Even the sand gulls that they were sitting on were not spared. A loud siren rang in the oasis. Everything that had happened in the air was seen by the patrolling Gu masters. Feng Yuan looked down from above imposingly, seeing the mortals panicking and running away. The flourishing market had gone into chaos. Large numbers of mortal Gu masters came out from the buildings. They faced up towards the sky, looking at Feng Yuan with deep animosity. Mortals are truly like insects. Feng Yuan let out a deep breath. He then summoned the hair armor and flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying like a meteor towards the oasis. "He is here. Attack him. Be careful. The other party is very strong. He is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely to be rank 5. So what if he is strong? He is just one person. Attack him." The Lan Clan Gu masters in the oasis screamed furiously. They unleashed a flurry of colorful attacks. But Feng Yuan's charge was not slowed. He easily broke through these obstructions and crashed into the clan head pavilion at the center of the oasis. Bam! The loud crash could deafen one's ears. The huge impact caused the ground to shake. The clan head pavilion had defensive Gu worms protecting it, but they were useless. The place collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew and tiles burst. Air currents pushed out and carried the dust clouds with them. As the dust and smoke settled, Feng Yuan's huge body and 8 monstrous arms were displayed before the Lan Clan Gu masters. He did not die. Damn it! The clan head pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestors' tablets are all inside. Kill this demon. Everyone's emotions were stimulated. They surrounded Feng Yuan. "All of you shut up." Suddenly, an elderly man shouted, walking out from the crowd, "Lord Clan Elder." The surrounding people paid respects to this old man. The old clan leader was very shocked. He deeply understood the defensive power of the clan head pavilion. It was the central and most important place in the clan. It had great defenses. Even if 10 people of the elderly clan leader's strength attacked it, they might not break through. But simply one blow from Feng Yuan destroyed the entire clan head pavilion. Just one hit. What did this mean? The elderly clan leader controlled his fear. He bowed deeply towards Feng Yuan. "Our Lan clan has been neutral for many generations. We have not meddled with the outside world. I am not sure if we have offended, sir, but we will definitely compensate you until you are satisfied." The moment he said that, he immediately attracted the fierce rebuttal of the Gu masters. "Lord Clan Leader, what are you saying? This monster who is neither a human nor a ghost destroyed our clan head pavilion. Even Elder Lan Wan died in his hands." "Clan Leader, our Lan clan has no cowards. The other party is already so overbearing. We have to slaughter him into pieces to quench the hatred in our hearts." He. Feng Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse. Everyone frowned when they heard his voice. There is actually someone who understands how to react to the situation here. That's right. This small oasis is squeezed between many large forces. If you did not know your place, you would not be able to stay as the clan leader. Then listen to me. I want you to collect 6,000 hearts within the next 10 minutes. Remember, these hearts have to be intact and they need to be women's hearts. The hearts of men and young girls have no use. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon. He is a lawless demon. He actually wants our clan to be his lapdog, to collect hearts for him. The Goo Masters were in an uproar. The elderly clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was a huge number. There were many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was certainly not enough. That means, to reach 6,000, he would need to sacrifice the clansmen in Land Clan. Thus, the old clan leader's position would certainly be taken away. Nobody would allow such a person to be their leader. Isn't Sir's request too overbearing? Sigh. Heaven cares for all living beings. In broad daylight, how can anyone commit such heinous acts? I'm afraid Land Clan cannot help you. The old clan leader sighed as he showed a merciful expression. Hey, then there's no other way. Even though this is more troublesome, it will do. Fang Yuan laughed ruthlessly. His killing intent surged. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back, and a moment later, he appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck, lifting him up easily. So fast. The old clan leader's expression was pale. There was no trace of blood on his face. He was completely shocked. How could he be captured by the other party in an instant? Could it be that he is not a mortal, but a Goo immortal? A horrifying thought appeared in the old clan leader's heart. He shouted anxiously, Everything can be discussed. Please have mercy. Bull. Arg. Crack. The old clan leader's neck was smashed into powder by Fang Yuan. The old clan leader's head hung to one side. He stared with his eyes wide open. He died without solace. It was not that he did not want to use his goo worms to retaliate, but Fang Yuan had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress goo worms. He killed the clan leader. No, Lord Clan Leader, you cannot die. Revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The Goo Masters reacted and shouted angrily. Like a rushing tide, they charged towards Fang Yuan, using all sorts of attacks, unleashing a beautiful display of fireworks. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot, allowing the attacks to hit his body without moving at all. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths before stopping. Goo Masters had limited primeval essence. With such an intense wave of attacks, they could not keep it up for very long. Is he dead? He was definitely beaten to a pulp already. Sigh. Our poor old clan leader. We did not even manage to retrieve his corpse. But when the smoke dispersed, the Goo Master's eyes were opened wide. They saw that Fang Yuan was still standing at the same spot arrogantly. Even though the surroundings were a mess, his black armor was still extremely new-looking. Even the broken spikes were regenerating rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Fang Yuan's hair armor regenerated completely. There were not even any marks on it. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was made of several hundred goo worms, and dozens of rank 5 goo worms. It was also used on the foundation of the immortal zombie body. The defense was not something these Goo Masters could break. Among the people attacking Fang Yuan, the one and only rank 4 Goo Master, the elderly clan leader, had died. There were less than 10 rank 3 Goo Masters remaining. The rest were rank 2 and 1. Their attacks were very scattered. Many of the attacks had cancelled each other out. It simply could pose no threat to Fang Yuan. This is your attack? It can't even scratch me. Fang Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it was very clear in everyone's ears. An intense chill rose up in the hearts of the Goo Masters and spread rapidly. Even though the weather was so hot, they felt like they were in an icy pit. What are you? Everyone trembled. Their hearts were filled with terror. Monster. This is a monster. Someone screamed. He had lost his mind. Run. Quickly run. Their morale had sank to rock bottom. One person running away initiated the collapse of the entire group. Fang Yuan was not surprised, the clan leader was dead, they had nothing to rely on. At the same time, he purposely took the attacks head-on. It was to destroy the morale of these mortals. Swoosh! Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. He chased up to a female Gu Master. The female Gu Master's body froze. She stared at the monstrous claw piercing through her back and out of her chest. As the monstrous claw pulled out, her heart was taken away. Elder Lanzin is dead too. Run! The surrounding Gu Masters saw this and were shocked out of their minds. They ran away even more quickly. Fang Yuan waved a hand and large numbers of fireballs spewed out. Buildings collapsed and fires were blazing. With another wave of a hand, wind blades were dancing in the air, slaughtering everything in their path, leaving behind large numbers of minced corpses. No, please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. This was an ordinary mortal woman with a delicate face and a beautiful figure. She had preserved her own body well, she should be a wife or concubine of a Gu Master. Bam! Fang Yuan flicked his finger, and the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. Her headless corpse collapsed on the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse. As the palm of his downwards hanging hand opened, the woman's heart burst out of the body and flew out, grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful scream. It stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, glowing in a reddish-purple light. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the conditions, the purple light would swallow them and they would be absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, a slaughter occurred. It was a path filled with anguished wails. Rivers of blood flowed. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was famished. It was too risky to use myriad self, and too much of a waste of immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used, because the starlight lump exploded continuously. It would mince the mortal corpses completely. Even the hearts would not be spared. Fang Yuan was only using mortal Gu. He did not use any killer moves. It was simply a huge quantity of Gu worms. But even so, the efficiency of killing was not low. Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan chose this place purposefully. This was a huge desert, and the oases were like islands. Even if a mortal escapes out of the oasis, they would not get far. Western Desert was a place with unhindered vision. The desert stretched to the horizon. It was easy for Fang Yuan to chase them down. This time, I will let you eat till you are full, little one. Fang Yuan walked in the pool of blood, looking at the woman's heart immortal Gu on his shoulder. His gaze was extremely gentle. Chapter 695, Dead Sand Galeg. The light of the setting sun shone on Zhuzai Oasis. The lively atmosphere in normal times was replaced by thick smoke and fire today. There was nothing left of the former serenity. Buildings had collapsed, turning into piles of ruins. In these ruins, on the streets, at the side of the lake, under the trees, pools of blood were connected and corpses lined the ground. Fang Yuan went back to the clan head pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken concrete, he placed the poison path immortal Gu woman's heart back into his immortal aperture. After killing for a long time, he had finally fed woman's heart until it was full. Woman's heart combined refinement and nurturing. If he fed it any further, woman's heart would enter the refinement stage. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger the poison. But Fang Yuan had no intentions of refining the Gu at this point. With his strength, slaying mortals was like slaughtering animals, but with so many mortals, he still spent half the day on this. Furthermore, woman's heart was a consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it would be gone after one use. The prospects of investing in it were not great, unless Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the rubble of the clan head pavilion, Fang Yuan activated several hundred Gu worms in his immortal aperture, undergoing a thorough search of the area. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan finally found an underground entrance. He walked towards the entrance, his huge feet treaded and destroyed the ground under him, exposing the entrance. This entrance could allow a normal person to enter, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used force to take apart this entrance. After several hundred steps, The space finally widened enough for Fang Yuan to walk while bending his waist. A large stone door appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On top of the door, there were words carved: "Important area of the clan treasury. People not specifically assigned are forbidden from entering." Fang Yuan snorted. He destroyed the stone door and hundreds of golden light blades attacked Fang Yuan. A loud alarm rang. This was evidently the method of Lan clan in defending against thieves. But it was a pity that not even a single spike on Fang Yuan's hair armor was destroyed. Fang Yuan entered the stone door. Seeing a pile of primeval stones, Fang Yuan roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 in total. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these primeval stones would be a huge fortune. But now that he was an immortal with unlimited primeval essence, he had almost no need for primeval stones. But he still kept these primeval stones in his immortal aperture. It was simply a move done in passing. Soon, he broke through a second stone door and entered. He saw a huge amount of goo refinement materials. They were classified and placed here. These were all ordinary materials. Although Fang Yuan also needed them, these materials were not in high quantity. When Fang Yuan truly wanted to refine something, he would need a vast amount of materials. He would still need to purchase in bulk from goo immortals. But this was better than nothing. Fang Yuan would not leave empty-handed. He sent it all into his immortal aperture. Next, beyond the third, fourth, and fifth stone door, they all had goo refinement materials, except that they were of different varieties and had different storage conditions. Fang Yuan took all of these as well. At the sixth stone door, he found goo worms. Large numbers of mortal goo were stored here. This was Lan clan's goo worm treasury, the foundation of their entire clan. Fang Yuan took them all away. With his abundant memories and great experience, he knew all of these goo worms. They were not necessary for him. But to mortal goo masters, these were all precious goo worms, including rank 4 and 5 goo worms among them. Getting one could change a person's life. Their entire future might turn around. Like the liquor worm that Fang Yuan obtained on King Mao Mountain, the Bone Flesh Unity Goo on Bei Goo Mountain, and the All-Out Effort Goo in Shai Clan City. There were 3 goo worm treasuries, and 5 primeval stone treasuries. Other than that, there were treasuries hidden within treasuries, secret troves that did not escape Fang Yuan's detection. Some troves were ravaged. There were goo master corpses here and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fang Yuan was slaughtering the mortals, some greedy goo masters knew that the clan was finished and barged in here, trying to take whatever resources they could. They fought here and took the treasures they could find, while a portion of people died from the goo worms defending the droves. Fang Yuan walked past these droves, along the main path deep underground. Along the way, he saw more and more corpses of goo master, and there were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like a combination of seagulls and ostriches. They had large legs with huge muscles, but they also had huge wings and could fly in the sky. Sand gulls could run rapidly in the desert, while also flying in the sky and carrying people. They only ate grass and drank clean water. They were easy to feed. With a mild temperament, they were the most common steed among Western desert goo masters. The only problem was, sand gulls had very low fertility. 3 to 4 out of 10 sand gull eggs would usually hatch and grow into healthy sand gulls. However, this Lan clan raised many sand gulls, much more than other forces of the same level. When Fang Yuan slaughtered the clan, he killed many sand gulls. He estimated that Lan clan might have some secret technique to raise the fertility of the sand gulls. If so, that would be the only thing in this entire Lan clan that could somewhat interest Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked for another few thousand steps. He saw more goo master corpses. Finally, at one point, he saw a large number of goo master corpses and sand gull corpses. It seems that the people who came in here met with the sand gull's obstruction. They all perished here. They took a risk to enter here. Quite evidently, there is a huge benefit attracting them. Fang Yuan analyzed. Squawk squawk squawk. After another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were 100 sand gulls. Among them, the Sand Gull 100 Beast King was injured. likely due to the fight with Goo Masters earlier. But how could this trifling beast group be Fang Yuan's match? In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued moving forward. The path was moving downwards. The depth was rather surprising to Fang Yuan. After getting rid of 10 waves of attacks from sand gulls, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His field of vision widened as he entered a huge underground cave. This cave was quite big. It was like a square. There was a huge stone table at the center of the cave. There was a huge egg on the table. It was the size of a house. It had a yellow luster, but it was already quite dim. There was a thick layer of yellow sand around the table. The sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. It felt like cotton when one stepped on it. Many eggs were placed on this sand, slightly buried into them. These eggs were of varying sizes. There were even some broken eggshells there. These eggs are all sand gull eggs. This is the breeding ground for Lan Plan's sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. To protect their home and eggs, a large number of sand gulls rose up and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He waved a hand and a large number of wind blades cut these sand gulls like harvesting crops. With another burst of frost, half of these sand gull were frozen. There were very few sand gulls that survived. They no longer had their previous numbers, so their aura diminished and they started escaping in fear. Fang Yuan had no interest in killing them all. The closer he got to the table, the more his gaze was attracted to the huge egg on the table. He showed some joy on his face. This egg, is it the egg of a worldly sand gull? Fang Yuan stopped atop the stone table and came in front of the huge egg. He touched the shell filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it. As transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly, the egg white fell onto the stone table, following the crevices on the table as it flowed down onto the yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull. The life inside had perished in the egg. Even the egg white was leaking. This was obviously a dead egg. Sand gulls had low fertility. Worldly sand gulls which were of the same breed had even lower rates. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Even using the egg white so superficially could greatly raise the fertility of these sand gulls. Fang Yuan did not obtain the fertility method he had been guessing. He actually obtained a dead egg of an ancient desolate bird instead. This was an unpleasant surprise. As expected, after using Connect Luck, I encountered something good. After slaughtering a small to mid-sized clan, I actually obtained something useful to me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. His Connect Luck immortal goo needed the sand of the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, worldly sand gull, as food. This sand was known as sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed from ordinary soil due to the worldly sand gull's influence. Originally, if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain the sand, he would need to buy it from others, or find a worldly sand gull nest and take a huge risk to sneak in and steal the sand gull soil. But now that he had a dead egg of the worldly sand gull, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil to feed the Connect Luck immortal goo. There is ample life essence in this egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it will tide me through this tough time. I do not need to feed the Connect Luck immortal goo until it is full. As long as it is not starving, that will do. After all, for the foreseeable future, there are no suitable targets. Connect Luck immortal goo is unusable anyway. Feeling joyous, Fang Yuan took this dead egg. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he started his preparations. He was a blood path grandmaster in his previous life. Now he had also become a strength path grandmaster. These two paths both involved life and vitality. He quickly had an idea, using 600 mortal goo to create a goo formation, extracting the life essence of this dead egg, forming a lot of vital energy. Fang Yuan modified this method with the help of wisdom goo, condensing the vital energy into a light yellow juice. Ordinary sand had turned into sand gull soil after a day and a night in this juice. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck immortal goo till it was full. Therefore, The cleansed soul immortal goo in his hands was the only one he had an issue in feeding. To feed cleansed soul immortal goo, he needed the flesh of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo, but the white lotus giant silkworm goo was very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late antiquity era, soul path flourished, and this goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, at this point, there were already very few white lotus giant silkworm goo in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan used the name of the eight-arm immortal to request for this goo worm and its recipe, but no one had answered him. Chapter 696, Announcement of Betrayal. Husband, Huang has been like this for 3 months. What should we do? I don't know how to live if anything happens to her. Fairy Beiqing looked at Feng Jinhuang, who was on the cushion, sobbing in a low voice. She was a grand goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She had always been elegant and noble to the outside world. But now that this concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her bearings. She was no longer as calm as usual. But in front of her, Feng Jinhuang sat on the cushion, in the posture of polishing her aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet. She had slanted eyes and there was a small red birthmark between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Beiqing, with the valiance of her father, Feng Jiayuge. She had a dignified disposition, yet also a matchless, fearless beauty. She had incredible aptitude, her talent was overwhelming. She suppressed everyone of the same age in the 10 great ancient sects. If not for Feng Yuan ruining her opportunity, Feng Jinhuang would have become the owner of Hu immortal blessed land already. Her skin was fair like snow. Her eyes were shut. She breathed slowly like she was asleep. About 3 months ago, Feng Jinhuang was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture. But an accident occurred during this ordinary cultivation session. She fell unconscious ever since and nobody could awaken her using any method. Ever since they found out about Feng Jinhuang's strange state, Feng Jiayuge and Beiqing had been thinking of ways to save their daughter, but there had been no progress. They asked the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. They had tried all sorts of methods, but all of it was useless. Husband, do you think our Huang will stay asleep forever? Will she ever wake up and see us again? Fairy Beiqing thought about this terrible fate and couldn't refrain from welling up with sorrow. Feng Jiayuge sighed. He stretched out his arms to hug his beloved wife, consoling her. King don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say it? Our daughter had discovered the true way to use Dream Wings immortal goo, thus she had reached a hidden region. Her entire soul had entered a mystical realm unknown to us. She did not lose her life and is still alive and well. We should believe her. Maybe this is a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jiayuge and Beiqing did not awaken Feng Jinhuang, their attempts were not in vain. They had already found out the reason for Feng Jinhuang's coma was the Dream Wings immortal goo. Fairy Beiqing leaned on her husband as she relaxed on his broad and powerful chest. She felt slightly eased as she said, when Huang was 3 years old, Dream Wings immortal goo came to her on its own. I had been feeling uneasy since then. We have never seen this immortal goo before, even after searching through all of Spirit Affinity House's records. There was no information about it. In our tests, the effect of this goo expended the soul to create beautiful wings. But now it seems, Dream Wings immortal goo's true effect is not this. Feng Jiayuge nodded, agreeing. Your analysis is very reasonable. When goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo, if they are facing an unknown goo worm, they would make new discoveries when using the goo, eventually understanding everything about the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are always new secrets hidden within them. When goo immortals and goo masters obtain valuable experience, they would treat it as an important secret to prevent others from learning about their information. When Huang awakens, I am sure she will have huge gains. She will learn the true way to use Dream Wings immortal goo. When I go to Northern Plains this time, our family will have to depend on you. Inform me immediately when Huang awakens. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had plotted for countless years. They put in a lot of time and effort, expending manpower and resources, meticulously planning and making arrangements, before finally having some progress in 88 True Yang building. But in the end, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, using these arrangements for himself. In the end, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88 True Yang Building collapsed. This piece of information was a huge nightmare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had planned this for a long time. The leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, was pressured by all the different forces, not only from the other 9 sects, but also internally within Spirit Affinity House. The plot against 88 True Yang Building started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has been leading the way and holding the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only must we clear the suspicions, we also have to investigate the truth. As the person with the strongest battle strength in our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter, all of the other elders have agreed that I will go to investigate this. Feng Jiayuj sighed. Husband, you have to be careful during this Northern Plains journey. If anything goes wrong, make escaping your priority. After all, over there would not be like in Central Continent, there is no backup to assist you. Don't trust the people from the other 9 sects. Back then when you challenged the 10 great sects in successive battles, you won many and faced 0 losses. Many people's reputations took a huge hit. All these years, you have been the publicly recognized strongest person in the 10 sects, suppressing all of them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might all sigh in relief. Instead, don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Jiayuj touched Fairy Baking's cheeks as he kissed her lips gently. When their lips separated, he took out a rank 5 letters sending Green Bird Gu. This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal Fang Yuan accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Jiayuj said. Ever since Huang Er was born, she had only suffered a loss in this Fang Yuan's hands. After Huang Er returned, she was so indignant and wanted to take revenge. I got you to send him a challenge letter earlier, but he did not reply. To think that he has replied now, what is his motive? Fairy Baking had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. Feng Jiayuj's gaze concentrated. Ever since Huang Er lost, we had investigated this lad thoroughly. He has quite the backing. There is a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land under the eyes of all 10 great ancient sects. But these smart talks in Immortal Crane sect acknowledged him as one of their own, leaving us no way to make a move. This way, Immortal Crane sect can exclude the rest of us 9 sects and claim Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. If it had been me, I would have done the same. Fairy Baking said. Over a year has passed according to Central Continent time. Even Northern Plains True Yang Building has collapsed in this period. The laughable thing is that Immortal Crane sect has not even succeeded yet. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in that rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Jiayuj laughed in disdain. We can't say that. During this year, Immortal Crane sect had first spent a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, Spirit Rhino. Then many of the Gu immortals in their sect were involved in the reincarnation battlefield, and now even Great Heavenly Sword sect which is under their control is trying to gain independence. Immortal Crane sect has too many things to deal with. Together with our 9 sects exerting pressure on them covertly after we learned the truth, obstructing them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land by force. All of these reasons resulted in Hu Immortal Blessed Land being yet to fall at this point. Fairy Baking said. Feng Jiayuj shook his head. The force behind Fang Yuan is shrouded in mystery. We do not know much about them yet. Yesterday, Immortal Crane sect publicly declared that Fang Yuan had turned on them after obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He is now a traitor of the sect. It is evident that their soft tactics had no effect. Now it seems like Immortal Crane sect is going to deal with Hu Immortal Blessed Land forcefully during this period of time. HMPH, I want to see what force it is, to be able to contest with our 10 great sects. Fairy Baking's gaze flickered. She seemed to have comprehended something. I understand this Fang Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Immortal Crane sect. It seems he knew that Immortal Crane sect was going to deal with him. Thus, he sent this letter, to interact with the outside world, so that he can resist Immortal Crane Sect using Spirit Affinity House. But now, Immortal Crane Sect has an upright reason to strike, because Feng Yuan is a traitor of Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect can attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land righteously, while we cannot interfere. Fairy Bay King was unresigned. Is there no way for us to interfere? If Immortal Crane Sect gets Danghun Mountain, I'm afraid their sect's foundation will get much stronger. As righteous sects, we have rules to follow. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent observing us. If the 10 great sects break established practices, will we still be able to command those on our sides? Even though Immortal Crane Sect initially deceived the other 9 sects, they were indeed led into believing them for some time, because Immortal Crane Sect had Feng Zheng who could be used as a perfect excuse. Since Immortal Crane Sect's plan worked out, we had to acknowledge them. At least, we cannot interfere this time. But if Immortal Crane Sect fails in taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have reason to strike. After all, everyone knows about this situation right now, but because of rules and reputation, we are all pretending to be ignorant. If Immortal Crane Sect fails, no one will allow them to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves anymore. Feng Jiayuge continued. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I plan to give my one's own Wei-Gu to Immortal Crane Sect for their use. What is your intention? Fairy Bay King was slightly taken aback. Feng Jiayuge was very confident. We do not know about the strength of Feng Yuan's force. Whether he can protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land is an unknown factor. If he defeats Immortal Crane Sect, then the 10 great sects will strike together to split up this blessed land. But if Immortal Crane Sect wins, we can use my one's own Wei-Gu as a reason to gain some advantage from Danghun Mountain as well. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Declaring me as the sect's traitor, this means Immortal Crane Sect will attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land very soon. Feng Yuan looked at the report in his hands with a heavy feeling. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was not fed yet. Under such circumstances, using the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was extremely risky. If he was unlucky, he might lose the Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu for good. This way, without Myriad Self, Feng Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Immortal Crane Sect announced that I was a traitor in advance, but they did not attack. They are evidently waiting now, trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can fight it out. This is truly the demeanor and confidence of one of the 10 great sects. Feng Yuan thought a little about it and knew that Immortal Crane Sect's attack would be very powerful this time. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, to feed Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu until it was full. At the same time, he needed to accumulate funds and prepare enough green grape immortal essence. Most immortal Gu required immortal essence to activate. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal Gu he had, he could not use their abilities. What is the point of war? Money. In this world, why do Gu immortals fight? For immortal essence stones. It was about immortal essence stones. Sigh. This is quite the problem. My funds that have just recovered are going to take a huge hit again. 2 consecutive battles would completely devastate my already weak finances. Chapter 697, Immortal Crane Sect, Gu Immortal Meeting. Central Continent, Phi Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain, in the Hall of Affairs, Gu Immortals were seated in a circle. Their immortal auras radiated as they discussed the important matters within Immortal Crane Sect. The Spirit Rhino's illness is getting worse. I need to purchase large amounts of materials to refine the healing Gu that can treat it. But to completely heal the Spirit Rhino, I need a lot of healing Gu recipes and to carry out research on them. I estimate that I will need 360 Immortal Essence Stones. Gu Immortal Shuzij spoke loudly. Immediately afterwards, a Gu Immortal rebuked him. The Spirit Rhino is an ancient desolate beast. It has a very strong body. But now, it has already been sick for half a year. Why has it not recovered yet? Shuzij, are you trying to delay the treatment of the Spirit Rhino so that you can reap some gains from the process? A Gu Immortal questioned. Shuzij heard this and his eyebrows rose up. He screamed, Fan Zile you. Don't bullshit me. Wasn't this all because you guys used a poison path immortal goo when you captured it? Back then, I urged you, don't use it, but in the end, to save your efforts, you poisoned the spirit rhino. Now that there is trouble, you need me to clean up after you. You are the one bullshitting. Do you know how hard it was to capture that spirit rhino alive? It is easy for you to speak like this. Fan Xiaoyu was just as fierce, shouting loudly. Ding! At this time, a bell rang. It was a crisp and clear sound. The Gu Immortal's words were all swallowed by the sound of the bell. As this sound continued echoing, it became louder. Shu Zijin Fan Xiaoyu. No matter how much they spoke, their voices would only turn into bell sounds. They decided to keep quiet as everyone's gazes turned to the origin of the sound. At the centermost seat, there was an old man. It was the person with the highest authority in Immortal Crane sect, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder that controlled the entire situation. Immortal Crane sect's First Supreme Elder's voice was low and slow. Now, Shu Ziji's suggestion requires 360 Immortal Essence Stones, to purchase goo recipes and goo worms to heal the spirit rhino. We will vote now. I object. 360 Immortal Essence Stones is too many. My budget last time was merely 200 Immortal Essence Stones. Is healing a spirit rhino more important than healing goo immortals? Fan Xiaoyu was the first to object. A goo immortal beside him said, the spirit rhino is important, but it is not crucial. The most crucial matter now is the situation in the northwest. I object to this suggestion as well. We will talk about Great Heavenly Sword sect in detail later. Now we are only discussing the matter of healing the spirit rhino. First Supreme Elder interjected. I object. The third Gu Immortal said. Before expressing my decision, I would like to hear Lady Sang Xin's input. Our sect had expended much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast spirit rhino. It was to use the spirit rhino's blood to create an even more secretive information path Gu worm. I wonder what Lady Sang Xin's progress is? The fourth Gu Immortal looked at Lady Sang Xin. Lady Sang Xin was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. She smiled upon hearing this. I am ashamed. Right now, we are making little progress. The spirit rhino's body is full of poisonous blood. The research of the information path Gu worm thus is progressing slowly. The fourth Gu Immortal nodded. That means this matter has few prospects. Then, I object. Out of the 8 Gu Immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Zij only got 200 Immortal Essence Stones. This was evidently much less than the 360 he requested for. Shu Zij snorted as he muttered something under his breath, expressing his unhappiness. Ding! With another sound of a bell, regardless of whether Shu Zij was satisfied, First Supreme Elder continued. Then next, we will discuss the matter of the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a muscular body. His blue hair pointed towards the sky. I have been in charge of the reincarnation battlefield's matters for over 30 years. I am sure everyone knows how important the reincarnation battlefield is. During the middle of this year, our sect had suffered a huge loss in the reincarnation battlefield. Even though reinforcements were swiftly provided and we regained our footing, the situation is still terrible. I need a rank 6 Gu Immortal's battle strength or 3 desolate beasts to reinforce us, and one of the desolate beast has to be a 9 palace crane. Yi Fengyang immediately retorted, a Gu Immortal's battle strength? Do you know Immortal Crane sect's current situation? Mu Zhao is recuperating from a serious injury. Lin Sanmai is in closed cultivation. We have a lack of manpower in terms of battle strength. You are making such a request at this time? Lei Tan snorted. If Immortal Crane sect is chased out of the reincarnation battlefield, can you, He Fengyang, take responsibility? He Fengyang snickered. We have already invested a huge amount of resources into the reincarnation battlefield. 2 Gu Immortals were already involved in it. We can totally defend our side and maintain stability. Adding in forces will not solve anything, because our competitors in the reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sects. The more reinforcements we send in, the more reinforcements other sects would send. They might even send more than us. Shu Zij nodded. Agreed. Reincarnation battlefield situation is stable now. The current objective should be to defend our territory. Everyone looked around and started to vote. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the help of two desolate beasts. He looked at He Fengying in hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next, we will discuss the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gui Li heard this and firmed his gaze. Sitting up straight, facing everyone's gazes, he spoke. Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been under our Immortal Crane Sect for nearly 1,000 years. Protected by us, after such a long time, they now have a third Gu Immortal. They want to get rid of this attachment and separate from our sect. If they succeed, our sect's control over the Northwest would decrease significantly. Immortal Crane Sect's reputation will also take a huge hit. Even though there is not much evidence, I have gone through extensive calculations. I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is involved in this matter. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect detaches from us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation would be even worse. Our territory is connected to Myriad Dragon Dock's territory. The areas surrounding Great Heavenly Sword Sect would combine into Myriad Dragon Dock's sphere of influence if that happens. We all know how severe the matter is. You do not need to explain it. I'll ask you directly. Who is the Gu Immortal that you want to recruit from Great Heavenly Sword Sect? How confident are you? Is it the other party's scheme? And most importantly, how much of a price do we need to pay to recruit that Gu Immortal? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large-sized force. It was unable to sustain the cultivation needs of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects had control over the entirety of Central Continent, and 80% of its resources were split by the 10 sects. Only the 10 great ancient sects could sustain a large number of Gu Immortals. For example, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect, had to hand over a huge amount of resources every month. The Gu Immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect thus lack the resources they need. In this aspect, if there were enough benefits, it was possible to make a Gu Immortal betray them. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect loses one of its 3 immortals, it will only have 2 left and its strength would fall. They could no longer stir up trouble. Gui Li thought about his words as he said, as the saying goes, nothing good is cheap. The one we are trying to recruit is not immortal but a Gu Immortal. I promised them that they would be treated the same as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Immortal Crane Sect. Other than that, there are some resources as well, about 75 Immortal Essence Stones worth. Pausing for a while, Gui Li continued, in my humble opinion, we should not resort to force for Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter, if we can. After all, the deadline of Great Heavenly Sword Sect's agreement to be our subsidiary sect is coming to an end. It is perfectly fair for them to want to end this relationship and detach from us. If we interfere forcefully, we would have no proper reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also near a territorial border. Myriad Dragon Dock may find an excuse to intervene. From start to finish, Gui Li did not mention which Gu Immortal he was thinking of recruiting. Second Supreme Elder also did not pursue the matter. All of the Gu Immortals present were Supreme Elders of Immortal Crane Sect, but they had internal factions and conflicts as well. A place with people will have conflicts over benefits, and when there is conflict of interest, there are allegiances. If Gui Li said it now, it might give rise to unnecessary conflict. Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter was extremely important to Immortal Crane Sect. After voting, Gui Li's suggestion was approved. Ding! With a loud sound from the bell, First Supreme Elder said, next, we will discuss the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengying, tell us about it. Lei Tan snorted coldly, throwing a glance at He Fengying filled with ill intentions. He Fengying stood up from his seat, showing a serious attitude. Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land. Even though Hu Immortal did not manage it well, Danghun Mountain is in there. As we all know, Danghun Mountain's Gutsku can greatly raise a sect's foundation. It is useful even to us Gu Immortals. Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan questioned, He Fengying, it has already been more than a year. Why is Hu Immortal Blessed Land not taken down yet? In fact, There is not even any progress. Do you know the other 9 sects are looking at us like a joke now? Yi Fengying was prepared for this. He spoke calmly. Any person prepared to accomplish grand feats would face much mockery from the people around him. If we cannot endure this, how can we have any achievements? I came here for a meeting, not to listen to your teachings. No matter what, it is undeniable that you have not retrieved to immortal blessed land yet. Lei Tan said, during this last year, I have been extremely busy over this matter. I had not relaxed even a bit. A few days ago, I have already declared publicly that Fang Yuan is a traitor of the sect, and that we will take him down soon. During these recent days, I have sent informants to monitor the other 9 great sects. We have not found any special reactions from any sect. The crucial person of this operation has been appropriately prepared. We just need Old Lord Kanying and Fairy Kangyu to assist in our move, and we will be able to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yi Fengying said. Old Lord Kanying is rank 7, while Fairy Kangyu has decent strength among rank 6 Gu Immortals. You have the nerve to request this. You are a Grand Gu Immortal yourself, but you need 3 Gu Immortals to deal with Immortal? You are killing a chicken with an ox cleaver. This is what you have prepared after over a year? Lei Tan mocked and laughed loudly. Yi Fengying's eyes were twitching. He controlled the anger inside him as he looked around, calmly saying, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I have to make such a request. I'm sure everyone here knows the situation. I used Feng Zheng to lie to the 9 sects, snatching Hu Immortal Blessed Land for ourselves in name. But ever since the 9 sects found out the truth, they have been targeting Danghun Mountain, obstructing us many times in secret. This time, we need to succeed. We cannot fail, otherwise they will intervene. By then, the situation is not something our sect can control anymore. Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed lightly. They have already obstructed us. Yi Fengying, I have bad news for you, as well as good news. Yi Fengying's heart shuddered. First Elder, please tell me. Never mind, look at it yourself. First Elder flicked his finger. As a rank 5 letter sending green bird goo flew out, Yi Fengying received it and his consciousness entered it. Seeing the start, his expression turned ashen. What? They are requesting Old Lord Kanying to go to Northern Plains? In Yi Fengying's plan, Old Lord Kanying was the greatest battle strength. He had an attacking type immortal goo. He was the powerhouse that could hold the fort. But before Yi Fengying had even acted, he lost his strongest general. Second Supreme Elder said, we can't reject them. True Yang building collapsed for no apparent reason. The cooperation of our 10 sects to take down True Yang building has failed. All the years of hard work have gone down the drain. All of our investments were wasted. This matter is too important. We have to organize a group to go investigate the truth in Northern Plains. At the same time, in Northern Plains, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared all over the place. Thus this Northern Plains journey has another major objective. That is to capture some immortal goo. If the goo immortal we send has low battle strength, not only would we fail to gain anything, we might even be sidelined and reduced into being a shield, losing out in all aspects. Chapter 698, Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, 1/3. But the decision of staying or going for Lord Kanying would affect the ownership of Danghun Mountain and Gutsku. Yi Fengying still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jiayuj is the publicly recognized #1 battle strength of the 10 sects. He is also the leader of this Northern Plains expedition. We have no justifiable reason to reject his request. You know clearly that the sect's manpower in terms of battle strength is very tight recently. Even if we refuse him forcefully, the other 9 sects will use excuses like not needing a burden to go with them, jointly pressuring us. Hearing the First Supreme Elder say that, Yi Fengying's expression became utterly dark. Lei Tan smiled silently. He did not conceal his schadenfreude at all. Yi Fengying felt he was so angry that he was going to blow up. He continued reading the letter, but his expression suddenly froze. He said with mixed emotions, This Feng Jiayuj is actually lending one's own way immortal goo to me. He has also raised one's own way immortal goo to rank 7. Rank 6 one's own way immortal goo is a consumable goo that can only be used thrice. But the rank 7 one's own way goo has no such limits. It can be used as many times as possible, but the expended immortal essence is much higher. What? I remember that he Feng Ying's one's own way goo only had one use left. To think that Feng Jiayuj raised one's own way goo to rank 7. No wonder he requested for one's own way immortal goo. He had an agenda all along. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine. There is a very low chance of success. One's own way goo was not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Gui Li said. Shu Zij said, Spirit Affinity House has a lot of assets, and has close relations with Heavenly Court. Their foundation is even deeper than Immortal Crane Sect. It is not a strange thing that they could refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With one's own way goo, we will not be suppressed by the blessed land. We can use mortal goo freely. Lady Sang Xin looked at He Feng Ying. Feng Jiayuj's scheme is great. On one hand he lent us one's own way goo. If we succeed in obtaining Hu immortal blessed land, he would be able to get a share. On the other hand, he took old Lord Ken Ying away. That was to lower our capability in the fight for Hu immortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. Third Supreme Elder Lord Tiger Demon drank the wine in his bowl before smashing it. Damn. This is not the first time that the other 9 great ancient sects have secretly obstructed our sect in dealing with Hu immortal blessed land. He Feng Ying, Hu immortal blessed land has been handled by you alone all along. I hope you can succeed this time. Do not leave any opportunities for the other sects. Slap their faces hard. I want them to beg us to cooperate on selling the guts goo. I understand, Third Elder. He Feng Ying bowed. The Gu Immortals discussed for a day and a night. They finally decided on what Immortal Crane Sect would do for the next few months. 2 days later, Feng Zheng opened the stone door, entering the blood pool. Feng Zheng, after so many hardships in training, we have finally reached this stage. Today, you will take revenge for your clansmen, you will make contributions to the sect, you will do a favor to all the people in this world. We must succeed. In his aperture, the spirit incubating flea was vibrating, emitting Lord Sky Crane's voice. Yes, Master, I will succeed. Feng Zheng clenched his fists. His expression was extremely firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood submerge half of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply, using iron blood goo. His blood became blacker and thicker, his skin turned darker. Immediately afterwards, Feng Zheng activated blood blade goo while maintaining iron blood goo. Sizzle. From his body, hundreds of iron blood blades flew out, shooting everywhere. Hundreds of cuts appeared on his body. As blood like molten iron flowed out, an intense pleasure hit him. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth as he entered the crucial step, using blood merge goo. At the same time, on Tian Ti Mountain, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. One of them looked young and mild like jade. He wore a green robe and had a jade pendant on his waist. What was most eye-catching were his dark green eyebrows. They were sharp and long, reaching down to his waist. It was the rank 6 Gu Immortal of Immortal Crane Sect, the one known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal, He Feng Ying. The other was a young and beautiful-looking woman. She had a good figure and her face was like a peach. Her eyes were thin and delicate. She wore a pink-blue flowery dress, as it fluttered in the wind. She was another Gu Immortal of Immortal Crane Sect, Fairy Kang Yu. The two stepped onto Tian Ti Mountain, towards the location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What they saw before them was a large green forest. It was plain and ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a separate small world. It was distinct from the world of Central Continent. As long as there were no loopholes in the Blessed Land, or the entrance of the Blessed Land was not opened, from outside, one could not see any signs of its existence. If one did not know of its existence, even if Gu Immortals passed by, they would not realize that there was a Blessed Land here. Fairy King Yu looked around. The scenery was that of a jade-green mountain with chirping birds. Not one person was in sight. But she smiled to He Feng Ying. It seems that there are indeed many people today, and quite a few familiar faces too. She and He Fengying did not conceal their traces, because their actions later would cause a commotion that could not be hidden. Thus, when He Fengying started to move, the other 9 sects already knew about it. Right now, Gu immortals from the other 9 ancient sects were already lurking close by, observing He Fengying and Kang Yu's actions, obtaining first-hand information. He Fengying scattered his Gu worms as he praised, "I've heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move, known as Microsense. It can be sold for 5 immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It has great effect. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. I merely obtained it from a fortuitous encounter in the reincarnation battlefield." Fairy Kang Yu delicately laughed. "I will need Fairy's help in this battle today." He Fengying's attitude was very gentle and kind. "Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. My weak methods cannot compare to the grand-winged crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring flight. It would be a great honor if I can witness it today." Fairy Kang Yu sighed. He Fengying laughed. As he said this, he had already scattered about 10,000 mortal Gu. After 5 minutes, his preparations were complete. "Next, we wait for the right time, Fairy, please." He Fengying waved his sleeves, as a lump of white cloud flew out. The cloud was only 3 meters from the ground, turning into the shape of a cushion. He Fengying leapt onto it and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion Gu. It was rank 5 and could assist a Gu master in cultivating, increasing the effect of nurturing their aperture. Although the effect was not great, years of accumulation would still be a significant amount. After He Fengying ascended to an immortal, white cloud cushion Gu lost its primary use, and could only be used as his seat. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengying purposely left enough space for Fairy Kang Yu, but Fairy Kang Yu took a look and did not step onto the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger as a wood path Gu flew out. The Gu worm drilled into the ground. Several breaths later, peach trees started growing. The branches intertwined together, forming a comfortable bed made of peach blossoms. Fairy Kang Yu lightly chuckled as she stepped onto the bed, half lying down and relaxing herself. At the same time, in Fu Hu Blessed Land, Feng Zheng was at the last step. He activated Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu, as all of the flesh and blood in his body became the soil and nutrients for the demon flower to grow. Countless vines grew out of his skin, coiling around his body. The beautiful and demonic blue chrysanthemums blossomed and opened brightly. An intense pain assaulted his entire body. Even iron blood Gu was having no effect. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth as his expression contorted. He forced himself to endure it. "Quickly use cold blood Gu." Lord Sky Crane's soul was observing Feng Zheng's condition. At this moment, he reminded him. Feng Zheng endured the inhuman pain as he mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood Gu. His body shuddered for a few moments, as the temperature of his boiling blood fell, preventing him from suffering the terrible fate of being cooked alive. "Use blood sense Gu." Lord Sky Crane gave instructions. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth till blood was dripping out. He activated this rank 5 blood path investigative Gu forcefully. This Gu could allow him to sense others with the same bloodline as him. The closer they were and the thicker their bloodline, the clearer the connection between them. But this time, no matter how Feng Zheng tried to sense him, he could not see any images. "How can this be? You and Feng Yuan are brothers by blood. Your bloodlines are of the most close relations. Meanwhile, Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu can enhance the effect of blood path Gu worms. How could you not sense anything after such a long time?" Feng Zheng was in so much pain he could not talk, but Lord Sky Crane was monitoring him closely. Seeing that there was no effect, he became nervous, shouting in panic. "Feng Zheng, hang in there. You have trained for so long, enduring so much inhuman hardship. It was all for this. Our sect's 2 Gu immortals have already set off. We are waiting for you to lead the way. Do not give up. Do not relax your concentration for even a minute." Lord Sky Crane urged worriedly. Feng Zheng's body was shivering intensely. He could not answer his master. He could only use actions to express his obedience. You still can't sense him? Strange. Too strange. Feng Zheng, you have to extend your sense towards the whole earth goo in the blood pool. If Hu Immortal Blessed Land's whole earth goo has not been destroyed yet, then this whole earth goo would connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It can help you greatly in sensing Feng Yuan. Lord Sky Crane reminded, but Feng Zheng had already sent his sense over to the whole earth goo. There was little effect to him. He felt like he was in complete darkness. Searching for his target was like looking for a speck of light in complete darkness. Be it Feng Zheng or Lord Sky Crane, they did not know about the changes in Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His body's blood had turned into a cold jade green zombie blood, from the original healthy red blood. This, no doubt, raised the difficulty for Feng Zheng immensely. No matter how hard Feng Zheng tried, he could not sense Feng Yuan's existence. Damn it, damn it. Lord Sky Crane was extremely anxious. According to the experience of their previous training, Feng Zheng's endurance had a time limit. 90% of the time had passed already. He was near his limit. Don't tell me, we have to use that trump card? Lord Sky Crane was having an internal struggle. To ensure that this succeeded, Feng Ying had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Feng Zheng's body. Together with the goo worms in the blood pool, it formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. But if they used this trump card, Feng Zheng would completely lose his mind. He would activate blood sense goo without caring about his life. Feng Zheng's soul would be consumed intensely, and his blood and flesh would shrivel quickly. There was an extremely high chance of dying. Chapter 699, Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, 2/3. Lord Sky Crane hesitated. On one hand, he had instructions from Feng Ying and was responsible for the heavy task. Reason told him he needed to sacrifice Feng Zheng, this mortal child, for the benefits of Immortal Crane sect, and it was also the most appropriate choice. But on the other hand, his sentiments were obstructing him. Humans were not made of stone. How could they be devoid of emotions? Being with Feng Zheng day and night, watching him grow step by step, looking at him unable to think properly sometimes, looking at him cultivate bitterly with all his effort for vengeance, he really resembles me back then. Lord Sky Crane could not bear to sacrifice Feng Zheng. You brat, I taught you so many times, this is the most basic refinement method. Sorry, master. Feng Zheng's hand was emitting smoke. The goo worm in the palm of his hand had already turned into a pile of ash. Feng Zheng, practice, practice, and practice more. A disciple of mine, the Grand Lord Sky Crane, can't even arrange the cranes in a narrow formation? Where would my face go if this was spread? Lord Sky Crane shouted in fury. Sorry, master, I will definitely try harder. Ugh. Feng Zheng made more mistakes the more nervous he became. Two groups of cranes collided against each other in the air because of his last mistake. The miserable cries of the cranes and the sounds of bone fractures resounded like dumplings dropped into a pot, as they fell down to the ground. The spirit incubating flea was dazed for a moment at beholding this scene before erupting like thunder. You fool. Master, I was wrong, sorry. Feng Zheng faced the wall inside a room for confinement, as he apologized to Lord Sky Crane. Stupid kid, what are you saying sorry for? You fought well. Master, doesn't the sect prohibit internal fights? HMPH, Zhongnan's master is Zhuangjizi. Back then I didn't find him pleasing to my eyes and beat him till his head was swollen. I was also confined longer than you. I might have died already, but as my disciple, how could you be bullied by others? Lord Sky Crane snickered. Master. Feng Zheng choked with sobs, his eyes reddened and tears started forming in his eyes. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man does not easily shed tears. Lord Sky Crane berated. Yes, master. Sorry, master. This crucial moment seemed to span endlessly. The past scenes floated by one in Lord Sky Crane's mind. He seemed to hear being called master again and again. Lord Sky Crane roared in a voice so loud that it could awaken the dead. Feng Zheng, persevere. Have you forgotten the pain Feng Yuan inflicted upon you? Forgotten how your fellow disciples beat you black and blue when you first arrived at Immortal Crane's Ect? Forgotten the grieving ghosts of your clan? Forgotten how miserably your uncle and aunt had died at Feng Yuan's hands? Your hatred, your effort, all of it need to be shown at this moment. You can't fail, you can't give up. I will definitely sense him, definitely. Feng Zheng's spirit was stirred up when he heard Lord Sky Crane's roar. However, he still only sensed endless darkness. No matter how much effort he exerted, no matter how he used his energy, he still could not sense any indication. Why? Feng Zheng's mind was shaken and was starting to turn chaotic when the memories of that unbearable past hidden deep within him started surfacing one after another. The shadow which Feng Yuan had cast upon Feng Zheng since youth seemed to be the same as this darkness he was sensing, causing Feng Zheng to feel boundless pressure and not a trace of light. Feng Zheng felt he was an extremely tiny speck in this vast darkness. Hesitation, bewilderment, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of feelings gushed in his heart. Sorry, Master, I failed. Tears fell down Feng Zheng's eyes as his body reached the limit and his mind was close to collapsing. No, you can't fail, I don't allow it. Lord Sky Crane was also anxious, shouting repeatedly. However, Feng Zheng was slowly unable to hear him. He was about to fall unconscious like in the previous drills. Damn it, damn it. Lord Sky Crane shouted in his heart. He thought of his possession plan, and thought of the punishment Feng Yang would give if he failed this task. Feng Zheng, you brat, all my efforts to cultivate you are in vain. In the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that is the case, then let me give you a hand. Lord Sky Crane's thoughts flashed before he finally convinced himself. The situation also forced him into making this choice. He used that trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool let out bright lights, sweeping away the previous darkness. Goo worms concealed around the blood pool activated one after another on Feng Zheng's body. Feng Zheng's body spasmed intensely like he was electrocuted. He fiercely raised his head and spread his arms, clenching his fists so tightly that the nails pierced into the flesh. An incomparable pain attacked his mind, causing his eyes to roll backwards and show the whites. Almost in the next breath of time, Feng Zheng's roar stopped abruptly. He lost his consciousness, but under the effects of goo worms, he still continued to activate failed blood demon flower goo, and was still using blood sense goo to sense Feng Yuan's existence. The blood pool seethed and gurgled. Squeak squeak. The failed blood demon flowers started growing rapidly, emitting bone-chilling sounds. Feng Zheng maintained his position, with his head raised and arms spread, without budging in the slightest, like a statue. The demonic vines had been small and thin like needles, but now these vines grew thicker, at least as thick as fingers. The largest vine grew from the depths of Feng Zheng's throat and extended out from his mouth like a python. Besides this, there were vines growing out from his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines grew out from every pore on his skin. Feng Zheng had thoroughly turned into nourishment for the demon flowers. His body was cut open everywhere. There was nothing remaining of his original appearance, just like a flower statue that had been tastefully trimmed. Brat. Looking at Feng Zheng transforming into this miserable appearance, Lord Sky Crane's original anxiety and nervousness disappeared. He felt a bleak emptiness that spread to the depths of his heart. It was extremely unbearable. This unbearable feeling soon turned into a heavy guilt that filled Lord Sky Crane's mind. Brat, Master, has done you an injustice. Lord Sky Crane's soul, which was stored in the spirit incubating flea, was unexpectedly letting out drops of soul tears. Feng Yang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sec's third Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes and mumbled. He thought of the matter that Feng Yang had specially requested of him before he left. The third Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, used his immortal essence to activate an immortal goo that gracefully flew out of the hall. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's, but had been borrowed by Feng Yang from Lady Sang Xin. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo, mutual sense. In 10 or so breaths of time, The immortal goo descended down to over the blood pool, above Feng Zheng. This is immortal goo? Lord Sky Crane's eyes opened wide in shock. Mutual sense immortal goo let out a gray light pillar. The smoke-like light pillar covered Feng Zheng. Several breaths later, the gray light pillar was dyed red with Feng Zheng's blood. Where is this? Feng Zheng's remaining consciousness surveyed his surroundings. It was darkness around him. No matter where he walked and no matter how far, the surroundings were still covered in deep and boundless darkness. However, right at this time, a blood-red light speck appeared ahead of Feng Zheng. Ah, that is. Feng Zheng tried walking towards the light. When he reached closer, he sensed a familiar aura from the blood-red light speck. This is older brothers. No, Feng Yuan Zora. Master, do you hear me? I have succeeded. I finally sensed him. Feng Zheng was extremely excited and tried to speak, but no words came out. His mouth was opened so wide that it had almost deformed. It was being held in place by the thick demon flower vines. But a joyful teardrop fell down from the corner of his eye. This tear fiercely shook Lord Sky Crane's soul. He sank down into deathly silence. Feng Zheng approached the blood-red light speck. Suddenly the light speck let out an extremely powerful suction force that completely caught Feng Zheng off guard, absorbing his remaining consciousness. At this moment, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan gave a sound of surprise and slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool, sensed Feng Zheng's body, sensed the lush, enchanting failed blood demon flowers, sensed the spirit incubating flea, sensed the information path mutual sense immortal goo above. So it is like this. Feng Yuan sneered, my cute little brother, you are finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the group? Ha ha ha. What happened? Taibei Yunsheng, who was sitting to the side, saw Feng Yuan suddenly speaking and immediately questioned. At the other side from him were Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, who similarly casted inquiring gazes at Feng Yuan. Such a coincidence. I had invited you guys to talk about Guts Goo business, but it seems Immortal Crane Sect is making an attack. Feng Yuan smiled. He then intentionally lowered his eyes and waved his hand. The other side used my own little brother and used the Immortal Goo, mutual sense, to get my location. Everyone, first leave Danghun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Goo mutual sense could allow two parties to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Feng Zheng and Feng Yuan had sensed each other's situation through blood sense Goo and mutual sense immortal Goo. Naturally, because of the difference in strength between the two sides, Feng Yuan was able to sense everything about Feng Zheng while Feng Zheng could only see things through Feng Yuan's eyes. His perception was limited and he was not even able to sense the immortal aperture inside Feng Yuan. Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan glanced at each other and saw the heavy mood in the other's eyes. They were hindered by the Snowy Mountain Alliance and could not easily avoid this. They could only brace themselves to fight alongside Feng Yuan. On Tian Ti Mountain, Feng Yang, who was sitting on a white cloud cushion Goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. A sharp light burst out of his eyes as he took out an immortal Goo. Expand space immortal Goo. Fairy Kangyu softly breathed out when she saw the immortal Goo. This immortal Goo belonged to Immortal Crane Sect's second supreme elder. Its ability was to expand the space of a blessed land. Feng Yang had borrowed it to use it as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, force intrusion. Over 10 beads of green grape immortal essence were spent in an instant. An enormous aura rose up and formed translucent ripples in the air. Crack, like the sound of glass breaking. Space broke apart in front of Feng Yang and Fairy Kangyu, revealing the terrain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yang leisurely stored expand space immortal Goo before glancing at Fairy Kangyu and inviting in a gentlemanly voice, Fairy, please enter. Fairy Kangyu delicately laughed before stepping forward in the direction of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Suddenly, lightning struck towards her. Chapter 700, Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 3/3. Fairy Kangyu's mind was immediately alerted. The flash of lightning came quickly, It tore through the air and emitting a crackling sound like that of sparks. Even though there are many Gu immortals present, our sect had won in our scheme earlier. According to the rules, the other 9 great ancient sects can merely observe this. If they are not from the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to take a risk and mess with immortal Crane sect? In an instant, Fairy Kangyu's mind was flashing with thoughts. At the same time, her fingers did not slow down. Her 10 dainty fingers were fluttering around, about to activate a killer move to strike back. But at the next moment, Feng Yang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying this, he pulled Fairy Kangyu to one side, while opening up the hole leading to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The flash of lightning ignored the two of them. It entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land through this hole. Using this time, Fairy Kangyu saw the lightning's true identity. This is the earthly calamity. Blue charm lightning shadow? Feng Yang laughed plainly. This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Feng Yuan discarded a huge portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he sent it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not vanish. Instead it had been hiding on Tianti Mountain. Great. Blue charm lightning shadow has good battle strength, about the mid-tier of rank 6. With it leading from the front, we would have an easier time. Fairy Kangyu's brows eased. She started smiling. Feng Yuan has decisiveness. He really is quite impressive, directly discarding close to a quarter of the Blessed Land. But his strength is simply too low. No matter how much he plots, it is useless. Feng Yang sighed, entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land along with Fairy Kangyu. Once they got in, a wave of heavenly power descended on them, sealing all of the mortal Gu in their hands. But immediately after, Feng Yang and Fairy Kangyu's bodies shone with an orange and yellow light. This was the effect of the rank 7 one's own way immortal Gu. It could prevent their mortal Gu from being suppressed, and let them be activated normally. Fairy Kangyu shut her eyes. After a few breaths, she opened them again. We are at the west area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the center of the Blessed Land, towards Danghun Mountain. Feng Yang nodded. As I expected, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest place is Danghun Mountain. The blue charm lightning shadow's first target is the Blessed Land's owner. Back then, Hu Immortal was caught off guard and killed by the blue charm lightning shadow. Since it is heading for Danghun Mountain, that means Feng Yuan is hiding inside Danghun Mountain. Let's go there. Okay. I've always wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Kangyu laughed lightly. With the blue charm lightning shadow leading the way, we can also see what kind of ambush the enemy has prepared. Feng Yang said, activating Expand Space Immortal Gu, using another immortal killer move as the hole behind him closed in the Blessed Land. That's the immortal killer move, Force Closure. Immortal Crane sect is so petty, they are not letting us watch. In this battle, if Immortal Crane sect fails, whether the door is closed or not, we will take over. If Immortal Crane sect wins, whether the door opens or not, we will leave. Letting us watch would not affect anything. HMPH, they are projecting their own shortcomings onto others. Did they really think we would act out of greed? Outside, on Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's other 9 great sects were conversing using their divine senses. Bai Weng, how high do you think Immortal Crane sect's chance of succeeding is? Gu Immortal Zhang Wenjiao asked casually. Relatively high. Even though we have been obstructing them in secret, causing them to only send 2 Gu Immortals in the end to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they still have the battle strength of 2 Gu Immortals and now the blue charm lightning shadow. Feng Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is a mere mortal. How can he block Immortal Crane sect? Bai Weng answered. That's not what I think. According to the investigation of us, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Feng Yuan had refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land, and came here alone. How is that possible? As immortal, how could he refine an immortal Gu? How could he have an image of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's scenery? Behind him, there is definitely a mastermind. Since the other party dared to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land from the 10 ancient sects, I am sure they have the battle strength to protect it. Maybe They might be able to resist Immortal Crane Sect's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Hon Kai-Zin said. Immortal Concubine also does not speak without reason. Gu Immortal Du Tang laughed. If Immortal Crane Sect fails, do we have a competition to decide the victor or choose to have an agreement among the 10 sects first before striking? This was a crucial problem. The Gu Immortals from the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we'll discuss it in detail another day. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not rabid dogs scavenging for food. Myriad Dragon Dogs Gu Immortal Guan Caozi immediately said. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Caozi had the lowest battle strength. If they battled, he would be at the greatest disadvantage. This is inappropriate. This is inappropriate. Green Canary Boy shook his head. We should strike while the iron is hot. This is just a blessed land. We should decide on it today and not waste more time. Great Lord Lai Yang pretended to be unaware. Strange, didn't Vicious Lightning Fiend of your Myriad Dragon Doc just end his closed cultivation? Why would you be sent here for this contest for who Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Lu Zhu laughed coldly as he pointed out Guan Caozi's weakness. The Gu Immortals quickly formed a consensus. If Immortal Crane Sect failed, they would have a competition to decide who the Blessed Land belongs to. If Immortal Crane Sect won, they would also have a competition. The sect that places first would have priority in reaching an agreement with Immortal Crane Sect for the Gutsku. Gutsku could raise the foundation of a sect. It was even useful to Gu Immortals. Any sect would not be able to take it solely for themselves. When the other 9 sects exert pressure, they would be forced to sell it. You guys. Guan Caozi was fuming on the outside, but he was snickering on the inside. At the same time as the discussion between the Gu Immortals of the 9 sects, within who Immortal Blessed Land, He Fengying and Fairy Kangyu were slowly flying towards Stanghun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengying gave a curious gaze. He found that within who Immortal Blessed Land, there was a huge blood pool. It was so huge it could be called a blood lake. HMPH, another blood path scoundrel. Fairy Kangyu frowned, saying in a despising tone, blood path cultivators harm all living beings in this world, as it can allow them to raise their battle strength. This is the reason why countless Gu masters choose this path. Every 10 years, Heavenly Court would issue the Demon Judgment Board, and many blood path Gu masters would be on it. Blood Sea Ancestor, he truly caused much harm to the world. He Fengying criticized, thrusting with his palm as a jade lightning ball flew towards it. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions, the blood pool was destroyed, turning into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued to fly towards Stanghun Mountain. On the way, Fairy Kangyu shook her head. This who Immortal Blessed Land is managed too poorly. It is almost completely desolate. I've heard that this place had large groups of foxes in the past, but now, after flying for so long, we have not seen a single myriad fox group. There are few fox groups, but there are surely a lot of rockmen. Feng Yuan is immortal after all. He only knows how to use Gutsku to increase the production of rockmen, but he does not know that he is pursuing tiny gains while discarding the foundations. Who Immortal was an enslavement path. Gu Immortal, enslavement path was the main law in her blessed land. It is best for rearing fox groups. He Fengying laughed in disdain. Who Immortal Blessed Land is truly wasted in his hands. Once it is in our sect, who Immortal Blessed Land will develop greatly, but I wonder who in the sect would be its owner. Fairy Kangyu sighed. Hearing that, He Fengying sighed. According to the rules, after we recover it, who Immortal Blessed Land would be a public blessed land of Immortal Crane Sect. We would only have a limited time in operating it after getting it. But this managing right is also extremely lucrative. After all, the center of the blessed land is Stanghun Mountain. It is a gold mine. The scariest part is that this gold mine will never run out. Fairy Kangyu nodded in agreement. The 2 of them talked along the way, not facing any obstruction. This raised their confidence that the blessed land was in terrible shape. They started to fly faster, and when they were in front of Stanghun Mountain, they were already talking about what they would do when Stanghun Mountain belongs to them. In the air above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm lightning shadow was shrieking and charging, attacking Danghun Mountain. But though it was formed from an earthly calamity, it had life as well. Danghun Mountain's vibration could attack its soul, its weakness. Feng Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can only block the blue charm lightning shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you raise Danghun Mountain's power to its limits, you cannot block two goo immortals. Feng Yang shouted, his voice could pierce through heaven and earth. Feng Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is beside you now. Then you should know that who immortal blessed land cannot seal our mortal goo. Furthermore, we've brought an immortal goo. Fairy Kang Yu followed up, pressuring Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Yuan walked out, standing on Danghun Mountain's peak. Feng Yang's heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. This was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had great weaknesses. They could not produce immortal essence and their blessed land would shrivel and break apart at set intervals, thus their battle strength was usually below ordinary goo immortals. Immortal Crane sect has finally lost their patience. You want my blessed land, aren't you afraid I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Feng Yuan said. You are Feng Yuan? Feng Yang squinted. He found it unbelievable. Only a year had passed. How could Feng Yuan become an immortal zombie? While Feng Yang was suspicious and confused, Fairy Kang Yu spoke beside him, smiling. We came prepared, of course. How could we allow you to destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think using Danghun Mountain could threaten us, then you are very much mistaken. Oh, that's right. We can even reduce Danghun Mountain's pressure until it is insignificant. By then, we would not need to strike. This blue charm lightning shadow alone can kill you. Feng Yuan looked at the blue charm lightning shadow in the air. This human-shaped lightning was growling non-stop, charging towards Danghun Mountain but was forced back each time by the intense vibrations. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Kang Yu thought that this was a chance, and continued, as long as you give up the ownership of the blessed land, we can forget past matters, and even accept you as a disciple of our sect. But I remember, Immortal Crane sect promised to give me the position of an elder back then? Feng Yuan retorted. Feng Yang laughed coldly. Times have changed, Feng Yuan. You are a smart man, can't you see the circumstances now? Feng Yuan heard this and he smirked. Oh, the circumstances now. Oh, let me have a good look. Just after he said this, the aura of immortal goo burst out in his body. This is? Fairy Kang Yu's beautiful face transformed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo. Feng Yang could not tell which immortal goo they were, but the aura would not lie to him. His eyes were burning with an intense light of greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared around Feng Yuan. Hai Lulan, Tai Bei Yunsheng, Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6, 1 rank 7. Not only that, each of them gave off an intense immortal goo aura, not concealing it at all. Fairy Kang Yu's complexion changed. Feng Yang's greedy gaze also turned into one of uncontrollable shock. Feng Yuan's force was so powerful it was out of his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beast figures flew out from Danghun Mountain and arrived in 8 surrounding directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. Feng Yang growled, his body shuddering. Fairy Kang Yu suddenly felt outnumbered. Her face turned pale and she was speechless. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped its angry growl. Feng Yuan's plain voice came from Danghun Mountain once again. Oh, I have seen the current circumstances very clearly now, but the question is, have you?